This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real set of badonkers, packing some Doban Hunkeros.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of men.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
These people are making a lot of money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism.
You're watching Will of the Fans. Let's fucking go.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
It is Sunday, and I'm late, and I apologize again. It's always difficult at the weekend because I obviously have two streams at completely opposite ends of the day, and no time to sleep in between. So I might have knocked my phone on the floor, and the alarm didn't wake me up, so my wife had to. So sorry, so sorry. I know.
These things.
It happens.
I know. I just hate. I hate it. I hate wasting people's time. Fucking furious, man. Drives me crazy. But anyway, look. We are here. We are gonna go ahead with the show, and we have all watched the end of Red Dwarf as we know it.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Thus far.
Thus far, there it is. So far, indeed. Yeah.
I know Doug Naylor has written more, and he's looking for backers to actually make it into a show.
I keep saying, man, crowdfund it. Just fucking crowdfund it. Am I too low?
Yeah, man. I would.
You are kind of a little underwater. It seems today. Yeah, I was gonna notice it. You sound a little tinny. I noticed. But
oh yeah,
maybe it's on a different. Maybe it's on the wrong mic.
Compared
to John. Rather.
Okay, Gron.
Gron. Hello, Gron.
You know.
That's a weird one. Give me a
There are people that have
just
suggested I'm AI for quite some time, so maybe that's actually what it is.
How you doing, John?
Awesome as always. I watched Commercial Mania last night, and I'm a little underwhelmed, to say the least.
I don't think Will's actually quiet. I think John's just really loud.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all my stuff's all set the way that it normally is. I'm like a foot and a half away from the mic, so
you
I don't know what to tell you.
Quiet compared to the others, so I better still take a look.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's just slight adjustment. Maybe it selected the wrong mic. Who knows? But yeah, you know, it's the standard start to the day. I woke up last night, watched a very, very, very terrible night one of WrestleMania, and decided. How
am I doing now?
Oh, this is much better. Yeah, that's exactly where it should be. That sounds normal.
Right, carry on, mate.
Yeah, but yeah, watched that. It was kind of sad and pathetic. So I watched Red Dwarf again, and then I put on some reviews to kind of just fall asleep to, and then managed to wake up around 6 a.m. and just kind of did this and that. Watched a few things. Watched this one more time, and hopped in here to the studio, and I've just been raring to go since. So let's fucking do this thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, you know what, we might talk just a few minutes about WrestleMania because I have some things to say as well. But Rhoda, please tell us, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just been, getting things together over on my end. Everything's starting to get into a place where I can actually use everything how I want to. So that's it's generally positive. Obviously, like we're on Sunday now, but recovering from Thursdays takes me a long time because I have like between 2 and 6 hours of you, and then between 2 and 6 hours of noise. So I pretty much slept all of Friday, got my shit done on Saturday, and now it's time to be here again. But I did find time to watch the episode in question twice, and I loved it. I remembered that I loved it from when I watched it back in the day, like 6 years ago when it released, but watching it again was superb, and watching it again was equally superb. I even got my housemate to watch it, and he thought it was great.
Yeah. All right, let's see. First things first. WrestleMania can kiss my ass. What an absolute fucking shit show. An absolute embarrassment. A total catastrophe. Every single thing I thought was going to be a complete disaster about this complete fucking waste of 4 hours went and passed exactly as I thought it would.
Did you actually watch it in real time?
No, I caught bits of it, but I am well aware that there was a combined total of 85 minutes of
Yeah, I was gonna
wrestling
say I actually when I woke up, it
in
was
a
already
4-hour show.
it was 8 p.m. my time, so I had just enough time. I was like, oh shit, I guess this usually starts earlier than this. Let me go and check. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just see where it's at. And I managed to catch right at the beginning of the main event. And so I watched it through, and when it got done, I went and I caught the other part of the show. I watched the whole WrestleMania night one in under 2 hours. And it still felt like it was just completely hollow and not really did much with... half the time was quite literally advertisements.
So that's the thing, yeah. I know, like, people are here for Red Dwarf. It's just we are wrestling fans. We were going to do more of a reaction to it, but
I'm glad we didn't.
It wasn't actually worth it in the end. We would have been screaming at like, I don't know. It probably would have turned into a drinking game or something. You know, like take a shot every time there's a commercial. You know,
well, I mean, I know
first
dick
10
all about
minutes.
wrestling, so I'd have been useless.
All right, Rhoda, basically, here's how it goes, right? WrestleMania is the biggest wrestling show in the world, has been since 1980.
Has the word wrestle in the name.
Yeah, for a long time, it's the only WWE show that was allowed to have the word wrestling in the name because Vince McMahon didn't like to use the word wrestling. He wanted to call it sports entertainment. Anyway, that's not really the point. The point is, finally, we're supposed to be in this amazing age where, like, we've got all this fucking money and all this backing, and Triple H is able to book it, except he's constantly neutered by the parent company that runs WWE now, which is owned by a fucking Hollywood agent turned billionaire who owns a 51% stake in this company that owns both WWE and UFC. He's made the ticket prices astronomical, so families can't even afford to go anymore. They did it in Las Vegas 2 years running and did a total blackout within 15 miles, so no one's allowed to play the fucking show in bars or anything to have like any kind of alternative way for people to watch it. Meanwhile, the VIP tickets were going as high as $40,000 for like the meet and greet package and stuff like that. Yeah, and even like even the nosebleed seats were hundreds and hundreds of dollars by the time. And so they had
gotten bad.
They had appalling attendance. The wrestling was mitigated down to they had 7 matches, right? That should fill 3 hours with interview segments and stuff like that easily, right? Even if every match is only like 15 to 30 minutes long, that you should be able to do that quite easily. But no, they had 7 matches and they managed to fill an hour and 25 minutes with actual wrestling out of a 4-hour show. There were no backstage segments. There were no interesting like interviews or anything like that. It was all just focused on celebs. There was product placement on every fucking surface of the entire thing. And there were like multiple 4 or 5 minute long ad breaks where they would then come back. And this is in addition to the thing being on paid subscription services only. Right, so it's on Netflix or it's on ESPN, so you got to pay to be able to even fucking watch it. It used to be a pay-per-view, but now it's on like online subscription services like Netflix. So you're already paying a premium, and now you've got to deal with the fact that there are still adverts absolutely everywhere. That's why people are calling it commercial mania. It was a complete disaster, and almost all the matches were badly booked with no storyline running up to them. No video packages played before they happened. It's supposed to be the biggest fucking wrestling event of the whole year, like the Christmas of the wrestling calendar, and it's like they didn't give a fucking shit. Man. This is going to be the end of this fucking company one of these days, I swear to God, no matter how much money they sell.
Like I say, it sounds very much like the current Formula 1 season.
Yeah. This is happening to all sport, by the way, even fictional sport. So there we go. And yeah, it was an utter fucking disaster. I didn't watch it live. I caught like bits of it during SNH, and then also went back and watched key moments and sort of scanned through the whole thing and stuff. It was a shit show, a total shit show. And there's another night of it starting in like, I don't know what, 6 hours from now. So fuck that. Like, fuck that completely. total shit show.
There
I know
is
people
some.
like
There
they
is
say
some.
Triple H must be removed. I
Well,
mean,
you know,
I'm not so quick to blame him because I know he's
there
handheld
is
by fucking Ari Emanuel. But yeah, go on.
yeah, there is some conjecture going on that this was actually Triple H in one of his many attempts at cerebral assassination, as he is the cerebral assassin, and so this is effectively TKO's WrestleMania, and then WWE's WrestleMania will be this evening. So we'll see if they actually, if there is that much of a disparity. We'll see at the end of the day, I suppose.
I mean,
this actually ends up being something good, but
yeah, it's really obvious that what's actually happening right now is some kind of civil war behind the scenes between the parent company and the actual company, because it's changed so much in just like 2 years that it is just all shameless commercials now. They're even doing gambling adverts. They've got liquor sponsorships. It's supposed to be family-ish entertainment. And don't get me wrong, I missed the Attitude Era when it was way less PG, but even then it was only PG-13 and they weren't advertising gambling. Vince McMahon would never have allowed this, despite the fact that he's a disgusting pervert who certainly has some explaining to do. He at least would not have belittled his wrestlers and his championships to the extent that TKO does, that it just takes a backseat, all of it, to commercials. Non-stop fucking commercials. There's like 2 hours of adverts in this show, and like more than that, 2.5 hours of adverts, like 1.5 hour of wrestling. And when I say adverts, that includes like shots of celebrities in the audience pounding beers, and then they crowbarred a bunch of fucking celebrities into the main event as well. A main event that is literally two veterans who've been in the company, well, one of them on and off, for like over 20 years, who literally were in a group together 20 years ago. The story writes itself. Like, if you want to have these two finally clash, people have waited years and years and years for this. And then they finally have them facing each other after all this time. Like, one was literally the mentor of the other. It's that kind of thing. It's a generational match that could have been. You don't need to do anything with this. That you've got an archive of pre-book, like backstory that you just need to draw from. They ignored all of that and just made it about celebrities instead.
And the first hour last night and tonight are free to watch on ESPN if you have those subscriptions in order, I suppose. But because we got the question, it was free to watch. But the episode, the part one last night, their first hour, the free thing that you saw was a celebrity centered bullshit match. It's a 6-man tag, and then just an hour, like the remainder of the time was filled with advertising bullshit. So I don't know. Generally, you think that you do something like that as a way to try to draw in interest, and that first hour was I kind of knew exactly what was going on, so I was glad that I actually saw the main event before I watched anything else, because there's like,
me too.
Keep moving. This is bullshit. This is fucking pointless. So I watched the whole thing in 2 hours.
The first whole segment I saw was when one of the wrestlers, that like a former women's champion, came to the ring to announce that she's pregnant.
Yeah.
And reveal her belly, which was nice, a little creepy, but nice, and good for her. I'm never going to have a problem with that. But,
I've never seen a pregnant woman that pregnant with abs before.
Yeah, it's weird because she's clearly like 5 months pregnant. She might be more because her body's so toned. The belly barely protrudes. It's early days anyway. It would have been better if she were like 6 or 7 months pregnant. The belly was huge, and then she could have something to.
But really just imagine have that much strength and definition in your body that even months into a pregnancy, you still have like rippling abs. I mean, her belly's out. Her belly's out, but like
that's cool.
It was crazy though.
Darby Allin, homegrown talent for AEW, so that's good for them. I haven't watched AEW in a long time but I mean they were supposed to be the alternative. It's just that what they were supposed to be the alternative to has changed into something else entirely. so it's dodgy. There is a definite gap if AEW can sort out their booking and Tony Khan can get like a. I don't know how he's running it now, but it was getting out of control a couple of years ago, obviously, with the CM Punk and Brawl Out and all that stuff. So I kind of drifted from AEW. Edge is, of course, one of my favorites ever, but even that wasn't enough to get me to keep watching AEW. But anyway, there you go. That's WrestleMania Night 1. We'll probably talk more about it, or I'll probably talk more about it tomorrow after, or unless you guys want to jump on too, after we see the full event. But Night 1... worst WrestleMania I think I've ever seen, ever.
It was pretty
Ever.
disappointing.
It's not even, didn't even bother watching like all of it because it was just like, this is a shit show. Matches were like 7 minutes long.
Yeah.
Championship
Entrances
matches.
generally took longer than the actual matches.
Yeah, they had.
How long are matches normally? Because like I say, I know nothing about wrestling.
Well, I mean that's about what you'd expect for like a TV episode. You know, the idea that this is, you know, you're supposed to be paying extra, and this is like a premium. You know, they quite literally call them premium live events now. So as a way to try to, you know, reinforce that this is more than you normally get on just a standard outing. You know, and it was like
WrestleMania
a week episode
is
of Raw.
basically WrestleMania has defaulted to be basically the series finale of each year of wrestling. So you could call it like the end of that year of wrestling, basically. Like it's like Christmas and New Year wrapped into one for wrestling, and then the next night the new series begins, if you want to call it that. But anyway, that's not really what it is anymore. It used to be that like storylines would get paid off that had run for months, you know. Blood feuds would be resolved or some, you know, that sort of thing. You'd reserve it for only the most high profile matches. Like, for example, you wouldn't get The Rock versus Stone Cold Steve Austin on a random episode of Monday Night Raw. You would get an elaborate setup where one becomes champ, the other wins the Royal Rumble, and they end up inevitably having to face each other to build the hype because they were the two most popular people. That's the kind of, you throw everything you've got at WrestleMania, like all of the biggest names, the biggest stars, the biggest everything you could possibly do. And they just did not do. I mean, they had that. They've got the bookings. They just haven't bothered to write stories. You've got one that's neutered by celebrity appearances, and the other that's hampered by a part-timer who barely ever shows up to respond to the other guy. So it's annoying. I don't actually know. Let's see. On average, a WrestleMania wrestling match, I'd say 20 minutes to something like that.
20 to 40. Seems usually.
I don't know. They maybe not.
Range,
the short matches because they used to have all their biggest match types at WrestleMania too, like Money in the Bank, and then they took them and they spread them throughout the year on their own PLEs as well. So it used to be like, I mean, the longest match in WrestleMania history was 1 hour and 2 minutes long, which was an Iron Man match that was set to that.
What was hilarious was they had an unsanctioned match that was more tame than the other matches that would happen later on during the evening.
I'd say you're expecting by the time entrances and backup like video packages to explain the stories, because a lot of casuals go to WrestleMania, you know, and stuff. You're expecting like a 25-minute segment probably for each major match, and then you'll have a couple of little short matches in there so that people can, you know, gather their excitement again to blow up for the next big match. But the crowd were dead for this, and this is supposed to be a crowd that comes from all over the world. So this is why you get people who go for like the whole weekend. Used to be like they They'd go for the week running up. They'd go for the actual weekend of WrestleMania. They'd go for the Hall of Fame, then the WrestleMania itself.
4-day affair.
And then there'd be the
Friday
Raw
through
after
Monday.
Mania,
Yeah.
the episode of Raw the next night, and you've still got your international audience all there from different, like real hardcore wrestling fans from all over the world for an episode of Raw. So it would be complete chaos and pandemonium, and it was hilarious to watch. Now you've priced normal people out of the fucking market in most cases, and you've booked the most lackluster card they've had in years. So they just
and there's no reason to go to be part of the atmosphere because they blacked out the entire fucking 15-mile radius, a 50-mile radius from Las Vegas.
So you can't even go watch it in a bar or something and meet your friends when they get out of the arena. You know, can't even do that unless you're willing to drive at least 15 miles away.
And to think Las Vegas paid them for that kind of treatment.
They threw the money at them to get WrestleMania in the same city.
Blacklisted from their own channel. Yeah, from their own, businesses.
But they screwed them over and went with Vegas for another year. Which can't have helped ticket prices either. Can't have helped ticket sales either, because everybody paid through the nose last year as well to go to WrestleMania, and it's just a fucking shit show. Absolute, complete, and total disaster. I can't wait to see if I think it's going to be just as bad. Part two.
I don't really have high hopes for this evening.
A lot of the more interesting matches were on this card as well. And they're just done now. That's it. Celebrity run-ins. I mean, they literally had a fucking fatal 4-way tag team match. That's 4 tag teams all against each other. May the best one win, and whoever gets a pinfall first wins. So there's 8 women in this match. So there's 8 or 4 entrances. You got all that. You're supposed to set that all up, but they didn't. And that match ended up only actually lasting 8.5 minutes.
Well, a lot of the internal dynamics of it didn't even make any sense either, because you had Nikki Bella, go heel a few months back, right?
Yeah.
And then her sister Brie showed up during the Royal Rumble. And so they just decided, I guess we're just going to be we're going to be faces now because
tag team in the women's tag team division.
Right. They wrestled a match together on TV. First match that they've done together as tag team in quite some time, and Nikki ends up getting injured.
She broke her ankle.
And then gets to last night, and they still, because they kept going back and forth whether they're going to be in the match or not. And so ultimately it ends up going to Paige, who is now the tag team champions with Brie, which means that the whole point of getting the Bella sisters back together is kind of lost, because it's not like they'll even be able to do this accomplishment together. So it's completely just lost.
And even worse than that is the fact that the woman who came back and made her massive surprise return to wrestling in WWE after an 11-year gap because she basically broke her neck, managed to actually return after 11 years, and even wrestled in another company for a while. But it's a long story there. A long story. She gets her explosive, bombastic return as a substitute tag partner in a tag match that lasts 8.5 minutes.
I know, yes.
and got leaked the night before, so nobody was surprised.
Yeah.
It's fucking awful.
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious, because they said, "What? Paige is here? No one expects that." And they immediately cut to somebody in the crowd saying, "Welcome back, Paige," on a fucking sign
in the crowd. Someone's got a sign that says "Welcome back, Paige." It's fucking crazy. It is awful, and the crowd was mild the whole way through. They just did not give a fuck about this damn show. So there you go. That was WrestleMania Night 1. It's 2-night event now, so there's another whole card happening tonight. It's starting in a few hours. I was at one point gonna say let's do a live reaction and get some other wrestling fans in and let's sit and record watch it, but we can't show it obviously, and just record our responses for people maybe want to have screen and screen, so you can watch the show and watch us talk about it at the same time. A lot of people do that kind of thing. Problem is, I don't think it would be very entertaining. It would just be watching us probably drinking and getting really depressed. So nah, fuck that. A complete disaster.
Yeah,
So
I'm already doing that for free anyway.
right. Well, there you go. So anyway, as it worked out, that was a total fucking shit show. The other thing I want to build up to how happy we are about this last episode of Red Dwarf. I assume we're all pretty pleased. I personally am very pleased with it, considering I hadn't watched the whole thing ever before. So this is the first time we've done a Red Dwarf review where I was blind. I was blind to the second half of it as well. So I have a lot to say about this one. First time.
I've watched it 3 times, and 2 of them were today. And one of them was when it premiered.
Okay. Well,
no, today from my point of view, but like I'm kind of nocturnal in my own time zone at the minute. So
spent months like that, mate.
Technically last night and this morning.
I get you. It's midnight right now, my time. So let me just quickly say thank you very much for the gifted membership to St. Hugo, you absolute legend. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you.
Help me create the future of the white race.
And also we got a member chat.
James, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Will. I do need to give a shout out to St. Hugo. I was on the verge of crashing out on my show. He's one of my panelists and he stepped in and saved my ass. So shout out to St. Hugo.
Damn, I missed that one. That sucks. That would have been epic to watch. I don't know. Maybe I can.
He's a legend.
St. Hugo, you're a fucking legend. There you go. Let it be said. Okay. So next up, and I'm aware that I already started late, so I'm going to try and get through this as fast as I can. There, James OP celebrating 24 months, 2 years of membership. Says the doctor will need a catcher mitt for when she pushes. Bianca Belair, yeah, she's a very athletic woman. She's like ripped as fuck. So yeah, it's kind of weird to see her with like this quite stiff but still very small pregnant belly. Interesting. You know, obviously I've had 2 babies in the last 2 years, so I know a thing or two about pregnant bellies. And I was like, are you sure you're pregnant? Or are you just getting fat? You know, she's just been hitting the beer a bit too hard. But no, good on her. Glad that she's getting that. Glad that for one thing they get right, WWE still celebrates things like that instead of like, you know, making it a problem or taking the pro-abortion side or whatever. You know, they are pretty fucking based, at least when it comes to politics. So that's cool. Even if they do allow people like fucking CM Punk and his dumbass wife to.
It's also the second year in a row that one of the African American lady wrestlers is pregnant, which is, you know, because last year was Naomi. So
that's true. Yeah. That's true. She just started like a heel turn then, didn't she?
Yeah.
And then she had this massive heel turn, Naomi, where she finally got something to do after being in the company for like 15 years. And then suddenly she's like, oh, I gotta go, having a baby. Not that anyone can. I mean, go ahead. Make the next generation. Go ahead. It's a good thing. But it's another Anoa'i, of course. It's fucking another member of The Rock and Roman Reigns and Rikishi and all the other Samoan dynasty, because she's married into that, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, that would be quite funny actually. Yeah, when he said catcher's mitt, do you know what came into my mind? It was that terrible fucking segment from 20 years ago. Just for everyone who actually still thinks the Attitude Era was perfect and immaculate, let's not forget that Mark Henry knocked up a woman in her 60s and then she gave birth to a hand, a dismembered human hand, and that was the end of that. That was the end of that that was the payoff of that. And if you don't have any context for that, Rhoda, just go watch it, mate. You won't believe some of the shit they used to write on wrestling TV, and yet people still think that that's better than what we've currently got. So there we go. James, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. 2 years of membership. That's amazing.
Help me create the future of the white race.
And the obligatory question in the chat, John, are you puffing on a bong?
It is, but it's just tobacco at the moment.
Yeah. That's right. He has his ways. All right. The next thing is obviously the latest on the fat bastard of the hour, the quartering. He is still crashing out, still posting pictures of his wife on X, and he's also continued to flag down yet more videos and just seething about everybody ripping the piss out of him, while oh god, like there are some real douchebags who've shown up trying to defend him, like Cog and people like that. And earlier, some absolute complete and total douche hat called New Age Messiah showed up and decided he was gonna start crashing out and say, well, fuck Kino Casino. They called me a schizo loser whose story was a bunch of delusional nonsense. So this is a guy who calls himself New Age Messiah and believes in heart mirrors, which is some strange. It sounds like a cult to me. I don't know much about it, but it's something like let your heart be your mirror or something like that. Sounds like
love language insanity. This sounds like dude's got a heavy dose of estrogen.
It's some guy who's like 50 years old looking, and he's getting ripped to pieces by Ethan Ralph and the Kino Casino, like the ultimate fucking Satan's coupling there. I said seemed like they were right. That's an old as hell clip that you post. He's like posting old clips like from 2 years or more ago of Kino Casino, roasting him and his ridiculous fucking religion of sorts. And I just said that's an old as hell clip, and you barely have more followers than I do. For a messiah, your message sure appears to be full of bollocks. So, and then he goes, moron, I got tortured and fucked over to the extent a goddess got involved. I suffer massively 24/7 for over 20 years. I've been in the world news, nevertheless, and solved lost, nevertheless. I'm quite sure you've never done anything of note because you're a belligerent ass. I said, oh, okay, you're a douchebag. Okay, bye-bye. So, there we go. So that's the quality of people that the quartering has on side. There's loads more as well. I'll probably cover it more tomorrow.
Yeah, Toilet Rice's video defending Jeremy was fucking hilarious. We did a whole episode on that last night.
I'll definitely have to do a react to that.
I would like to come in on that if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, so I'll be doing it blind, whatever. And of course, most people are still reaching out to YouTube, Team YouTube. This has become bigger now, even than just the quartering and Kino Casino. It's now like, YouTube, when are you going to do something about your insanely like vulnerable TOS that lets people just flag down content? Quartering's taken down like 7 videos, or people acting on his behalf have taken down like 7 videos. People are re-uploading them though. There's like, fuck you, you won't stop me. There's, I don't know, like it's one of those things. I've got 2 videos up that so far have managed to go unnoticed, I suppose, but then that's because probably I'm a small channel. They are doing really well though. I've gained like 200 subs in the last couple of days, so that's very nice. Anyway, honestly, this guy is a joke. I mean, whether it's the content thievery or the flagging or the constant doubling down or the crying out about, oh, my wife is being harassed, there are people coming to my house, and then he posts a picture of himself and his wife like the next day at dinner out somewhere doing something, having fun, smiling.
I mean that latest post, he's saying like, stop doxing my wife.
And he's like sitting there like,
it's
with
a picture, like it's a picture of him with his wife.
Yeah, I know. It's insane. Yeah, like every single thing. The man is a walking contradiction at this point. If a waddling contradiction. And honestly, I think that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. There are thousands of people commenting on mine and other people's videos saying, "Oh, I didn't realize what an utter bastard he is." You know, it's like, yeah, well, you know, sorry.
I had that like 6 years ago.
Me too. For me,
So,
it was like,
you know, sod this guy.
of him, yeah. Well, I just realized, I was like, okay, so I'm still clicking on your videos because I'm expecting rapid news digests that I can then get filled in once I'm aware of what the topic's about by a better channel, right? And then, but what I'm actually getting now is like 5 minutes of begging for coffee, for people to buy coffee, and then like 2 minutes of news, no like actual thoughts, reactions, or opinions given, and then like a slurred, bumbling outro telling you to go to Rumble. And I was like, yeah, I don't know why I even watched this guy.
Do you want to hear a joke? My brain just right.
Go on.
Why doesn't Jeremy's coffee taste like anything? Because he hasn't got any beans.
Yeah, not bad. So, yeah, everyone is against Jeremy. And if you're not against Jeremy, you're basically right now outing yourself as an enemy of free speech or a complete douchebag. So it's exactly the people we thought it would be, and a couple of negative, like, sort of disappointing surprises for me. There isn't much else to add to it at the moment, but fuck him. Fuck everything he does at the moment. And YouTube, you really got to do something to prevent the state that is currently ongoing, where people are flagging down videos and people are able to just so easily take down content for harassment and cyberbullying that doesn't even fucking contain any of those things at all. Like, we seriously need to get to the point where there's some kind of charter for the content creator now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do we need a union or something? Like, I really hope not, because I don't want one.
No, we don't want a union. We want a constitution.
We need a constitution. That's what we need. Yes, you're right. There needs to be like a fucking general rule set for this kind of thing, and it can't be top down managed. It needs to be like supported by the actual people, because you're expecting us to go ahead and burn hours and hours and hours, years in some cases of our lives, making content and hopefully monetizing and hopefully being able to support ourselves by doing so. But bad enough that it's, you know, already an absolute jungle trying to get noticed. Secondly, the fact that the real total shit always rises to the top, or corporate sponsored bollocks, you know, completely overpowers the real talents and the real voices. Then there's the fact that at any point, apparently, some disgruntled neckbeard with a fucking big barrel of rum next to him and tears streaming down his face can just fucking nuke your content because he's butthurt that he's humiliated himself online. What a fuck are we? What kind of, like, actual security do we have that this is even worth continuing? You know? And YouTube needs to answer for that. They do. Because eventually, like all things, if everyone just buggers off, if everybody good just buggers off, then they will just turn into TikTok. And sure, they'll be able to continue to exist, but it won't be what it was, and there won't be a community anymore. You know? Is that you muted, John?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I made a strange noise in my throat because
no, it was because John's mouth was moving, but I wasn't hearing anything. So there you go. I don't know. I mean, it's probably not as bad as that. Obviously, we're in the epicenter of it or adjacent to it, you know, because it's happening in our sort of region of the internet, and that is, you know, why it feels so big. But this, like, it's already at the point where if anyone starts calling this internet drama or like content creator drama, it's way beyond that already. It's already escalated to the point where it's like, we're questioning the entire system, you know, and being completely ignored. and Rumble is like trying to grift off it. It's getting stupider and stupider. But anyway, there'll be more on that tomorrow. We will absolutely go, of course, further into this tomorrow. If you guys want to jump in and join, you'll be welcome to. And of course, WrestleMania Night 2 breakdown and well, the whole event, I suppose, breakdown. Pardon the pun, it's kind of a double entendre there when I say breakdown, because the product is breaking down as well. But there you go. Yeah, it's a shit show. It's a total shit show, and you can't be a content thief either. And you stop flagging people's fucking videos, you goon. Anyway, there we go. With that said, then we do have some positives to talk about today. First of all, thank you for the support so far. Appreciate you. If you could help get us to the limit, that would be absolutely glorious. We only need to fill up one more quarter of this heart container. We will play a game for you guys, and that would be nice. But also, it's literally my whole fucking income and how I support my family. So thank you. We'll get boober clips and all that stuff if you feel like it. So do super chat your thoughts. We've got a hell of a fucking payoff and a send off to Red Dwarf. If no more ever gets made, I guess I can be satisfied with this. Now, as I said before, I never watched the end of this episode before this. This is a TV movie. It's an hour and a half long, so we got our work cut out for us to get through it. It's The Promised Land, and it pays off a lot. It does. It revisits the entire plot of Lister being the cat god, the original progenitor of the cat race. You get an awful lot of sort of extra little funny lore dumps about the cats as well. But the thing that I kind of realize now, like, I maybe should have watched this before, because I would have really liked to have shown it to my dad before he passed away and stuff like that, because he loved Red Dwarf too, and my mum. But I don't. When did this come out? 2020.
2020, yeah.
Yeah. So my mum was still alive then. Well, whatever. Anyway, it would have been glorious, but as it stands now, yeah, I was absolutely delighted by the second half of this. I think the first half's very funny. I think the second half is so fucking good for character payoffs and development. That, what did I say to you guys earlier on? I said, like, it actually justifies the amount of kind of autistic deep diving that we've done into the character development of each character in this show, that I've never seen anybody else do in their reviews or coverage of Red Dwarf. We became this weird trio of people like psychoanalyzing Arnold Rimmer and stuff like that, week by week. And then, you know, there were a lot of things that kind of got hiccuped and fucked with in the wake of the end of Series 8, back to Earth, and then the 12-year or 14-year wait for a real return of Red Dwarf with Series 10.
We finally, like, without wanting to give any spoilers before we get to it, we do in this episode finally get Rimmer the grown-up.
Yes, yeah, indeed, and it seems to stick for a bit as well. We actually get the closest thing I think we'll ever get to confirmation of Lister, like, really having a lot of love for Rimmer after all this time as well. There's some very nice scenes between the two of them. There's one in particular that we'll no doubt get to and focus on when it comes.
I think the one you're thinking about, if it's the one that I'm thinking about, it's just like, you know, you're a twat, but you're my twat.
Yeah, basically, but it's much more beautifully written than that. It's much more articulate. Yeah. It's almost a bromance, this begrudging bromance between these two characters who just straight hated each other when we began the show, has happened, and it's fucking glorious. So there you go. Shout out to Toasty in the chat, by the way, and everybody else. If you are here because of the quartering, we have talked a little bit about it, but if you have something you want to say or ask us about, please go ahead, super chat. I'll be very happy to answer anything like that. We are, however, going to primarily be reviewing the final episode of Red Dwarf, which thus far, which I was most like, I'd say almost completely delighted by. There's not much I have to say that's negative about it, to be honest.
I think it's a brilliant episode.
I think it's pretty damn close to perfect in terms of another thing I wanted to bring up with my initial impressions before we get into it. Everything that was wrong with Back to Earth is right in this. When it comes to making a Red Dwarf movie, the pacing is so much better. Setups and payoffs are much more sensible. They're much more sensical. They're much more character driven. They're not leaning on one impossible plot thread. They don't have massive tangents. There are the first third of it is kind of like, so where's this going? But it does go, and it is paid off at the end as well. So
and there's loads
crucially,
and loads
it's really
and loads
funny.
of cats. Ow!
Which is, of course, all that is required to make Rhoda happy. But there you go. John, what did you think?
Yeah, no, I thought it was, executed quite well. The pacing is really good throughout. Doesn't really ever drag. That first third of it actually does a lot to establish little things that ultimately pay off at even things that just they did a lot of stuff in here where they even had options to do other things that could have been explored for humorous kind of whatever, and I was kind of on some. I was expecting a few gags to possibly play out that didn't, which is fine because what they had there instead was probably just as good or even better, but I expected something to happen with the extension cords. To like almost having to go the maze with the Minotaur, having to use the cord to kind of direct him back or something.
Yeah.
Right. I was expecting possibly something like that. But but
it ended
what
up being
actually
used as
had
an
instead.
emotional crutch instead. So.
Right. But yeah, no, it was just as good and actually probably more effective than if it was just going to play off like, some kind of gag of people tripping over cables constantly or anything like that. But yeah, no, I thought it was, an appropriate kind of send off of sorts, at least from the standpoint of when it was made. We'll see how that manages to follow through as we go through the remainder of current day-to-day life, but this was an appropriate kind of summary of things and actually all the things that we've spoke about and talked about over the course of the past year, reviewing all these kinds of things, really seem to actually get paid off and fully expressed in here, and yeah, this was really, I don't know, you could do more, I suppose, but this actually in many ways was an emotionally complete character arc for a variety of characters, and just the interplay and the dynamics of the group itself, and it's just I think that I don't know that you could actually do better than this.
I think it's the best sign-off episode any franchise has managed. I mean, the final episode of Buffy was amazing, but the final episode of Angel was kind of shit. So, and they're the same franchise. So, I think the Small Rouge one takes it.
Yeah. I think, so there are a lot of things like that, like what you were saying, John, where I thought things were going to go one way and they didn't. What I was really glad of was that in the first bit where the cats show up, where the cloister followers show up, I was really worried that they were going to skirt around really establishing what the lore is behind this, because they were doing all these little tiny micro lore dumps throughout the script just in case someone was watching who didn't know what the hell Red Dwarf was, right? And I feel like that was executed basically perfectly. Like you can have someone go, but you were frozen for 3 million years, or whatever, something like that. They managed. Doug Naylor, of course, manages to do this all the time, where he's going to basically go, let's do something like, oh, we're going to bring back Holly, and we're going to use that in order to establish all the things that the show has been since its first episode, because this version of Holly can't remember anything.
Yeah. This usage of the Holly was
And then, of
absolutely
course-
brilliantly done.
Right. And then towards the end, I was like, are they going to pay the Holly thing off? Yes, of course they are, and brilliantly. There's a lot that, and the other thing is, the crew have been in some really bad situations before, but this one was like, wow, you're really fucked. Like you're actually going to die, aren't you? Like there's moments where they almost get you to believe that the crew are just going to all die, because there's like no way out, so there's actually a fair bit of drama in here that's done really well. I'm not saying it's the same kind of drama that they were doing in sort of Series 7, Series 8. No, Series 7 more, and Series 6, actually. But, you think about, like, Red Dwarf Series 3, Episode 2, which is Marooned. And that's, like, a disaster, but at least the others can come find them. Whereas this is, like, they're all fucked together, and we'll get there, but the stakes are a little higher than normal, and everything. Yeah, basically, I just think it worked really very, very well. But what really delighted me was the character payoffs that we got. And I know they've teased it so many times, but like you said, Rhoda, we got Rimmer the grown up today, and and stuff like that. So it does do a lot that if nothing ever comes out again, at least you get some really nice character payoffs, including Rimmer doing something selfless,
That's what I meant.
Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, the scene I was talking about really was the moonlight scene, like the discussion about sunlight and moonlight, which I think is glorious. Anyway, there we go. We're going to go ahead and get into it then, because there's a lot of fucking funny jokes in here as well. Like I said, chat, let us know if we are, if you have something you want to ask, go ahead, ping us a super chat. I'll be very happy to answer. Yeah, please help us fill the limit. So there we go. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and start then, I suppose. Just let me have a quick, there we go. Okay, add to scene. Yes. Okay.
Buck the BBC.
Yeah, but that's not how I want to do it. Of course not. Oh no, I don't want that.
Hi, well.
Okay. So we begin with the extremely dramatic intro that is very, very funny. With you've got a fully orchestrated score for this, by the way. Another thing that I think is, by the way, when I was talking about this versus Back to Earth, I'm not just talking about writing. I'm also talking about how mechanically this is so much better as well. Because you remember we were talking about like the weird frame skipping slowdown shit that they were doing as an effect, and none of that's here. It's like the ambition of Back to Earth was finally met by the time they got to actually make this, so you could do it using technology that was much more easy and accessible to use. So this just looks glorious compared to early Red Dwarf and even medium Red Dwarf and even some late Red Dwarf. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Getting on
they
good.
also do well to establish that there's been quite a bit of time that's passed since what would have been the last episode from season 12 that we watched.
Yeah, there's been it's been a few years again, but interestingly, the sets haven't changed. Like everything that they were doing in series 12 is still the same in series 12. In series 13, which is just one movie. So there we go.
But
Anyway.
but yeah, you can see the visual storytelling. Through.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Crichton.
Rusty
is yeah. Like this is the first time. Like when you see him, you can see that he's now patched up. Things have happened. He's got a whole bunch of marring and rust, and just it looks like he's been in service for quite some time, and it's a nice subtle way that they go about doing it, but it works great.
I didn't hear that. Sorry, you were both talking at once.
Oh, I was just saying that it's a very subtle element, but it's very, very effective because you could just see the passage of time rather than having to go and exposit about it. So yeah.
And shout out to King Alucard in the chat. Hello, and thank you for being here. Rhoda, what did you say then?
I was just laughing and agreeing with John.
Oh, right. Okay. Good. All right, then we'll begin then. We'll go through it. So we begin with this, of course. We saw this last week, but I'm going to go over it again because the BBC fucking copyright claimed it, of course, so I had to cut it out. I will cut out anything from my streams if it fucks the people who are trying to claim copyright over it. Just to fail them. That's my policy now. 3 million years ago, it says, Dave Lister was sentenced to 18 months in suspended animation for smuggling his pregnant cat aboard the mining ship Red Dwarf. It says, while Lister remained in stasis, a radiation leak killed the rest of the crew. Safely sealed in the hold, the cats evolved into humanoid form. The cats now roam deep space in a fleet of their own. Now, one thing that is mildly irritating, I suppose, about this would be that they never actually explain the full story as we got it in episode 3 of the show, or episode 4. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, they didn't. There wasn't even any really wearing of hats.
There were no hats. No one was arguing about Fu Shao or anything like that anymore. But it does seem that the 2 arcs of the cats that went off in different directions to go and look for Fu Shao, and one of them, of course, immediately collided with an asteroid, and that was the end of half the cat race. The other half, this is them, and they have divided into 2 factions as well, but it's very different. So there we go. So the cats now roam deep space in a fleet of their own. We then get this glorious sort of Star Wars style shot of this huge fleet of ships coming over. And of course, I've shown this before, but I'm going to do it one more time because it is so very funny when you get a look at the cat fleet. And of course, it is just a cat face, yeah. It's very funny. Casting is brilliant, by the way. I always thought...
Of course, there's a callback to this shot at the end. I won't give anything away, but
yeah, right at the end. Yeah, right at the end. No, we won't.
Absolutely superbly designed and written.
Very funny indeed. Yeah, the way things fit together.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah, I think it's actually a lot better than I thought it would be. A lot better than a lot of them. And you know, it's very difficult to do a movie send-off to a long-running TV show and do it justice. Not many things have ever managed to do that. Maybe Serenity is one. And this is...
Oh, yeah, Serenity was great, yeah.
Yeah, it takes a writer with some fucking skill and also no small amount of self-control, bit discipline as well, to not go overboard with fan service and not go overboard with jokes, but at the same time also have them and remain a coherent, tight script. And Naylor, of course, as a writer,
remind me of this in the Rimmer segment.
Well,
okay, sure.
Considering the nature of what you're talking about, I suppose this is an appropriate time to just mention that Mandalorian and Grogu is projected to make less money than Solo.
Oh no! Is it really as bad as that?
Yes.
Yes, me.
When's it out?
In like a month. And no one cares. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I can sit here and tell you in a month, and I'm not even exactly sure the day. And the only reason why I know is because someone, I watched a thing about this yesterday that mentioned, yeah, it's out in about a month, and it doesn't seem like anybody even knows.
Yeah, it's out May
Or
26th.
cares.
I'm actually making my eyes wet laughing.
So yeah, so and the reason I bring it up, obviously, of course, it is an extension of a series that most people burned out on before it got through the third season, and now they're trying to find a way to, I guess, dial it up or send it off in a movie that nobody asked for, and nobody really seems to really give a shit about if they receive or not. So.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, there you go.
We've got content for days, man.
We have, yeah. This is what I don't understand about that fat fuck the quartering. Oh, there's no news anymore. Anti-woke is dead. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? You just, maybe anti-woke as a search term. It's falling off a cliff.
I got like,
but we're all still here, and we still got
60
plenty
views.
to criticize. You know,
I've only got 400 subs, and I appreciate every one of them. So I don't say only in a derogatory way, but with only 400 subs, I got more than 50 views.
Yeah,
reacting to a video somebody else did about him. Like,
right.
You know.
You will, yeah.
There is plenty of fucking content,
and right now,
interesting.
The hottest topic. The hottest topic is anti-quartering. So, anyway, oh god, whatever. We'll get into the show. So, Cat Fleet is here, and we come in through the window, and we see this nasty looking cat man.
Is that the one who's Danny's son?
No, I was actually wrong about that. It turns out that Danny John Jules' nephew is a footballer, and the one who played Lister never actually came back to Red Dwarf. I thought this was him, but no, it's actually a different.
Oh,
entirely.
Okay,
not related. But does a great job anyway. So here we go.
Yeah, he does a superb job as the character.
Oh yeah. So this is Rodon, who's the leader of the Ferals, and as he turns around, you hear, "Our Feral King, I implore you, I will tell you everything," from this dense looking guy who's sitting here. Now, obviously, you can't quite see because of the watermark that I have to put over it, I'm afraid. But he's wearing season 1 Lister clothes. He's got a leather deer stalker on with the flaps up. He's got a cigarette hanging out of his ear. And he's wearing tattered leathers, you know. So this is cool, you know. They're all Listerites, and that's basically it. So he says, "Our Feral King, I implore you, I will tell you everything." And he goes, "You will?" And he says, "Anything. I will answer any question." He says,
I suppose they would be Listerites, because if they were Listerines, they'd mouthwash.
And he goes, "Okay. What percentage of the universe is made of dark matter?" And he goes, "Oh, sorry, I didn't think it was going to be general knowledge. Can I have an entertainment question?" He goes, "Is the wrong answer." And he pulls out these fucking Wolverine claws that we didn't know the cats can do. Apparently, some of the cats have these things. They don't all have them.
I'm assuming that they are, not actual claws that are supposed to be coming from them. I assume that they were supposed to be just, kind of like almost a ceremonial inspired kind of weapon. Because you could see he's holding it differently in various shots.
In another shot, you can see that he's holding an item in his hand. Yeah. It's very strange because...
right, well, that...
I'm with John here. I thought it was an item.
Yeah, the position of the claws change.
Right, yeah. Well, according to the Felis Sapiens page of Tongue-Tied, which is the Red Dwarf fandom wikia, they are actually able to extend these claws out of their hands. Wolverine style. So that's what it's supposed to be, but it
Right.
doesn't look convincing at all. And at one point, you can literally see him holding the thing. in his
Right,
hand.
that
So it
and
looks
like
really
I said,
shit.
the continuity from shot to shot. Because at first he's got them where the space in between his first two fingers is freed up, and then later on he's got it where he's got the blade.
They move too.
They keep
Back-
moving. He
back
keeps
three
moving where
or
he's holding
front
on
three.
to it. So it's not in between the fingers. It's like it'll be on the bottom side of the hand or the top side of the hand, and
Yeah.
then
I don't-
in one
I
shot
don't
he's
get it,
actually
yeah.
holding it where it's like centered. So I mean,
In one hand, you can in one shot you get a look at the side of his hand, and you can see the item that whatever it is that he's holding in between his thumb and his index finger. So yeah. So it's dumb, but whatever. Maybe it's just a weapon. But in the tongue-tied page, it does say that they are apparently natural claws. But
right.
okay, if that's the worst thing about this, I'll live. So he says, yeah, sorry, I didn't think it was going to be general knowledge. Can I have an entertainment question? He goes, is the wrong answer. He goes, sports. And he's like, ow! But it's more of a roar than when the cat usually does it. And he says, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. And then they both start meowing because he's like scratching his back or stabbing his back with the claws or something. He goes, why did you betray me? He goes, oh, yeah, in fairness, it was a bad decision. I wasn't thinking. It's so British, This guy's this gormless, dunderhead.
It's absolutely wonderful. It's so beautifully written.
Yeah. And he goes, and soon you won't be breathing. Who? And then you hear knock, knock, knock. Enter. And we get this cat man coming through a cat flap. Which is great.
I was watching this live when it premiered back in 2020. And when that happened, I literally spat my fucking beer out laughing.
I bet, yeah. Yeah, the first time I saw that, I was sitting in my bar that I used to have, and I was drinking, and I was like fucking choking on it because it was so funny watching them roll through this cat flap. Yeah, it's definitely a spit take scene if you haven't seen it before. So this guy comes in, he goes, "My feral king, I'm sorry to interrupt your torturing. We have arrested more rebels who have been spreading the teachings of the Holy One." You get this heavenly music as he passes him an old cat book. And if you remember Series 1 lore, there's a picture of Lister and Frankenstein, his cat, with the cigarette hanging out of his mouth, of course.
Yeah.
You've got the pictures from it's the Holy Book, the one that Lister read himself in episode 2 of Red Dwarf in Series 1. And if you remember anything else, they don't have words, they have lines of scent. So he's sniffing the book and he hisses.
He
says,
Dick, run.
Yes,
Run,
exactly.
Dick.
Run, Dick, run.
Run.
Yeah, run home,
Run.
Dick.
Home, Dick.
Yeah. He says, bring these insurgents to me. Let me gaze upon their ugliness. Because they're the cats, they're all incredibly vain. But these are the ferals. They're more like the cat, but also less like the cat. It's kind of funny. And of course, it's been several decades since they left as well, so there we go. And he says, so these two are brought in, and they're like more Listerites. They've got like Listerish-ish hair. 2 women. Only one of them can talk. And he goes, since I've seized power, there is no other god but me. And the sort of pretty one says, oh, our economy does not work, Rodon. Few work, none share. If only we embrace the teachings of Cloister, then we will learn there are greater treasures looking outward than in. And he says, take them to the marketplace and hang them. Let the clouder see the insurrection will not be tolerated. So they get whooshed off and they're getting taken down the corridor, when suddenly another rebel hands this item to them. And it's all done in this kind of, like they're a real rebellion kind of way, but it's constantly undermined by how daft the whole thing is. So it's great. because she sort of smiles to herself. She's like, aha. Then you think, oh God, they've given her a weapon of some kind. What is this? You know. But as they get round the corner, she uses it, and it turns out to be a laser sight. Just literally making like a little red dot on the floor. Which, by the way, I've got one. And my cat
payback.
Yeah, my cat goes bananas when I get that out. So yeah, they go crazy. Spaceship door joke ever? Yeah, probably. So she manages to distract them because the guards are just So for all their evolution over 3 million years, they still cannot avoid the impulse to chase random dots of light.
Yeah, they're still cats.
Clearly the ferals are not as intelligent as the cloisterites, because they are as the cloisners, you know, because they sorry, I had to come up with some kind of name for them because that's what they are basically. It turns out later, because they're not affected by the dot sight, you know, but the ferals are. So there's that.
How about the cloiterus?
Yeah, you could, but I mean, ites because it's religion, and cloishnars because they are behaving like Krishnas. So you know, like Hare Krishnas with the silly little handbells.
You win.
But there you go. Anyway, so they go off chasing, and these guys are able to trap them in here, and they escape. And as they run through the ship, they're like, "Come on!" And they make it to this little vessel out there. "We'll escape and one day return to free our people." And controls are beeping. She says, I'll set a course for the ship of our birth." And the silent one does some sign language, says Cloister will protect us. So we get a look here, I think. Where's the bit where she says it? Is it before that? No.
I think...
Just after that, she sort of sets down this picture of... No, we can't see it. Trying to find it, but it's hard on here. Come on. No, they're already out. Oh, no, maybe they've... That's it. They've got to get away from the cat fleet. That's right. Yeah. So she's setting a course for the ship of their birth. She puts down the picture of Lister, obviously Cloister, and we get a look at where they're going. And it's, of course, Red Dwarf. So we cut to Red Dwarf and credits, giving us a brief look at what's coming up in the movie, which we don't need. But here we are, Red Dwarf, the Promised Land, the final piece of Red Dwarf that exists. The Cloisterati, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Lister is bumming around in the corridor, pushing a trolley of junk and gargling with beer. He's singing the Om song, by the way. As you say. Everything's it's great. Om, and then you you know. Yeah, exactly. It's just literally like. So there you go. And you get this voiceover. "Here he comes. You do the talking. Hey, guys. Sir, may I be frank," says Crichton. "For some time now, we've been growing rather concerned about you." "Me? Why?" "Well, I've noticed of late you've been..." And we get a look at what has become the sleeping quarters now. It's just a hoarder stash. Everything has a purpose in it, though. It's not just a sight gag. It's later on, you'll see, like, absolutely... there's a reason for this to have happened. I never got a look, but there is a copy of Metro newspaper that I spotted immediately in this pile of crap, which is the London Underground newspaper. There's loads of other shit too, you know, just random tat and bits and bobs. But I'm pretty sure I've seen most of these things appear at some point. I'm pretty sure that flamingo was in like Crichton's Last Day episode.
No, it was in Camille, I think.
Okay, yeah. Oh, from the Officers Club, yeah. That's it. And he says, "We've noticed that you've been
parrots.
Lately you've been drinking slightly more than your usual half a brewery a day." And Lister throws a bottle onto this gigantic pile of Leopard Lager bottles and cans. And yeah, if we can't really see it right now, but you do get a bit of a look at Crichton. And if you did, you'd notice. Let me see. No, I can't really do it.
The screen in his belly is smashed.
Is
and
cracked. Yeah. He's got rivets in him, like where patches have been applied to whatever, and also all of the contours of the angles of the suit that he's wearing, or his body, I suppose, are now like dry brushed with brown to look like rusty. And so yeah, Crichton's getting a bit, long in the tooth, it seems. But anyway, there we go. And so he says, you're drinking slightly more than your usual half a brewery a day. And he throws the bottle onto the pile and says, "Bend, would you, Crites?" He then uses his head to open the bottle of another beer, which he immediately starts drinking. He says, "Also, I can't help but notice that in the morning, you've often had a midnight snack." And Lister goes, "It's only the odd ice cream waffle sandwich, some cheesy fries, and a beer milkshake." He goes, and the cat says, "Followed by a main course." He goes, "Not always a main course. Sometimes I'm too drunk." He says, "Also, sir, you've been collecting rather a lot of junk." So, yeah, there's tons and tons of random crap here. You can tell they just raided like a BBC prop room or whatever for this. He goes, "Junk? What's junk?" He goes, "What junk?" He goes, "There's junk." Oh, that's the cat. He goes, "This isn't junk. This is antiques. Salvage from Cargo Bay 15. We haven't been through any of that stuff yet. I've already found music for rocking dads." Yeah, because that's how old you are now, Lister, isn't it? "Knitting for beginners and an I Love Boy Band badge in pristine condition." What? All right. This is what happened to you, bud. You're a wreck. Says, "Oh, then perhaps I should use my Swedish massage chair that doesn't have batteries." He says, "No one is blaming you, sir." And here's one of your great lore dumps of the episode. "You're carrying an enormous burden. The future of the entire human race is entirely within your, well," and he goes, "hands?" He goes, "Lower. Danglier." It says, "And you're deflecting from the real issue by finding false interests to distract you." And Lister's got this plastic pineapple. He's like, "How cool is this?" Not. He goes, "What's your point, Crichton?" He says,
I do want to interject something here. My friend actually owns the original, not this one, but the one from Only Fools and Horses, plastic pineapple.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. My housemate owns it. It's literally in our kitchen.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm trying to see what other crap there is. There's just loads of random assorted bits and bobs that say JMC on them. And a Home Sweet Home side and old fucking CRT monitors and shit like that. Anyway, he says, "My point, sir, is that I have a solution to your last human alive dilemma. An issue that's clearly driving you to the brink of insanity." He goes, "Look at this Subutio, the Partick Thistle Away kit. Someone would probably kill for this." And the cat says, "You're looking at him, give me that." And he throws it away. He says, "Now, this is a little unconventional, I grant you, but the Meditech we salvaged from the Delta 7, with that, what I'm about to suggest is quite possible, so I implore you both to give it full and proper consideration." And like, "Both?" And the cat's like, "What's this got to do with me?" He goes, "Well, sir, what if you had a sex change operation," let me finish, "and became a woman?" Let me finish. Is Mr. Lister and yourself could then do the necessary, let me finish, like Lister's looking at him like, "What?" "and produce a child together." And he goes, "Have you been drying your head in the tumble again?"
Like,
huh?
Crichton goes all like angelic with his...
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he goes, "A child." And then he stands there just sort of, about how nice it would be to have a child. Yes, Partick Thistle mentioned, I know, right? Anyway, "Have you been drying your head in the tumble dryer again? With the Meditech, making you a woman is a relatively straightforward procedure, sir, involving just a few snips and a bit of folding." And he goes, "Where does the folding fit in?" He goes, "Well, to make your lady garden, sir. And with my long history with sheets, you know how good I am at folding." And he goes, and Lister says, "Dude, what you're suggesting is anatomically impossible. But with the Meditech, sir, yeah, anatomically impossible. Right, Red Dwarf, even in 2020, still based as fuck. Bam.
Boom.
Indeed. But then he actually says, and then we get the real reason why it's well, not the real reason, but the other reason that no one ever is allowed to mention anymore for why it's fucking impossible. It's fucking disgusting. You know? So there we go. And no, if you are a man dating a trans woman, you are in fact gay. So there we go.
Yeah.
But with the Meditech, sir, it's perfectly possible. Lister says, let me put it this way. I'd never be able to get the plane off the runway, if you get me drift. And he says, Cat says, and this is great, the cat gets really annoyed now. He goes, wait a second. He says, are you saying if I was a woman, I wouldn't be hot? He goes, but if I was a woman, you wouldn't be in no plane. You'd be on Apollo 13, baby. Wow! And he goes, your tongue would be hanging out out of your mouth like an old dog. And he says, Cat, I wouldn't be attracted to you if you were the most beautiful woman in the world, because I'm not attracted to you. He says, in fact, this whole crazy idea would have a better chance of working if it was me that had the sex change operation. Because let's face it, I'd make a better woman than you. He says, you think you make a harder woman than me? He goes, I'd make a better woman than you. I'm more empathetic, intuitive. I'm nicer. He goes, have you seen my legs? He says, Cat, I'm not going to get into some stupid macho who would make the hottest woman Barney, okay? Although I know for a fact who it'd be. Me. He goes, the greatest erogenous zone is what? And the cat says, my mirror. He goes, it's the brain. And what with me having one, that puts you at a huge disadvantage, guy. And then Rimmer chimes in and says, Crichton, follow me.
I do like goes, as he's walking in.
He's walking in as Lister is saying. Yeah.
Right. He's just catching the tail end of this conversation about
who would be the hottest woman, yeah.
Right, and he's just you have to watch it in actual real time without all the stuff on the screen getting in the way.
Rimmer walks
but it's yet another great instance of just some subtle visual storytelling of Rimmer just kind of like he's like he's like, what did I just walk into? But also at the same time, I'm going to be quiet and let this play out, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So he says, Crichton, follow me. And then he looks at Lister and the cat and says, ladies. And then, following you, sir. So as we move, Crichton suddenly ducks behind a wall and hides. And Rimmer looks around and spots him. And finds him hiding. And he's like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm following you, sir, as requested, sir. He says, I don't mean follow me like you're a private eye, you imbecile, blah, blah, blah. So this begins the whole thing of Crichton being a bit out of it, a bit nutty now, and needing a service. Although, to be fair, he seems to be functioning fine, and it does seem to be the actions of other people that result in him seeming to think he needs a service. But, so anyway, this is good for setting up just how little Crichton likes Rimmer. He says, I sometimes wonder if you behave like a cretin on purpose, as a means of thumbing your nose at my authority, which of course is minimal. And Crichton says, engaging lie mode engaged. Sir, I assure you that my acting like a cretin is no act. Lie mode cancel. He says, you're lying. He goes, engaging lie mode engaged. I most certainly am not lying, sir. Cancel lie mode. He says, I can hear you engaging lie mode. He says, did I say all that out loud? Yes. Oh, I knew I needed a service. And then he walks off to go get service. He goes, not now, you rusty idiot. I need you. Follow me. And he goes, and then they carry on walking. And then after a few seconds, he says, did I say that out loud? He says, say what? He says, excellent. So, yeah.
You know, I get the idea that at any point in time over the vast many years that have transpired in all this, I don't think that it's a matter of Crichton not willfully, like, you know, going to do his own diagnostics and everything like that and keep himself checked up. I just think that every time he goes to do it, we see exactly what happens, and that's just he's constantly pulled away from doing anything like that unless he saves it for the absolute end of the day. When everyone else is, he's never gonna get a chance to actually just, you know, have any kind of.
We have had multiple times when he suggests, "Oh, I'm gonna power down. I'm gonna go run some diagnostics," and then some shit.
Over the years, you've had more ram than a field of sheep.
He's always interrupted. But there you go. Yeah. So that's it. You know, I knew I needed a service. Blah blah blah. So that's the thing. All right, the green dot on the scan. So this is a lengthy scene where Crichton starts correcting Rimmer. Rimmer says, I'm not going to read every single line because we've got a lot to cover. But basically, Rimmer calls him a smart Alex, and he corrects him that the phrase is actually smart Alec, based off of Alec Hogue, a celebrated con artist of 1840s New York. He says that's a maybe. We still can't understand the message, though, can we, Mr. Smarmy Pants? The phrase is, in fact, Smarty Pants, sir. Blah, blah, blah. So he continues to, basically, there you go. You got a good shot of Rusty Crichton there. You can see it with the cracked monitor and everything. So, yeah. And this is just more snark from Crichton, who's got quite good at it. He says, it seems to be giving off of this green dot thing that's hurtling toward them at the speed of light. And even before the smart alecky bit, there's this where he says, well, is it a missile or a ship? And he says, well, allow me to carry out some tests, sir. And he just starts looking around. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm waiting to see if Red Dwarf explodes, sir. If it doesn't, I think we can presume it's a ship. So, you know, he's giving it the lip these days, which is great because it wasn't so long ago that he couldn't even call him a Smeg.
He's a Smeg. He's a Smeg. He's a Smeg. He's a Smeg Head.
Indeed. Where is Smeg Heads, by the way? I told him, make sure you're here for this one. It's the last Red Dwarf. Oh, well. Oh, dear, oh, dear. How we doing, chat? You alive? You awake? We here?
Yeah, they seem to be out there, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, we got RT, we got Stephen, we've got 4-4. Yeah.
Cool.
And that's without even scrolling.
All right. Cool. All right, then. Maybe I just need to make sure I can see it better. There we go. Okay, because I was saying I was hoping people would have more to say, but oh well. Anyway, so eventually they discover the source of the. Let's get past this. There we go. The source of it is an SOS distress call, and well, they listen to it, and it says, "This is an SOS distress call. Is anyone out there? Our ship has run out of fuel, and we're presently hiding from our feral overlords on a transport vessel called the Iron Star. Please help us. We're in great danger." An SOS distress call? I'll try to re-establish a link, sir. Sod them, Crichton. So this is like, yeah, back in the day, they would have ran straight to this. They would have run immediately over to this. But now, you know, Rimmer says, Sodom, Crichton, we've reached an age now where it's time to enjoy the home comforts and curl up by a winter fire and keep taking our various medications that keep us sprightly, says the hologram. Says, not boarding derelict ships and have to flee from giant genetically engineered man-eating cheese. Now, that did happen with a curry, so, you know, yeah. There you go. Anyway, when was this made and aired? This was 2020. This is the last bit of Red Dwarf that exists to date, which is why we are doing it all in one. It's an hour and a half long, so we got a lot to get through. But there we go. So, basically, that look on his face, he's still so good at that. Rimmer tells him, don't tell Lister, because he'll want to go and raid the derelict. He says, erase all the memory of the distress call from your memory. That's an order. Yes, sir. Beep, beep, beep. Did you do it? Did I do what, sir? Did you erase the SOS distress call from your memory? We received an SOS distress call? A big laugh. Damn, why did I say that? Right, okay. Erase all memory of me asking you to erase all memory of the SOS distress call from your memory. That's another order. Yes, sir. Beep, 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 beep. Have you? Have I what, sir? Have you just done what I asked you to do? You mean have I fixed the distortion? Why would I be fixing the distortion? Beep, beep, beep. Sir, we've received an SOS distress call. Oh, God. Erase that from your memory, too. That's another order. Erasing distortion, sir. Beep, 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 beep. What's the last thing you remember? You want me to follow you, sir? How did I get here? We were in the corridor. I knew I needed a service, you see. So the guys, they rock up, and it turns out that they have found, in the pile of junk, Holly's backup disc. A giant, 5 foot tall, at least, floppy disk. Yeah. So, Holly had a spare disc. Yeah. Back in the day, this was the forefront of advanced technology. I bet people couldn't believe how they managed to cram his entire operating system onto such a teeny-weeny disc. So where does it go? Crichton says, I always wondered what this was for. And he opens this door and we get a giant floppy drive. It's great. This is them being extremely consistent again, John, right? Like with the fact that because the show was created in the 80s, they only have access to futuristica of that particular era. So they have triangular VHS tapes.
It's like a follow-up to Triangle.
What?
You lost you.
Triangular VHS tapes.
Oh yeah, triangular VHS tapes. Exactly, yeah. And of course the dig that they did in back to Earth as well, where they discovered DVDs existing on Earth, and you know, like they were discarded, and everyone went on to the current technology that we have now, where Lister says, "What videos?" Yeah. So they managed to lift up this fucking hench disc, literally has in giant fucking Sharpie text as well. Holly backup disc. It's just maddening, you know. But anyway, whatever.
It's nice. It's a great sight gag.
It makes the extremely satisfying sound of a floppy drive activating. You know the sound, and a little beep as well as it starts to, you know. And after a few seconds, they get Holly V1001. So this is the original factory settings. Shout out to Stephen Bromby in the chat, by the way. And Zelo. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. So they're trying to load intelligence and such and such and such. You get dial tone sound effects. And finally, please stand by. Beep. Holly's back. There you go. Interesting that he's, 30 years older than he was when they made it, but hey, whatever.
Well, I guess it's probably because the disc is older.
Okay.
Heads
Norman Lovett being
because that's the way files work.
Yeah, Norman Lovett in his 70s here, showing up. He goes, "I am Red Dwarf's computer. I have an IQ of 6,000. What's wrong with him? He's been in a cargo bay for 3 million years, leaning up against a damp wall. That should have made him better, not worse. Who are you? Please explain." "Oh, of course, he's returned to factory settings. He doesn't know who we are." "Ah, Holly, allow me to introduce myself. I'm First Technician Arnold J. Rimmer, BSc, SSC, Acting Senior Officer of Red Dwarf. This is Crichton, an unimportant sanitation droid. Cat, a Felis sapiens, and Lister, a human, or so he maintains. And Holly, now this is Holly pre you know, this is Holly, a backup of the original Holly from before the fucking disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So he is actual Holly as he, they could have really probably used this in series 1, you know, when they were complaining that they didn't have a working computer, but there you go.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, so he hasn't got computer senility like the original Holly. So there we go. And it says, I can't find any record of a Crichton or a cat in the ship's manifest. No records? I've won best ass on board for 30 years straight. It's because they weren't part of the original crew haul. Cat descended from domestic house cats, and we found Crichton on a crashed ship, the Nova 5. He was taking care of 3 skeletons, blah, blah, blah. It says, are you aware of the role I perform, hologram rimmer? You're the Red Dwarf computer, Holly. You control the ship. I'm also tasked with appraising Red Dwarf's worth to the Jupiter Mining Corporation and decommissioning it if it serves no useful purpose. And he goes, oh, God. Obviously, this doesn't happen while a ship has a crew performing essential duties. Oh, God. Or even performing duties on an adequate level. And they all go, oh God. Yeah. And Crichton says, but Holly, if I may, JMC protocol insists no ship may be decommissioned if it contains living crew members who are listed on the manifest. And Lister says, all righty then. Well, we're sorted. I'm listed. Says, looking through the records, crewman Lister, I see you smuggled an unquarantined cat on board. As a result, you have forfeited all your crew privileges, including your rights of residency on Red Dwarf. I will therefore decommission the ship. This meaning what? Red Dwarf will be retired from active service. He's crazy! As part of this process, the ship's nuclear reactors will be dumped into the nearest black hole, along with the ship's hologram. And the cat says, he's starting to win me round. Yeah, BSc, SSC is bronze swimming certificate, silver swimming certificate. Yes, it is.
Indeed.
He says, you can't dump me in a black hole. I have my rights. He says, we want to appeal. The cat says, well, maybe not all of us. Yeah, you're all dead. Again, cat. I will begin the deactivation process. Due to the complexity of this operation, it will take 7 days. So, then you go. Lister's asked to see Rimmer. And they all go and they hide in this room where Holly can't hear them, supposedly. And cover their mouths. And they're all like, right, we're going to have to get rid of this gormless gimp. He's not as smart. He might have an IQ of 6,000, but he's not as smart as us when we put our heads together. Not even close. It says, can't hear a word we say. So what are we going to do? They're going to basically trigger an EMP. Everything shuts down. We uninstall Holly. Then we toss the dozy wazzock back on the garbage pile he came from. And it's about this time that we get a realization that Holly can in fact hear everything they're saying because that room has a speaker attached to it. So there we go. James OP for $2. Thank you very much. Yay. Says original floppy was 8 inches, a massive 80 kilobytes. True story. Yep. They were fucking huge fucking things. I remember them. But they were actually floppy too. Until they made the harder, more rigid ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, my dad, we used to have one at the house that my dad just kind of like, you know, 'cause he was building computers in the late 70s and everything like that. And so yeah, we actually had one of the original like floppies. They're about that big. Yeah, 8 inches. We just had like a stack of them at the house. And they didn't really necessarily go to anything, but it was just kind of like a curiosity of, oh, look at that. It's, old school tech.
Yeah. Just a second.
Yeah. Also had a hard drive that was like fucking like 10 pounds. Because they used to be incredibly huge. They used to be bigger than the computers themselves.
Yeah.
I've got an old Rodin sequencer. MC something or other that used floppy disks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
but they were the 3¼ inch ones, not the full on 8 inch.
Oh right, okay. I see. Well, fair enough. Hang on a minute. Just trying to do a bit of quick admin here. Sorry. Yeah. I remember when I was like 15 and we got our first PC. In the house, like, you know, obviously I'd used them for years, but we never actually had one in the house, and then we got one. Because I wanted one. I was like, kind of need one of these, you know. Like, the internet is a thing, and you know, maybe you haven't. My mum and dad were old fashioned, you know. They were 40 years older than me, so they didn't really get it at first. My mum did. She was using it for word processing at work. My dad was a jazz musician who was clueless, you know. So at first, then he got quite good, you know. Yeah, so I remember we had this shitty old Windows 95 PC at first, and this was in 2000, by the way. So I was still saving images to floppy disks back then as well, but the hard ones.
Yeah.
You know. And I had like 100 fucking floppy disks with random images that I saved from the internet and stuff like that. Because, you know, back then, it was so rudimentary, my knowledge was so rudimentary. I thought, like, well, I definitely don't want to lose that. And you didn't have Google back then to do image search and stuff. So if you found something cool, you better save it, you know?
Yeah.
So that was it. But, yeah, technology fucking hell's come a long way now, isn't it? Literally, like, you can get 128 gigabytes on a fucking pinky fingernail. Bigger than that, actually. You can get more than that. It's considerably more than that. But yeah, there you go. James, thank you for $2. Yay! Thank you very much. And also, we got a membership from Zelosi. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
One for the Griff Force and the Princesses. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you.
Help me create the future of the white race.
And we're at 8%. Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. All right, make that 13. Hey, for $5. Thank you very much. They were made in 1971. The 5/14 in floppies came out in 1976. That's what you remember. 3.5-inch 1981 double-sided double density came out in 1983. Fucking hell, there you go. Yeah, like the one that they used for Holly, of course, was an 80s floppy disk. Yeah, they were still used for a long time, actually. Like a long time. People still would
they were still used in the 90s. Like
games came on.
I think they're MC202s or something. That like even the Pink Floyd used them for live performance.
Really?
Yeah. Like they had a stack of them. I've only got one.
For a number of years, all the way into the 2000s,
I have no idea where any of mine are.
Sequencers and things like that would still have 3 1/4 drives, so that you could save your samples to them directly and things like that.
Your Windows backup disk was a floppy disk, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, Windows 95 was the last version. Is that or 98? One of the last versions to actually ship on
a floppy disk, yeah.
On floppies, and it was 30. I think it was 32 discs.
That was crazy. So, yeah. And then of course CDs ROM drive. Yeah. Which is funny, really, because Red Dwarf doesn't even have CDs.
Yeah. I actually still have a burner drive that I put into an enclosure a few years ago. So now I just plug it into whatever. Now it's an external. So I
have an
technically still have a Blu-ray drive that's running right now.
I have an
actually just used it last week.
RW right here on my desk. I used it twice. I was really excited when I got it. I was like, "Oh, wicked! Now I can play my PS2 games on emulator when I don't have to actually download them. I can just put the discs in." And I just never did it. One day I will. One day. But there you go. Hey, James, thank you very much for 5, man. Appreciate you for that. And of course, thank you for $5.
Thank you for $5.
Okay, we are at 13%. Thank you. So there we go. Obviously, Holly has heard everything they've said. They've insulted him multiple times. He's not very impressed at all. He goes, just for the record, I heard every word you said in there. Duzzy Wazzock, Gormless Gimp, everything. What about stupid bald git? Says the cat. He says, you didn't say that in there. Says, no, but I'm saying it now. He says, well, you can't stop us anyway, basically, blah, blah, blah. And Lister so threatens him and says, you know, no matter what, Crichton, as we speak right now, he's off launching something into a fucking detonator meteorite to create the electromagnetic pulse. We need to take you down. So there's nothing you can do to stop him, Baldy. And then Crichton comes along mopping and goes, tonight's the night. And he goes, not tonight, Crites, now. He says, you said 12 a.m., sir. 12 a.m., noon. 12 a.m. is midnight, sir. It is? Yes, of course. Lister is still an idiot, but just a better idiot than most of the others. So there we go. In response, Crichton seals, Holly seals the mineral ore storage bay. And he says, also, your 7-day leaving period has been reduced to 7 minutes. Whoa! So now they have to leg it, basically. No choice left. They have to get into Starbug and set off. And you get this big sort of bombastic dun 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 dun, dun kind of music as they leave and they fly off. It's just to escape Red Dwarf, literally, before it's decommissioned. So there you go. So Starbug flies again. And there we go. Lister says, what does he say, by the way? Where is it? Oh, yeah, that's it. And on the way, Rimmer tells Crichton, well, don't you remember we passed a ship just the other day? He's like, did we? Why didn't you tell us, sir? I did, Crichton. I told you. Yeah, you made him delete it. But Crichton, of course, again, the scapegoat, he's like, oh, God, I knew I needed a service. So there we go. Shout out to you guys in the chat, by the way. All right. Anyway, Lister says, if we fire up the burners, we can catch that ship in a couple of days. 3 months later. Mm-hmm. You can see, well, they've got beards now, etc. And Rimmer is sitting behind Lister, and he goes, if we just fire up the burners on Starbug, we can catch that ship in a couple of days. And Lister says, well, the thing about space is, and Cat says, don't say it's big. He goes, it is. It's really big. 94 billion light years in diameter, in fact. Sometimes I can't find stuff in our fridge, and it's only 3 feet in diameter. But right on cue, they discover the Iron Star, which actually is what they were looking for. They just didn't realize it. So there we go. Handshaking now. The ship is called the Iron Star and was built several hundred years after Red Dwarf with several technological advancements. So they are basically very excited because they just realized they might have found themselves a new home. Mm-hmm. So
upgrades.
Yeah. Then we get this bit where Crichton is pretending to be like a real estate agent or whatever, an estate agent, and he's literally like, Iron Star obviously needs some TLC, but it's the perfect ship for those crews looking for a project. And most importantly, there's no forward chain. Anyway, the AAR is now complete. It's now safe to remove helmets, says Rimmer. How come Helmet Head gets to stay on Starbug? Space Corps Directive 76239, Crichton says. Extreme caution should be taken on the naturist deck when peeling carrots. Says, derelict ships have to be made safe before the senior officer ventures on board. But there you go. Anyway, they find this. It's the hologram projection suite. It looks like the Iron Star was able to sustain multiple holograms. They had tech way in advance of anything on Red Dwarf. And how did they do it? It says a form of quantum energy known as diamond light. It enables holograms to have unimaginable powers. To which Rimmer suddenly goes, "Oh, I'll be right down." So they turn on the lights, and now here they are. There's various other things. There's cutlery that has a force field generator on it that's designed to help people on diets. It's on no vegan setting. Smart cutlery. No thanks. It says, "I like me cutlery stupid." Rimmer arrives. "So what can this tech do? Can it upgrade my light bee?" "Well, according to the notes, it gives holograms the ability to manipulate light in all its forms." "What the hell does that mean?" "I'm not exactly sure. I suggest we take it back to Starbug and perform extensive tests before we embark on an untested pathway." "I'm not waiting while you conduct your namby-pamby European Space Agency safety tests." Digging at Europe, by the way, Red Dwarf. Always got to be digging at Europe. There we go. He says, with me having to go before a committee of meddling grey-suited bureau droids and answer multiple choice questions on where I'm most likely to find a croissant. He says, "I'll take my chances now, thank you so much." He says, "But sir, this is technology that we're unfamiliar with. We need more time to evaluate if it's safe. Crichton, I want the upgrade, and that's an order. Deactivate." So he turns back to his light bee, and Lister picks it up. And so they rig Rimmer up to this machine. And, hang on, he gets generated. But first he comes back, boof, as his original Series 1, Series 2 self. Once again, we're seeing the giant H on his head. And this is interesting because if you actually look, they've kind of curled his hair, the wig that he's wearing, to make it look like his Series 1 hair, where it was much more poofy and curly, you know? It's kind of fun. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice little gag.
Yeah, there is some good attention to detail there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're doing a love letter to their own project as well, which is nice. He says, "Oh, this isn't right. I've gone back to soft light." He goes, "No need to panic, sir. I believe it's just going through the gears." And we get literally every one of Rimmer's costumes throughout the various seasons, which was always a point of some querying for fans. Like, people are like, why does Rimmer costume change every series when he's a hologram? You know? But, you know, the idea would be that they slowly but surely upgraded him little by little. That's the implication here. And that's enough for me, you know?
Yeah, that plays out.
But there you go. So next he boofs out and comes back as green Captain Emerald Rimmer. And he's, you know, "Oh, wow, this is great." He goes, "It's still going. With every jump, I feel stronger, better, more powerful." So then now we've got red quilted suit Rimmer, sort of series 5, 6 Rimmer. Pre-Legion, obviously. So that's cool. Then he finally gets powered up to his hard light self.
Yeah,
so,
we got Series 7 Rimmer there.
And tail end Series 6, yeah. And then finally, poof, we get Superman Rimmer, complete with kiss curl, black hair, and suit that's not that different from Crichton's, let's be honest. Spangly, glittery, you know, armor-plated hologram suit. It's fucking cool.
It's kind of like a mechanized version of Ace Rimmer.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was thinking he gets to be Ace Rimmer again. Yeah.
Like it's the only part of the episode that I found disappointing. Like, I really, really wanted the final form to be Ace Rimmer.
Well, I mean, it effectively is, though, is what I'm saying. You know, like this
well, except that without the personality change.
Right. But, you know, the thing about Ace, though, as we've discussed, is Ace is kind of that part of Rimmer that he just doesn't tap into for whatever reason. you know, in his many other manifestations, in various realities. But when push comes to shove, I mean, you know, Ace has been in there the entire time. Is ultimately kind of my takeaway on this, and that's kind of, you know, in this little instance of them showing this, it actually kind of, you know, it does more to benefit Rimmer to know that he can actually achieve as Rimmer, and he doesn't, you know, it doesn't just compartmentalize it to Ace. Possibly. I mean, the idea being that he doesn't have to be Ace to be successful. He just has to actually have some, you know, actual integrity within himself. Which that's the questionable thing.
Oh, of course, yeah. So this is in some ways like that, but in other ways it's the exact opposite of Ace Rimmer, because he's been technologically upgraded to a level that Ace Rimmer never had.
Right.
Remember, Ace Rimmer was extremely mortal, just like him. If he took a hit in the light beam, he's fucked. But now, yeah, basically, he's got all of the upgrades physically as a hologram, but with the shit personality of Rimmer. So this is something else indeed.
Right.
Pastor, by the way, that's my friend from Texas who used to live near me when I was in Cebu City. And yeah, shout out to him, and miss you too, buddy. I was literally talking about you on a stream just recently. So there we go. When you coming back? I got 2 kids you got to meet. There we go. 2 little baby girls. You'd love them. They're amazing. They're so fucking strong and smart. The other day, Princess the First picked up one of those fucking water bottles slightly, like a 5 or 10 gallon water bottle that you put in a water dispenser. And then she couldn't lift it, obviously, but she then managed to knock it over. She just slammed it down onto the floor. I was like, fucking hell, with one hand. A 20-month-old. She's crazy strong, you know? She like literally managed to climb up on the TV unit, and I had to like, stop it, no, don't do that. And the other thing she fucking done, she started pinching and scratching you when she doesn't like what you do. So I had to give her a smack on the bum, and then she went, and I was like, I don't care. You will not scratch daddy. Do not do that. And then she sort of went, ooh, and gave me just the loveliest cuddle for about half an hour. She wouldn't let go. Every time I tried to put it down, she's like, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Which sucks, you know, but it was cute too. And by the way, it was not hard. I didn't hit her, you know, just sort of like, oi, what do you think you're doing? You know, don't you try to attack me, you know. You know, Mummy said like, well, we're never going to do something like that. And then she did it first, you know. Like she's like, she pinched me, so I gave her a smack on the hand. I'm like, oh yeah, what happened to not hitting your kids, huh? She's like, well, it wasn't hard. I'm like, well, of course it's not hard. It was a whole thing. Married life is fun. But there you go. Anyway, and the little one's a genius. It's crazy. She's literally like close to talking. She is talking. She came running up to me earlier on going, daddy, daddy, like, and smiling and clapping just because I was there. It's the most beautiful thing. Have kids. For fuck's sake. Everyone have kids. It's glorious. As soon as you can find someone to do it with, of course. And get consent. You know. But there we go. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, that was just me just wanking about having kids
sweet.
there. Sorry. It's the greatest thing I've ever done in my life, without question. You know? However, it's also terrifying when you don't make any money. So there we go. Right, so Rimmer, Super Rimmer is here. And this, you might have thought if you looked at the thumbnail, like, what the hell's up with Rimmer? Well, this is it. And I'm not going to spoil anything at all. So we'll just play it. We'll just let it play the way it plays. So Crichton says, congratulations, sir. You have upgraded to Diamond Light. How do you feel? And you get this deep voice of him going, incredible. He says, I wonder. And basically, he immediately wants to try things. So he picks up a solid object and pushes it through a wall. And then pulls it back. Leans through himself, checks on it, and returns it. So he can turn objects into light by just holding them, and basically can manipulate light, as it said, in all its forms. Turn it into soft light, turn it into hard light, selectively as you might want to. So it's fucking cool, right? And Crichton says, soft light and hard light working together in perfect quantum harmony. Anyway, Rimmer says, wait. And then he tries this, and they all go, look, as he dematerializes into a ball of light and flashes around super fast. So Rimmer has now got superpowers. And he comes back and turns back into Rimmer. And we get a look at the ridiculous glowing shoes that he's wearing as well. And it says, I'm a superhero. I need a name. Glitter Guy. Uh-oh. Maybe not. First thing you think as soon as you hear that is Gary Glitter, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
The monstrous sex pervert. So there you go. Anyway. And then he goes, no, something better. The mighty light. He says, I've never felt so powerful, so utterly amazed. And his light beam goes back. And Lister picks up the light beam and says, mighty light? More like shitey sprite. So now we discover, I'm not going to go, he says, what happened? He says, as you know, we chose not to carry out European Space Agency safety checks. As a consequence, the power surge has fried your battery. Your light beam won't hold any charge. The only way of powering you up now is from an independent power source. So he has to be plugged into the wall to generate, which is great. I never even considered something like that. They're still coming up with new concepts.
Right.
Even in this, final hour of the show as it is right now. Oh, by the way, I wanted to answer you earlier on, Rhoda, when you said that Naylor had kept writing. There is apparently a new novel coming out, but it's not a sequel. It's a prequel. It's called Red Dwarf Titan, and it's a prequel to. It's like Lister before he gets on Red Dwarf. So funny, I'm sure.
I know they do have like the next episode written.
I know, yeah. We do just need crowdfunding. Naylor, just crowdfund it. Literally, I guarantee if the Red Dwarf community, and there is still one, found out that a fucking Kickstarter was being made to do a Red Dwarf in conjunction with the Dave or whatever, you could generate a couple of million, probably in about a year.
Yeah, it'd take a week, I suppose.
Well, it depends. Yeah, but let's just say it wouldn't be impossible to get the budget together to make a fucking Red Dwarf finale. You know? Anyway, so there we go. This, of course, has nowhere near the budget of an episode of Doctor Who, for example. And that took, what, 8 million an episode or something crazy like that? So I'm thinking million or less, you could probably do it. In fact, to be honest, with AI and computers being what they are now in 2026, you could probably do it for $500,000 and make it look amazing. Just don't work with Disney or the BBC if you can avoid it. But you would have to because they technically own it. But anyway, whatever. Let's carry on. So there you go. And Rimmer, of course, doing what Rimmer always does in these sorts of situations, says, why on earth did we do the transfer without carrying out the proper safety tests? Oh, well, sir, because you ordered me not to. But why did you listen to me? He says, right, that's it. You are on report. Crichton 2X4B. Offense. Listening to me. This is classic Rimmer.
That's right.
So anyway, there we go. So they're making their way through the ship. It's about time we got to the real plot. And the only way Rimmer can follow him is by using several, I don't know what they are. They look like they're about 30 or 40 meter extension reels. We used to use them all the time, of course, when I was doing network setups at events, although we had much bigger, better ones than that. They could go 100 meters. But he has not got that luxury. So every time he starts following them, he follows them down a corridor. You'll get a look at it. Yeah. One runs out. He has to plug into a wall socket. He starts following them down the corridor. And you'll see here, as they progress, they obviously walk off. Rimmer gets so far and then clunk. He's run out of cable, so then he has to temporarily unplug himself, plug himself into the new one, and plug the new one into the old one, just to keep going. Like, that's about as humbling as it can possibly get for the mighty lights. You know, this is great shit. Anyway, whatever. He goes, I'm an acting senior officer on this ship. I have a certain standing, dignity, and stature. Anyway, he says, I'm not an electric hedge trimmer. So they carry on. They go. Here we go, and they come to an elevator or a door or whatever to some room. They open the door. There's people in there, all dressed like Lister. It's them. He goes, "Oh, sorry," and then they shut the door, and they're like, "Wait a minute, who the hell are they?"
Right.
What? So they open it again, and as the door opens, the light happens to be shining down on Lister, and you get, "Oh!" So there we go, and they all go, "It's him. The Holy Poppadom." Holy Poppadom. Holy Poppadom, Batman. Anyway, he's come back as predicted by the Book of Smeg. And then the silent one suddenly realizes she can speak. She goes, I can speak. Oh, it's a miracle. He goes, oh, I am Brother Sol. I'm Sister Luna. Sister Peanut. I can speak. So there we go. So Sol, Luna, and Peanut. Says, I couldn't before. Because of you. Says, what are you doing here? We're fleeing from the feral cats who seek to kill us for spreading your teachings. And he goes, wait, do you think I'm some kind of god? And it's at this point that I don't want to do this for too long because we're going to be here all night. But we're only a third the way through. But this to me was where I started to go, uh-oh. Are they going to have Lister conveniently have forgotten? Because it's not like it's come up recently. The Cloister God of the Cat storyline hasn't come up since like series 1 at all. So, what exactly, what did you think? Were you worried that they were going to like have him almost completely forget about that?
No, not so much. I mean, I think that, the series has always been pretty good about, even if they amend things, they still manage to, take account of historical events and whatnot. So I wasn't too worried about it.
No, I guess I wasn't too worried about it. It's just, I get, the skeptic of media in me gets, like, the trigger goes off because I'm like, wait a minute. Are they having it so that are they going to pay lip service to the lore and do some new spin on it? Because, I hate stuff like that. As a nerd, as a geek, I want the lore canonized and fucking kept absolutely static, unchanged forever.
Right.
And fortunately, that is mostly what we get here. So yeah, it's just Lister being a bit clueless because, let's be honest, it has been 30 years since he's had to deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. So they're all, Mr. Holy Poppadom, ever since I was a child, I've had 3 meals of Vindaloo a day, as the sacred writing said we must. Only then will we be rid of the evil inside us. Excuse me. Says, you did what? He goes, listen, there's been a massive misunderstanding based on half-truths and misunderstanding. I'm just a man. I'm no one special, and nobody really. Come on, guys, back me up here. And they all go, yeah, well, he's a nobody. Less than a nobody. An absolute zero. It's as we always imagined, truly humble. So they all, come out and start bowing to him and stuff like that. You've been such an inspiration to us, Holy Poppadom, as our society fell to the ferals and their tyrannical regime. Ferals? Cats, like you and I, brother, but vain and shallow creatures who share nothing and care but nobody but themselves. And the cat's like, there are people out there like that? He's like, fear not, holy Papadom, for we have stolen the Anubis stone, which holds untold powers to whoever possesses it. Do we ever get like any explanation for this thing?
Not really.
Ultimately, no, right? I don't think.
I think this is what counts as the said explanation right here. Yeah.
This is what counts, yeah. And Lister's like, Anubis, who's he? A creature with the head of a cat who embalmed the dead.
Now I do have to kind of with this one. Anubis is
a jackal.
Yeah. He's more of a dog than a cat. And even that's not correct. It is actually, in fact, a jackal. Yes.
It is a jackal. Yes, the jackal.
Dog star.
Man,
yeah.
It does. I mean, in certain depictions, because of the way that Anubis is, when he's not seen as a man with a jackal head, he's also seen lying down in a very feline position. So, you know what I mean? You know, obviously, you know who, like, it's like Beerus from Dragon Ball Super. Looks like Anubis, obviously based on Egyptian, with the gold neckwear and stuff like that. But despite looking a bit like a dog, is always described as being more like a cat. So, you know, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. I just think, I suppose...
I was willing to let it slide.
They could lend themselves to this, but you are right. You are absolutely right. If in almost every depiction of Anubis, he has the head of a jackal and not, in fact, a cat.
Yeah.
But then, you know, Egyptians did worship cats. Maybe it's Chinese whispers. You know, we know how bad they can be, thanks to Red Dwarf. You know. Don't ask him. He know nothing. He all mass produce. Don't waste your time. That's still one of my favorite fucking lines in the whole series now. Anyway. According to the scriptures, he who possesses the sacred stone shall fend off his enemies and lead his people to the promised land. What is it? Well, as they are investigating, Lister... Yeah, oh, that's right. We get Cat saying, literally, he does. He, as they turn around, he literally says, what is it? Yeah, so we don't get that. Lol, why's that dude got a cigarette stuck in his ear? They all have. It's Lister's thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lister used to have, hang on. Lister used to do that in the first series.
All right.
In the very beginning. In fact, in the last episode that we watched, he started doing it again. Yeah, and you know the funny thing, he would stick it right in his ear hole, you know?
Yeah.
It's bizarre. I'm trying to find a picture. Lister in Z shift on Red Dwarf with a cigarette in his ear. See? Episode 1. There you go. And then, of course, in the more recent Series 12 episode where Lister is temporarily reset back to... his original episode 1 self, you see here he's got a cigarette in his ear again. So there we go. So that's why they all are Lister. They're cloisterites. Yeah. So you know how the cat religion, the cat race, was evolved from Frankenstein, Lister's pet cat, and they created a religion around him. And then had holy wars, split up, and left Red Dwarf on 2 arcs, and one of them was detonated immediately by a meteorite, and the other one survived and went off and became these guys. So that's basically it. We finally, after 30 years and what? I don't even know, like 80 odd episodes, catch up. So there we go. It's more like 70, I think. But anyway, so yeah, anyway, Lister is investigating this thing and asking, of course, Cat says, what is it? And Crichton says, well, on first look, I thought it was serendibite, one of the most precious minerals in the universe. And then Lister sort of testing it. And then he decides to lick it. And just as Crichton finishes, on closer inspection, I realized it's varnished beetle dung. So Lister's like, so not precious then. Well, it is. We're so blessed to finally meet our holy Poppadom. And then they start playing little finger symbols. And they're going, cloister, David, cloister, cloister, cloisty, cloister, cloisty, cloister, David, cloister. Singing like Hare Krishnas about him. It's shocking. And then he goes, no, guys, let's take this from the top. My name isn't Cloister, it's Lister. David, Lister, Listy, Lister. So they all start singing. So fucking dumb. I love it. It's cringe. Ultimate cringe. Oh, mate. So, yeah. He goes, guys, let me finish. He goes, so years ago. And they go, a sermon in the corridor. And they all kneel. God's sake. And then Crichton points out to him, you can't tell them the truth. He says, but I have to. Those nutters think I'm their God. He says, sir, if you tell them the truth, you will break their hearts and crush their souls. And look at them all, just sitting there, so happy. He says, oh, you're right. Do I have to play along? I act like a god. And Rimmer's like, of course, Rimmer is seething about this. He never liked the idea that Lister was somebody's god, you know?
Right.
He goes, oh, you act like a god? You've scarcely mastered human, which is literally the same joke he said the first time. Well, they surely won't be
You
us for
monkeys
too long.
eat off the floor? That's disgusting.
Exactly. I am your god. Says, well, they surely won't be with us for long. What harm can it do? Anyway, whatever. They then discover an enemy signature coming in. There's a boarding party arriving. Uh-oh. It's the Ferals. That's right. Hey, Catbuds, are you being followed? The Ferals, they're here, and they will not rest until we have meowed our last. We beseech you, Holy Poppadom, protect us. So then, of course, Rimmer has to follow with the fucking reels and everything as well. And Lister's trying to act godly, but he's not good at it at all. And he says, okay, you know what? Follow me. Be not afraid, he says. He goes, and Rimmer says, this godlark's gone straight to his head. And then they turn around and he goes, no, it be this way. Thy went left when thy meant to go right. Now, just to make it really clear here.
It's more Shakespearean, really.
That drives me insane because it's not correct. It's not correct. It's if you're talking about yourself.
You.
Yeah, thy is your.
Yeah.
Possessive your. Y-O-U-R. That's thy. Thy and thine are Old English for yours. Yours and yours.
Yeah, it'd be yo.
I don't know what it would be. I know you is thou. Thy is your and thine is yours. But that's about all I know, really. And I got that from a fucking video game when I was about 7. So there we go, or 6. But the other thing that's wrong, of course, is that he's referring to himself. I went left when I meant to go right. But he's trying to sound godly, so of course he fucks it up. Which is great. Right. It's Lister. Anyway, so whatever. They make it into the sort of central computer area, only to be met by Rodon and the Ferals. It's like, who are you? Who the hell are you? I am the commander of the armies of the Feral Guards, general of the fearless legions, Feral King, and one goddamn gorgeous pussycat. Yow!
I do like how they, again, this is just, in terms of subtle storytelling, they effectively make it quite clear that Cat has been a feral cat this entire time.
Yes, Cat is a feral, yeah, 100%. But he's not feral he's more he's more like the ferals in terms of his actual
right
genealogy, I guess,
and his disposition. All of it. Like he is ultimately just a feral cat without a hierarchy.
Yeah.
So instead, his vanity was able to actually manifest itself into high-end fashion.
Exactly. Yeah.
He
doesn't
crazy.
He doesn't believe in cloister, and he doesn't believe in the feral hierarchy, or any hierarchy at all of the cat
He just believes in himself.
So all he had left to believe in was himself, yeah, and his own vanity. So that's why he doesn't fit in with either group. Yeah. It's actually cleverly done when you think about it, because that did cross my mind at the same time. This is why neither group really likes him. Well, the cloisterites, the cloisners, they have no.
They're more forgiving
at all. They have no opinion of him at all. You know, they're just like, oh, you're a cat like us. Whereas the ferals fucking hate him. So there you go. And remember, of course, he was left behind because he was the son of the cripple and the idiot. So they left the weak and the lame and the dumb and the stupid behind. So that's why the cat was born. He was like the last one born on Red Dwarf. And everyone else left. And then his parents died. And then everyone else died. And then finally the old priest died in episode 3 or whatever. No, 4. Waiting for God. But there you go. Anyway. By the way, Waiting for God is one of the lower rated episodes in our ranking, as flawed but funny. And it is good. It's a great episode of TV. It's just one of the weakest episodes of Red Dwarf, right?
Right.
Because of the fact that they tried to do the cat plot, the cat god Lister Cloister plot, and it, you know, they just couldn't. You know, you had no budget and a grey spaceship. What could you really fucking do?
Right.
Yeah, and like that entire lore could be a series in of itself.
Exactly. In fact, it is. There's a Red Dwarf role-playing game where the main characters are the cat factions. So, and they've discovered a new world.
Which colour Smeg Head did you wear?
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing, innit? In the books, the argument was over whether they were meant to be red or blue. In the show, it was whether they were meant to be red or yellow or gold. And Lister says, he goes, doesn't that just smeg you off? He goes, yeah, it really does. They were supposed to be green. So there you go. This is, by the way, for those who haven't got as deep a lore knowledge as we have of Red Dwarf, Lister's dream was to go to Fiji with Kachansky and get a sheep and a cow and breed horses and have a farm with his saved up pay. And then also open up a donut diner and hot dog shack. The hot dog and donut diner. So that's why the depictions of the cat wars, they're all holding donuts.
Hot dog in Kachansky's donut.
He wants to put his hot dog in Kachansky's donut. There you go. Indeed. And
who wouldn't?
I mean, yeah. Did you see what I was able to do with the thumbnail?
Mm-hmm.
She's not in this episode, by the way, guys. I just wanted.
I was talking to John before we went live, and like, oh shit! It's like a cross between this person and this person. It didn't occur to me. Of course, it's Buddy Kachansky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Chloe Anna as Kachansky. Yeah, I just rizzed her up a bit.
I am so dim.
I just rizzed her up a bit and gave her bigger tits and a nice and gave her kind of a priestess outfit to make it look like she might, you know, actually respect Lister now. Yeah. But no,
I am so dim. I should have realised that was Kachansky. I am such a Smeg Head.
Oh well, there you go. Anyway, so yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to be straight with you guys. She's not in the episode at all, which is another reason why I very much want there to be more Red Dwarf. I still think Lister deserves a good ending, but there we go. Anyway, okay, whatever. So they want the Anubis stone. He says he says, give it up or you shall die, and after you're dead, we will present your bloody corpses to our people as a gift. And the cat says, a pamper me bath and candle set off and hits the mark too. He doesn't like him at all. Who wants to die first? And the cat says, if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to go 9th. And he goes, silence, cat traitor. Whore man. Bitch of the people. That's how come this guy can't stand me? Lister says, oh, sorry. He says, he's only known me for 20 seconds. Lister says, he's probably just saving time. And then Luna here says, you can't harm anyone anymore, Rodon. Look who is with us. Cloister, the god of our people. And Lister's like, yeah. And he goes, that be I. He says, a god who has created nothing but hate and division and war and death. He says, I've done other stuff too. He says, if I allow you to live, my sovereignty would dribble through my fingers like fine grains of kitty litter. You must die. And he goes, look, what is it you want? The Anubis stone. Ah, well, we had that. We did have it. But then we lost it. Didn't we, my followers? No, we didn't. It's here, says Luna. Fuck's sake, you naive bastards. All right. And it's being protected by our holy Poppadom. We will never give up the stone. Never, ever get the stone. And he tells his advisor, me, my feral king? You are my royal aide, aren't you? I'm more of a food and dining services sort of aide. Having trouble putting on a bow tie, that's not me. Getting mystical stones off people, that's not really me either. Get the stone! Right away, my feral king. So he goes over and, just gets it. It doesn't take much effort. And you wonder why they don't lose faith in Cloister at this point, but hey, whatever. They believe it. They say, try and take the stone and Cloister's wrath will be vented. Hail will rain down. Plagues unleashed. Men will be turned into slabs of salt. It's very biblical.
Right.
Yeah. And not just low sodium salt. Not just normal salt. Like low sodium sea salt. Who said that? The cat, I think. Yeah.
I believe so.
Or something. Yeah. It says go. So anyway, there we go. Anyway, they get the stone. It all erupts into a fight, and we get Lister holding the fork versus this cat man with his cat claws, of course. But then Lister realizes, of course, that they can't stab them, which they try to many times, but they can't because it's a tofu fork, basically. It can only stab tofu and processed meat substitutes. And Crichton goes, sir, some lettuce, catch. Where did he get that? Don't know. And then Lister holds the lettuce up and he's like, yeah, that's right. Not so confident now, are ya? It's fucking ludicrous. Totally ludicrous. Says,
in the best kind
shame,
of way.
especially if it's the version you have from the thumbnail. No, the thumbnail is an AI piece that I made based on Chloe Anna in 1997. Sorry, but nah. By this point, she's, the same age as Zeb. Well, 40 odd anyway. Or 50 odd at this point, I guess. I don't actually know. But she's, she's a normal looking...
Probably in her 50s to edging on her 60s, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't actually have a clue how old she is now. But she is 54 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's only 13 years older than me then.
She's let her hair go grey too. Like it's gone sort of a platinum blonde grey wash.
Oh, she's actually accepted who she is and not been a bitch about it. Awesome for her.
It's kind of impressive, huh? There is a picture of her at a con in 2024. It was uploaded. I don't know if it was as recent as that, but the picture was posted in 2024. I could show you if you want, but it might break your illusions. Depends what you... Alright, here she is.
Oh.
Yeah. She's a lady now. There you go. I'm sure Lister would still be very happy.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'm sure Craig
but I'm,
now would be very happy.
Me being the YouTube guy who puts hot chicks in his thumbnails, or one of them, I had to use classic Anit, and I also had to rev her up a bit. because you can't just keep using the same pictures over and over again. And also, there's a bewilderingly low number of pictures of her as Kachansky on the internet. Like, there's actually really just very few. There's a few pictures of her from Series 7 and a few from Series 8. I suppose the best one would probably be this one. But, you know, there you go. Anyway, I've never seen my face superimposed on a lettuce leaf before. So, that's interesting. All right, anyway. Fuck's sake. What are you on about? So yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. He's like, you're scared now, aren't you? But it doesn't matter because the guy just pulls out a gun. And they all pull out their guns. And you go, all right, I'm dropping the lettuce. So they're getting led to the airlock where they're going to be kicked out. Meanwhile, the cat fleet is here, back on the ship, walking through the cat flap again. The advisor comes in. Where are they? I grow weary waiting. Oh wait, did they escape? I don't know. What happened?
No. They teleported out.
Oh yeah. That's right.
They keep doing that, yeah, because he leaves behind the 2 guards.
Yeah.
And they teleport back to the ship.
That's right. Yes, of course. It says, I grow weary waiting. Destroy the Iron Star. But my Alpha, 2 of your party are still on board. Send fish to their mamas. Launch the meow missiles. Now. So they launch these missiles that literally do go as they are fired. So it's pretty funny.
Meow cells.
Send fish to their mamas is a pretty fucking good line, by the way. Fish. So there we go. Anyway,
yeah. The meow sound of the missiles was really, really funny.
Yeah. Anyway, Rimmer's unplugged. He's only got about a minute or so left. The guy's soul says, "Have faith." Anyway, they're all cornered and they're in this elevator or whatever, or airlock or whatever it's supposed to be. And anyway, they're all standing there, and everyone's sort of a bit worried. The guy's soul keeps going, "Hey, Holy Papadom, how we doing? Are we passing your test?" And they all think, well, you as the viewer too are thinking they're fucked, and they're fucked. Like, this is going to expose Lister for sure. But as the ship gets hit by missiles, the ground implodes, and well, fish will be sent to their mamas. And as the floor collapses beneath them, suddenly out of nowhere, and they die clearly. Saul says, "And his wrath was mighty." So there we go. Anyway, we need to get to Starbuck. We'll use the lift. But you're not supposed to use lifts at a time like this. And Kat says, "No, that's just fires. When you're on disintegrating spaceships, no one minds." So they run, they get into Starbuck, engines are on, and blast off, and they're out. And just as the ship explodes, actually. So much for A New Home. We still have a lot of problems at this point, right? You've got the cats, the cat people, Starbuck being their only home, Red Dwarf about to be decommissioned, and the only place that they used to have a chance at living on, now gone as well. So things pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. What's this?
That's something I was working on.
Smeg off, you smegging Smeg Head.
AI is uncanny, yeah. Thank you.
It's a little bit more evil than I intended it.
It is malicious. It looks more like Damian Priest, the wrestler, too, than wrestler. Anyway.
True.
But I tried.
Well, you did all right. How we doing, chat? We good? You guys having fun? Hope so. Help fill the limit, please. It would be very, very helpful. It is life and death for me. At the moment, anyway. And we're at only 13%. So there we go. Help out a little if you can. Anyway, moving on. Right. So they get out. They're obviously doing all right. The Iron Star's disintegrating. They're stuck in the debris field. The debris starts hitting the stern. The ship is on fire. and Lister has no choice but to do something drastic to get rid of the fire, and that is to jettison the back end of Starbug.
Now, this was interesting because this made me think of when they went back in time, and of course,
right? Yeah, I know exactly where you're going with this. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, given what we're about to learn, it does kind of, you have to almost kind of rethink what was going on with Rimmer's plan in that episode. But I will wait for the details of what I'm hinting at right now to become made quite clear.
Okay.
Because those details come out in a second.
There's a big plot hole. Well, not a plot hole, but a lore break. In this, if you did in fact watch the extended DVD release of Ticket to Ride, which has the ending where Lister gets trapped in the back aft section of Starbug and left. By the way, just to be clear here, that's a door, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same shot, same back center coupling section that they have from Ticket to Ride.
Right.
So that part is consistent,
But the thing is, right, that's that door. How big is that door meant to be? Man size, right?
Right. Yeah, and it does bring into things like scale.
Yeah,
because
like in Series 7, there's like Starbug is massive.
Right.
And has like vents they can crawl through.
Right.
But
in Ticket to Ride, that doorway is like just the size of a standard door.
Yeah, it implies that the ship is as
right
big as
at the.
Yeah, I think they kind of forgot that this ship is meant to be only about as big as it was in Series 6, which is the cockpit, the aft, and a couple of bunks. But in Series 7, there's like there's like huge, gigantic generator rooms that are like the size of fucking arenas, and so many other things like that. That
is kind of explained by the dimensional rift where they find Kachansky.
But no, because that room is always that size. It's a giant place with huge fans going on that are native to Starbug.
Mm-hmm.
Sardoc for £2, thank you, says the same IQ as 6,000 PE teachers. Yep. That's from like episode 2, I think. Literally, it says, I am Holly, the ship's computer with an IQ of 6,000, the same IQ as 6,000 PE teachers. Love it. Let's go. Let's get some supers. Thank you. Appreciate you. Lots of clippies and boobers at stake. And also, me. And my family. All right. So, yeah, this bothered me as well, in other words. Not just because of the dimensions of Starbug having clearly shrunk again, but also because of the Rimmer's plan to get rid of Lister. And how that actually happens, and I know what you're talking about. So
right, because like you say, those details become very clear here in just a moment.
You wouldn't be able to do that very effectively if the situation were this. Yeah. All right. If those in the chat, you go ahead and try and guess if you can't remember what we're talking about, and you'll be able to figure out probably what the issue is that we're talking about. And let
the
us
answer
know in the
might
chat.
be right there on the screen itself.
Yeah. So anyway, so they uncoupled, and then Rimmer says, "Excellent quick thinking, Listy. Just one question. How are you proposing to fly what remains of the ship when all the engines are in the bit you've just ejected?" And that's it. That's all you need.
Appropriate question, right?
Well,
I mean, I'm not normally on Rimmer's side, but that's a fair question.
Yeah, but it's not just that.
But then that's the whole thing that brings Ticket to Ride into account, where it's like, why was that your plan to go?
So exactly, yeah. So basically, you remember at the end of Ticket to Ride, there's an extended scene. There's an extra scene where where having finally had enough of Lister, Rimmer tricks him into hitting a switch. He goes, I always wondered what that switch does, and then Lister hits it. And it seals off the
door seals down
and separates exactly like Lister just did. And then Lister is stuck in the back half while Rimmer waves to him, and the front half blasts off with its own jets,
right,
leaving Lister behind.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, John and I had exactly the same thought process.
But the thing is,
this Starbug doesn't seem to have those jets in the midsection. So
right.
Well, no, because that Starbug was destroyed in episode 1 of Series 8.
But this should be a factory duplicate.
You would think that these, because they look fairly similar, you would think that they're consistent model, line.
They're identical.
But I learned to drive in the Starbug too. The controls are exactly the same. Yes,
that's the problem. Exactly. Right.
Right.
So the point is,
but this suggests that there are kind of different models that have the same body.
No,
shape.
they just forgot.
But
they just forgot.
I know.
They just forgot that they did that. It's worth
forgot.
pointing out. It is an additional. It is.
It was an extra extended scene that was not part of the broadcast specifically.
The whole of Lister's extra long video intro is extra as well. I think. So there's like a much longer version of that on the DVD as well. So yeah, it's.
Yeah, I had that on VHS. I don't think I had it on DVD.
Well, we did look
I've
at
seen it
not that long ago.
I've seen it. Yeah. That was the episode that I was absent from. Unfortunately,
we should try to note down any plot holes for next week that we can think of, because there are a lot.
It's a sitcom. It doesn't matter if there's.
To be fair, we have forgiven them for like the entire shape of Red Dwarf changing. We've forgiven them for the entire interior of Red Dwarf changing. We've forgiven them for having completely different vending machines and completely different tech and things.
Well,
it's Red Dwarf. It's not Red Wars. It's not Red Trek. It's a sitcom.
Oh yeah, I don't think that anybody here is saying anything derogatory about it. Like we're just,
I'm smiling, aren't I? It's like
these are just points of interest.
Oopsie, you forgot how your fucking mechanics work.
Yeah, it's points of interest that are anecdotal.
Smeg Up's tape, like that. Crichton, Robert Llewellyn in character as Crichton is responding to fan mail. And they ask about stuff like that, and he says, because we made a mistake.
Yes, I know.
Okay?
Yeah, I know. They get asked these sorts of questions at cons all the time, too, and it drives them nuts. And, of course, the ultimate question everyone's always asking, what does Smeg mean? So...
But, a long time ago, and I've said it here on the show throughout the year that we've been covering these, I give them the same leeway I will give Mystery Science Theater 3000, as it says in the opening of that show. It's just a science fiction show. Let's not get too caught up.
Too serious, yeah.
Right.
But it's worth pointing out as well. It is 23 years since Series 7 aired when this aired.
Right.
And even that was 6 years ago. So you can forgive them for getting a couple of things, especially since it was a deleted scene, that was only added to the DVD after. But we're geeks. It's our prerogative to remember the law and question everything.
Nerds.
Yeah. To be fair, this isn't geek. This is pure nerd. We're being nerds right now, not geeks. But anyway, there you go. Anyway, obviously he can't fly Starbug. This one anyway. It doesn't have any jets. And he says, to be honest, I didn't have an amazing amount of time to go through every option. You mean like use a fire extinguisher? Just thought ships on fire. Get rid of the fiery bit.
Which is even more hilarious that the fire extinguisher, is not the immediate response. once you kind of like, how many times these guys have fire extinguishers within 3 feet of them at all times in the cockpit because they're constantly lighting
They
fires.
literally use them in a few minutes' time.
I know.
Yeah. And Cat's raised one at Rimmer.
Yeah. Anyway, so, fuck's sake. We are being pedantic pricks, aren't we? So that was it, yeah. I just thought ship's on fire, get rid of the fiery bit, worry about the flyy bit later. Tomorrow's another day. Unfortunately, we need to get past today to get to tomorrow, and it's the today part of your Wizzo escape plan that concerns me. Crichton, what's our present flight path? It's down, sir. Could you possibly be a bit more specific? Well, it's straight down, sir. Heading for that desert moon that's directly below us. Anyone know how to land a cockpit? There'll be a way. Crichton will know. He knows about this stuff like this. Not absolutely always, sir, as I'm about to prove. So how come you don't know? Oh, no. How come you don't know? I thought you were meant to be a major astro. That's the predictive text misspell for what he is, says Rimmer. Anyway, Lister tells him, look in the fucking Haynes manual. So they go through the JMC Starbug Owner's Manual, which...
Is that not the first thing you ever do when you get a new car, though? Every time you get a new car, you get the Haynes manual and you put it on the back shelf.
You put it in the glove box and never use it again. Yeah. I don't think I... Oh, yeah, no, I have got a user manual for my car, yeah. It's in the glove box. I've looked at it precisely twice.
Yeah, and, you only really look at it when you need the code for your radio.
You only look at it when you've got something terribly wrong, don't you? Like, let's be honest. You only look at it when it's either broken down or something ain't working, you know? Mm-hmm. But there you go. Anyway, that's right. He goes, you'll find it in the service history in the MOT. Oh, is this it? And Crichton says, oh, this is interesting. What? Oh, apparently the infotainment touchscreen has a pinch to zoom feature and delivers the richest audio-visual entertainment in any low-budget ship-to-planet transport vehicle to date. Who knew that? So they're entering the upper atmosphere, and there ain't much they can do, but it turns out that there is a parachute. And so they're going to launch the parachute. Clunk. Where's the parachute? There's no parachute. It's not here. How can it not be here? Is the parachute that big, shiny, fluffy piece of material with colored stripes? You removed the emergency parachute to make yourself a puffer jacket. Not just a puffer. I got a pair of mittens out of it, too. So there you go. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There is a backup parachute, so of course there is. Although Crichton does give the cat what for here, which is almost never happens, actually. He says, relax, sirs, there's an emergency backup. Is there? He says, suddenly turning to Cat. Or is the backup parachute now hanging in your wardrobe next to your leather jacket made out of the ejector seats? He said, when have I ever had two suits the same? I use one parachute. Says launching parachute. And Retro's on, parachute disengaged, and they managed to safely land. Not particularly safely, but somewhat safely anyway. And we, of course, get fire extinguishers in use. There you go.
What I think's great about it, though, is like the parachute quite literally is basically in use for less than 20 seconds because like it pops out. It catches just enough of a break, just enough, and then they just like disengage it and turn on the boosters.
Well, I mean, I guess you might have had trouble turning on the boosters if you were in freefall.
I suppose
because of the momentum.
And
that's what
I guess the idea is that the parachute will orient you to have
so that the retros can be engaged properly. Yeah.
Right. And they'll be more parallel to the ground or perpendicular to the ground, I guess, rather.
Yeah.
But it is just kind of hilarious that, you know, like the parachute's not actually part of, you know, the landing process itself. It's literally just there to just kind of
stabilize you.
Stabilize so that you can actually turn on this other system. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess so. Anyway, there it is. So Crichton says Starbug has landed. Permission to go into ape shit mode. Lister says, permission granted. Yay! And they're all cheering and whooping. Anyway, Lister's like, okay, we got to take stock. Food, water, fuel, what have we got? Rimmer says, food, none. Water, none. Fuel, click, 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 none. But an escape ship has been detected fleeing from the Iron Star. There's every reason to suspect it's piloted by the humans.
Yeah, that's the next scene. Like, because they're...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's them, right.
Yeah.
Indeed. Also, worryingly, the Anubis stone appears to have been nothing more than varnished dung beetle. So they still have the real Anubis stone. Find them. And then they present the king with a new scratching post.
Indeed.
Wow. And he has a good go on that. With his fingers now. Interestingly. But whatever. Anyway. Back to the Starbug derelict. So after cleverly jettisoning the engines and all the ship's fuel, very much looking forward to Listy's screw up part 2. Says, look, there's no need to panic. I've been in holes before and got out of it. And here's where we move into the character, advancement portion, which I love. I love this. This the whole of the next sort of 15 minutes is just glorious character development for me.
Yeah.
As they
spend the first half of this, I guess,
really funny,
experience.
and
The
sci-fi,
they keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper until it ends up at this point where we
funny choice of words, considering they're going to get buried alive in a bit.
Well, that's kind of yeah, and that's kind of where we find ourselves, is where they have this is the most perilous thing we've ever seen happen through all these many adventures they've been on, and it's just been one thing after the next, completely just taking them to the point of they're beyond desperation. This is kind of like
this is like
there's nowhere for them to go at this point in time. Like, they are on a ship that
they have
doesn't
no home.
move.
They got a broken ship, and they're stranded on a desert planet. Yeah, this is about as bad as it's ever been for them.
Yeah,
like actually, which I not many people mention that, but
to the point where all they're left with,
as bad as it could possibly get.
Season 6.
Yeah, to the point to where all they're really left with, though, are their character. So it's like all this stuff has kind of been leading to where you are in a situation where you actually have to explore the characters themselves to make any further advance, because there's nothing left. They have nowhere. There's no other things they can be doing other than just focusing on characters, which is really kind of interesting, cool way that they built the episode around funneling it into this character-driven thing for what will ultimately be the back half of everything. It's really cool.
What's that?
Yeah.
Don't know. Whoops.
Oh well. Hello.
It's very like Marooned. Lister and Rimmer just sitting around talking to each other for a long time about how they lost their virginity and stuff, trying to stay sane. The thing is, this time they're going to talk about the lore of the show.
Right.
Which is great, because a lot of people might have watched this. Every time there's a long gap, you've got to imagine there might be someone watching who doesn't have a fucking clue what they're watching. So, a good way to get some lore dumping in there. And thank you very much, Fractal Mage, for being here in the chat. See you as well. Shout out to all of you guys in the chat watching us right now. Help us fill the limit bar, guys, and support the channel, please. That would be greatly appreciated. We are at 15%. So there we go. Okay. Lister says, I've been in holes before. Oh, well, look at that. Rhoda, you legend. What the fuck are you doing, buddy? Always, you bloody legend. Now I've got to listen to hello, motherfucker in my ear 5 times. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, muting that. And, dude, legend. Fucking hell. 5 for the Grit Force. 5 for the princesses. You absolute legend. Legend!
10! Drop it. Help me create the future of the white race.
Like clips, there's plenty more where that came from. Oh yes, plenty more where that came from. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
And we're at 30%. There you go. Okay. So Lister says, I've been in holes before and I got out of it. Remember that radiation leak? Arsehole. To bring it up. Remember that radiation leak on Red Dwarf? And Rimmer says, it killed the entire crew, including me. And Lister goes, but I got out of it. Yeah, because you were in stasis, you son of a bitch. Like, he was proving my point. And then in comes Sol. Says, sorry to disturb you. Oh, it's all of them. It says, we just wanted to congratulate you on your expert landing. You know, when the ship was on fire, some of us were starting to have doubts. But we knew you'd save us, HP. Holy Poppadom. You're truly amazing. It says, oh, you guys. It says, what are these ragamuffins like, eh? It says, so what's your plan now, Holy Poppadom? It says, create another amazing miracle so we can escape and find the promised land. It's working on it now, Sister Luna. Got loads of ideas floating around the almighty brain box. Just want to come up with something truly special. It says, oh, can't wait. Neither are we. Anyway, I've got to get on. Anything else? Yeah, one question. Giving birth. Why did you make it hurt? Oh, and why do you make babies cry at night instead of during the day when everyone's awake? Yeah, that's 2 questions. Oh, I've got one. He goes, why do we have to bathe? Wouldn't it be easier just to make us all non-stick? And
that is a
how
fair
come we
point.
can't turn our head 360 degrees? Wouldn't that have made reversing a bit easier? He goes, and then the last one, the pretty one, goes, and male genitals. Did you just run out of time?
Now, this is interesting in the sense that these are cat people, and
Yeah.
cat
Cocks have got hooks in them, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah. And it's canon that the Felis sapien cocks have got hooks in them too.
Right.
To lock them in. Like the dog has a knot. The cats have savage fucking pincers that pop out and grip the inside of the fucking female cat's vagina so that they can't come out. It's brutal. Horrible. That's why the female cat is like, nah, and trying to get them off all the time, like trying to bite them and kick them off. It's horrible, actually. Well, there you go. Oh, well. Anyway. He goes, look, all good questions. Terrific questions. But I've got to get on. I'm really busy. I've got to save us. And then there's a whole bunch of people I've got to forgive. What the fuck is going on? Rhoda got kicked again. That was weird.
Weird.
It was a weird one. You didn't
Oh.
drop another bunch of memberships, did you? Because that's what happened last time. But there we go. Rhoda, you're a leg end sorry legend. Yeah. Speaking of cats, that fucking dickhead cat that
I can
constantly
hear it.
stalks my cat is outside mewing.
I could totally hear it in the background.
My cat's a fucking dick as well. He's got like literally the countryside if he goes out the back, and he's got busy roads if he goes out the front.
Always wants to go out the front.
Yeah,
Probably more interesting.
Absolute fucking Smeg Head.
Yeah.
But I don't get me wrong, he's lovely.
Yeah. Now, my cat hasn't got that option really, but she's always trying to go out. I don't let her out at night anymore because last time I did, she came back with a fucking great bite right above her tail and got infected. And by the time we realised, I only noticed because she was just like all day, and I was like, "What the hell's wrong with her?" Yeah, and I realised like something's wrong, and then I noticed the bite, so I rushed her to the vet, and then I had to put a cone on her so she'd stop licking the fucking thing, and then
yeah.
get
My
married.
old cat had to have a cone for a while.
Yeah.
Good lord! I mean, like this beast was half Maine Coon, so like we're not talking a cat like a normal cat like I've got now, like we'd normally have. We're talking a cat,
An ocelot.
yeah, practically an ocelot.
There you go. But the thing with our cat was, we had to go get married, and that was like a weekend
You
away.
married your cat?
No, yeah, me and my wife. You know, we had our wedding that weekend, and we went and we had to go and we had to leave the cat, and she had the cone on, and I had to leave her, and we didn't have security cameras at the time in the house, so there was no way for us to keep an eye on her. So instead of sticking around after my wedding, the next morning, my friends couldn't get into the house. They couldn't get the key to work for some reason. So I had to drive back the day after my wedding. So my wife got to stay and enjoy like the sort of micro honeymoon and her family. And I had to drive back here and sit alone the day after I got married. It sucked. Anyway, there you go. I think I took myself out to a bar actually, and just sort of told people, "Oh yeah, I got married, by the way." That was kind of fun. They're like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Yeah, long story." Anyway, there we go. Anyway, so all fantastic questions. Get out, leave me alone. I've got to save us, and there's a bunch of people I've got to forgive. But we must leave you to create your next miracle of wonderment. Exactly. And he goes, "What am I going to do? They're relying on me." Sir, a thought occurs. If we crash landed, perhaps some of the Iron Star crash landed too. So if we can find some of the debris, maybe it can offer us a way off this rock. Wait, the Iron Star had working teleporters, right? Precisely. We're in 2/3 of a spaceship with no fuel. How are we supposed to find the debris? Let's see if we can find anything in the owner's manual. Oh, this is interesting. Don't tell me the heated seats had a massage function. Oh, you've read it too. And then we can hear Lister, David, Lister, Lister, Listy, Lister, Listy, Lister, David, Lister, Lister, Listy in the background.
Now, it is interesting that the mentioning of the heated seats also having a massage feature, because now it makes you wonder why Lister needed to hold on to the other one that doesn't even have a battery in it. That doesn't even work, because it's like you could just go hang out in Starbucks and get your get your seat massage.
I'm not going to pretend to understand this stuff.
I know.
So there we go. Anyway, once again they decide they've got to tell the truth to the cats. Lister can't stand the guilt anymore, and he tells Crichton he's going to have to do it. He says, "Why me?" He says, "It's better coming from you." "How so?" "I won't have to be there." Be there to see the silent disappointment in their eyes. Cat says, "Remembering your history with women, I'd have thought you'd be immune to that by now," says the virgin. All right. Well, technically a virgin. Anyway, have you finished? was said by no woman to you. As I'm a god, I forgive you for that, says Lister. What's the point in telling them? What's in it for us? It's not about us, Rimmer. It's about them. He goes, if they knew the truth, at least they'd stop depending on me and start thinking for themselves. Rimmer says, "I've never thought for myself, and it's never done me any harm." And Lister says, "But you're dead. Dead because you didn't question the order to repair an unrepairable drive plate. You didn't think for yourself." It says, "My body may be dead, but my personality was resurrected to act as a hologrammatic mentor to you. And do you know why? Out of the entire crew, I was selected to return. Yeah, Holly was nuts. It's because I never think for myself. I obey orders and always carry a pen. That's a creed I've lived by my whole life. It's a creed that takes you places."
You see? Always have a pen.
Oh, right. I don't have a pen. I have a computer.
I have a piece of paper, but I don't have a pen.
There is a reason. There is a reason that of the people on this on this stream that I was chosen to be the Rimmer is because yes, I do always actually generally have a pen with me.
I don't think I have a pen here at all. No, no, I don't.
I have several pens, but they're all at my other desk.
I've got a phone. I've got a tablet. I can make notes on them. I've got a computer in front of me. There are pens all over my house. I have a pen in my motorbike.
Well, yeah, you need one there.
Yeah. Anyway, so anyway, I guess, yeah. I guess, yeah, that's it. They're arguing about this pen thing, and anyway, Crichton goes to do it. He says, I have some bad news, and I think you should all sit down. He's saying to himself, rehearsing. Then he looks, notices they are all sitting down. He goes, oh, you are. Well, then perhaps sit down and hold on. Right, here goes. Mr. Lister, there's something you should know. You see, well, the thing is, he's the most wonderful, amazing man I've ever met. I absolutely adore him. I thought I should put you straight on that. Goes back. Oh, how'd it go? Did you tell him? After everything you've done for me, sir, I just couldn't. I'll go again. I must apologize. Last time I told you Mr. Lister was the most wonderful, amazing man. That's not quite the whole picture. In fact, he's staggeringly incredible and stupendous too. Comes back. He goes, you tell them. I'm hopeless at telling them. He goes, what's the problem? I just can't bring myself to criticize you, sir. Well, someone's got to tell him. I'm a cat. They're cats. Let me take care of this. So he goes out there.
This is quite possibly my favourite part of the episode.
It is very funny.
I don't want to spoil it, so carry on.
Indeed. He says, yo, buds, what is it with you guys? That guy in there ain't your god. He ain't nobody. Did he not go into stasis and save the mother of our people? Well, okay, he did that. Did he not refuse to betray her to the authorities and now we live? Well, okay, he did that too. And did he not give me the power of speech when before I had no such gift? Cut to David Lister, Listy, Lister, Listy, Lister.
The one thing I wish they'd have done different here is like, instead of that song, they should have sung like David, David, David.
Yeah, but that's only.
How would they know about that?
They wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I
know, but that would.
Plus, the song they're singing sounds like Hare Krishna shit.
I know that's the point. I know that's the point.
Lister, Listy, Lister, Listy, and then you hear Cat too. Cat singing Lister, Listy, Lister, and now Cat has. It's fucking brilliant. Now the Cat, for the first time, finally, he's a true believer. Kurt Lister goes, they've converted him. Why can no one criticize me? And he sits down as Rimmer stands. You know, he walks over and he says, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He says, I once did a course in the art of breaking bad news. I came top of the class. I was particularly proud of one of the simulation scenarios where I had to tell a man who'd just regained consciousness that the emergency rescue team hadn't found his penis. Although, sadly, his dog had. It says, Crichton, watch and learn. He walks in there and he goes, right, you lot. I'm cutting straight to the chase. The Cat's sitting there now too with the fucking list of shit. He goes, you've devoted your lives to worshipping a feckless boom. Interrupted. A piece of the bridge landed. Oh, thank you, Holy Poppadom. We're truly blessed. Another miracle. So, yeah, another piece of the Iron Star has landed and is hurtling towards them.
And the cat snaps out of it and runs straight to his seat in the cockpit.
Yeah. Yeah. So, how is a huge chunk of crashed spaceship hurtling towards us at 1,000 miles per hour a miracle? It is not for us to question. I think it probably is. It's too late. But then it actually misses them. And they realize that they can actually give some chase. He says, did you know the landing retro swivel and can be used as a makeshift hovercraft? That's all very well, but we don't have any fuel. Well, according to the manual, Starbuck is a hybrid. We can switch to electric. Then what are we waiting for? So they actually, all this fucking time, had a hovercraft mode they could have used as an electric. And then they make a noise of, nothing's happening. Well, it's electric. It doesn't make any noise, sir. It's already started.
Which you could probably argue, you could probably use that hovercraft mode in space. Possibly. So you could still technically have some amount of thrust on the forward part of the ship. So
exactly.
But
they also suggest it would be a good idea to turn off all non-essential electricals. You mean me? Not just you, sir. There's the air conditioning, the lights, the seat warmers. And where do I come on this list? Above seat warmers but below aircon? Are you out of your mind? We need those seat warmers. The desert gets chilly at night. Sir, could I suggest you enter low power mode? So we get the great humbling of Rimmer here, really. From everything he has had in this episode to now the last fucking bit of his pride kind of being vamooshed by what he has to do. He says, I hate low power mode. My vision's standard def. I can only hear in mono. And when there's electric interference, I wind up looking all snowy. He says, but yeah, anyway, so he has to do it. And he goes black and white.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What's great, too, is that they put an audio filter on him, so it sounds like he's coming through like an old 1930s like AM radio or some shit. Yeah,
that was well placed. Well placed indeed.
It sounds like in Stasis Lake when Rimmer can hear himself talking, but he's
I don't want you to panic, Arnold.
I don't want you to panic, Arnold. Exactly, yeah. But there we go. So anyway, still one of the best episodes. Anyway, the cat says, but this is freaky, bud. It's like seeing a tortoise without its shell. Anyway. And then he goes, hello, I'm here. I can hear all this. He goes, but he's not real, is he? You forget. He goes, I am real. Of course I'm real. And now the cat, like, for whatever reason, just savagely, brutally fucking shits on Rimmer more than anyone ever has, probably ever before. And, like, causes Rimmer to have a massive existential crisis.
Yeah, and we've actually, it's interesting, too, because I don't know if you had seen this part previously, or if this is picking up from
stuff I only saw for the first time today.
Yeah. So what's great about it then is the fact that as you'd mentioned, we've had this conversation before, specifically about what he's getting into. Because I remember, it's like the whole thing about why I will never watch, regardless how great people tell me, oh, the third season's totally great. You should watch Picard. It's not Picard. It's a fucking golem that was programmed to think it was Picard, but it's not. It's just a goddamn robot.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, like, Kat gets into this whole existential, philosophical conversation about the nature of life and how, Rimmer is a program that is attached to a computerized bit of hardware, and so like you're not Rimmer. You're just a file that thinks you're Rimmer. I know. Basically,
it's fucking brutal. It's absolutely brutal. The other significant thing that I'd never seen any of this stuff. I stopped around about the time they escaped the Iron Star.
Right.
Just for the record. So pretty much everything or when they crashed on the desert, I think is when I stopped. And then I decided I'll watch the rest at a later date because I just didn't want to have finished Red Dwarf, But I'm happy I have now because I was very, very happy with this second half. He says, this whole sequence here and from here, like till the end, is just glorious for someone. And the irony that we've had such and so many in-depth conversations about the relationships of each character to each other. The cat hates Rimmer or cares the smallest for him. Rimmer has the most interesting, complicated relationship with life and death and the universe, as well as Rimmer and everyone else. Lister, and everyone else. And then I'd never even seen this when we were having all those conversations. And this is such a payoff for all
Yeah.
those fucking conversations.
Yeah, because ultimately this is what the show has been leading to. Is
And
you
then
know,
it actually gave us
it's
a payoff that I'd
character
never seen
exploration.
before. I had
Right.
no idea was coming. And
Yeah,
so when
it
I
actually finally
literally paused it.
explains why Rimmer is the lead character when
Right.
we've always felt like it was Lister.
Well, I've been working on the other monitor the whole time watching this, and when this started up, I literally paused it, went to the shop, grabbed a beer, came back and sat and chilled and just fucking watched it with a beer and enjoyed it because I was like, oh, this is glorious. I can't believe they're actually like fucking rewarding lunatics like us who autistically go through the whole fucking like psychoanalysis of Arnold Rimmer, and now we're getting this. Fucking glorious.
Yeah.
It's almost like they knew we were going to do this one day. But anyway,
It's almost like Doug Naylor actually respects the fans of
the
his
fans,
work.
right? Respect the fans. That's my motto. # respect the fans. That and # fill the limit. But yeah. So anyway,
I did give you a clip for that.
Yeah, you did give me a clip for that. That's true. Why haven't I played it today? What's the matter with me?
Hit the limit. What, do you hate boobs or something?
Right, I'm out of water.
You know, in that hit the limit
So's
clip,
Amelia.
there is some background noise, and I know it has nothing to do with it, but there is a background noise in there right as she's speaking. Every time I hear it, it sounds like one of the bits of just background static that's in the hand that feeds. Which, of course, yes, it's a Nine Inch Nails reference, but it's just like every time I hear it, I just like I always am like I'm getting it. I start to hear the song because it just plays like this little thing. I'm sure no one else even picks up on it other than me, but that's how much I've actually listened to that song that I hear just this little
do
background
actually have
noise.
that album, by the way, John.
Yeah, little background noise, and it just sets me off every time I hear it. I'm like, oh yeah, there it is, and it's keeping in step. It's like the next line that happens right after that. Don't mind it.
It was shortly after Reznor and Manson parted ways, wasn't it?
Well, I think that actually years prior, actually. You know what? We'll talk about that, like, not while we're doing this. Cause
Yeah. We'll talk about that on our own. Like, I mean,
right. That's a whole tangent. It'll take me 5 minutes to explain. I'm not going to waste.
I've floated the idea of doing a music show with you, and that's still on the table.
Fair enough. The only 9 Inch Nails I own are 9 Inch Nails.
Yes,
except
framing nails.
Except for also, I guess I own My Name Is by Slim Shady by Eminem. That has the line 9 Inch Nails through each one of my eyelids in it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I would say that Pretty Hate Machine, their first proper album, is really recommended listening though.
I don't really care, Margaret.
I deserved that.
Oh, that made me feel really bad. You didn't necessarily deserve it. I was just being a
Yes,
dick.
I did.
All right, fine.
Even John knew we were trying to get back on top of the Owen. So yeah, I completely deserve that.
Fair enough. All right then. Anyway, so yes, Rimmer says, "Hello, I'm here. I can hear all this." And the cat says, "But he's not real, is he? You forget." He goes, "I am real. Of course I'm real." "Yeah, but you're not really real. You're dead." Savage, man. He goes, "This really brings it home." He says, "You're creeping me out." He says, "As the French philosopher René Descartes once said, I think, therefore I am. Je pense, donc je am." He goes, "But you don't think, do you?" Guys, come on. He says, "Of course I think. What are you talking about?" And the cat is really nasty, really nasty. He goes, "No, you don't. You don't decide what to do. The computer in your light bee does all your thinking for you. There's no actual you to think or not think anything. Oh, sir, please, can you stop being so catty? Grr." Ow! He goes, "There's no actual me to think or not think anything. I've never actually thought about that. I haven't got free will then, have I?" So it's not I think, therefore I am. It's the computer thinks, therefore I think I am. I've never actually thought about that before. And you're not actually thinking about it now. It's your light beam making you think you're thinking about it. Catman, back the Smeg off, okay? And he goes, I don't actually exist then, do I? And he goes, you see what you've done, sir? You've put Mr. Rimmer in existential crisis mode. Sorry, go on.
Well, this is an interesting thing, too. Because in many of the ways that, Lister has benefited Crichton in all this time by helping him break his programming, by helping him kind of see the system for what it is so he can kind of see his way out of it. Inadvertently, Cat is kind of doing the same thing, because I think that, in the situation, these dire straits that they have found themselves, this is the only way that you could probably actually get Rimmer to do a level of soul searching and realization to effectively play out. So it's like, because nobody's ever actually spoken to him in these direct terms before about the nature of who he is, to where, a lot of Rimmer, if he were, to be at his most Rimmer, could use this as the ultimate built-in excuse for why he never succeeds, because it's not him, it's his programming, and so he's been rigged against himself from the start of his digital rebirth. Yeah, so it's just it's an interesting little but it is kind of funny too, because they've just moved over to electrical power, and so now where it wasn't a problem with him being plugged into the ship when they were just sitting there, now they're in electric mode. It
coincides with him having to minimize himself,
right,
so utterly that he's barely even there at all anymore.
Right, but now is the most that he's ever actually kind of even focused on the nature of how he exists at the most inopportune time.
That he also has to deal with the physical reality of being marginalized by the situation.
Yeah, he's literally plugged in at this point.
What we were saying at the beginning,
he's got limited range. He's tethered, quite literally.
Yeah,
it's still proper character development, just like Will was saying at the beginning.
Yeah. That's why I started to just adore this scene. I was like, I can't believe this is fucking crazy.
Do you know what? This isn't even the scene that I was talking about. That's later.
Ketha or Setha 33 says, I thought it was some kind of Thundercats live action movie, but I'm reading the description to understand it. No, this is the final episode of Red Dwarf, and it's a movie, and it's all to do with the fact that the main character, 3 million years frozen in deep space, accidentally allowed his pet cat to breed and multiply into an entire species of humanoid cats.
If you enjoy what you're seeing, there is a wealth of a year's worth of reviews.
There are, in fact, so many other episodes of this show where we've just reviewed the entire thing.
Yeah, we have actually reviewed the entire series at this point.
Yeah, this is 74.
It's the capstone right here.
This is number 74. So there are somewhere like 35-ish, 36, 37 episodes of this stream where we've reviewed it previously.
And they're between 3 and 6 hours long.
Although, to be fair, because I had to delist a lot of the streams, I'm going to have to re-upload them all to the Clips channel. But, yeah, this is Red Dwarf. It's great. It's fucking hilarious. It's great. It's hilarious comedy. And it's deep, too. So, yeah. You've put Mr. Rimmer in this existential crisis mode, and look, the added battery is consuming more of the added anxiety is consuming more of our battery. Guys, if we're going to get through this, we need to stick together. What's the point? We're screwed. Well, I'm not. I don't exist. Then you hear meow, boom. What the hell was that? The ferals have found them. So now they've got to flee across the desert while being shot at with the meow missiles in half a spaceship on fucking low power mode.
Flee, because cats get fleas.
Mine done.
Well, nor do mine, but...
yeah, I get it. But anyway, Rimmer says, oh, I forgot to bring my surrender flag. Anyway, long story short, they discover ahead of them, there's not just one. but 2 gigantic sandstorms. Do we ever get a look at them? I don't think we do.
You get to see one of them.
Oh, yeah. And the only way that they can possibly escape here is to fly directly into one of these sandstorms. So, yeah, basically, at this point, they're most likely going to die, but that's about the only thing they can do. Says, Rimmer, Lister says, only one thing for it, got to fly into the sandstorm. Rimmer says, what? Have you lost your mind? A couple of miles in, we'll kill all power. They'll never... Oh, that's Lister. They'll never find us. He says, they'll never find us because we'll be sandstorm soup. There could be a tornado of debris parts in there. Have you got a better idea, Lister? That's it. And he pauses and goes, Lister, fly into the sandstorm. That's an order. And so, there we go. So Lister has to fly into this giant fucking sandstorm. And there you go. They're stuck in there for a while. And while they're stuck in there, we get more of Rimmer's existential crisis. Ow. Okay. So, nothing to do but just sit tight and wait for it to blow over. How long's that going to last? Could be days. Rimmer says, I'm wondering if I'm doing the right thing. How the fuck often does Rimmer say something like that?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Character development here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lister says, what do you mean? Hanging on. Draining Starbug's battery. Maybe it would be better if I just pulled my own plug and be done with it. But if you powered down, you'd be dead. I'm already dead. Says, why am I here? What's the point of me? The only reason I was ever brought back was because I was diametrically opposite to you. Wow. That is a line I've literally used.
That is the most self-aware thing Rimmer has ever said in his entire life.
In the entire
life.
Yeah. That is true, because they hated each other, and that would keep Lister sane, alone in deep space. Exactly.
Well, it is actually quite the most self-aware thing he said, because he's now dealing with the fact that he's not Rimmer. He's a holographic projection of a guy named Rimmer.
You know, when we talk about characters like having inadvertent positive effects on each other, Lister has verified Rimmer's existence as Rimmer, not as a hologram, but as Rimmer himself, by virtue of the fact that he has treated him as Rimmer and not as a hologram since well into the first series. Since the, maybe not immediately, because he walked straight through him and put his hand through him a couple of times when he was soft light, but you know, they hated each other at the beginning. Remember, you know, I know you're dead and all, Rimmer, but you're still a Smeg Head, you know, and stuff like that. But now, like, they're so far from that. I mean, this is the Lister, remember, who has lost 2 Rimmers, you know, and or at least one. Lost the main Rimmer and got this one back. And then he's been basically turned into a hologram as well. Or at least when he died, they brought the original back from the backup and it would have been the original Rimmer again or something like that. I don't fucking know. We didn't get to see it. But at this point, like, you know, remember when Lister and Rimmer met up in Series 8? That Lister was different from original Lister. And Rimmer noted that. The living Rimmer, the new Rimmer, noted that. And so now, but this, of course, this is the merging of the characters. This might as well be the original Rimmer at this point. But that line is fucking so perfect. Like, it's so, like, cutting through the crap and even the comedy to just get to a moment of actual vulnerability. And you get these moments from when, like, when Ace Rimmer showed up, when Ace Rimmer showed up again, when he had to become Ace Rimmer, when his brother showed up, when he found out his father wasn't actually his father. But it never got down to this core of a level. This is like the bedrock of fucking Rimmer's whole mind, you know? And it's great. It's great. I had no idea this was in this. I'm so happy. I was so happy by all of this. I was like, oh shit, this is glorious, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I told you before we even started, this is actually one of my favorite episodes of the entire
Yeah, and
show.
I thought it was okay, but now I think it's among the best. Yeah. You're right.
Now,
Completely.
the question is, though, had you actually seen this previous to, this weekend, would we have been able to actually have... Well, yeah, right. But I'm just saying, would we have been able to have... Right. Would we have been able to have, like, the in-depth conversations exploring something that you yourself were unaware of?
Well, I mean, there's an argument that we might have had more conversations given that I knew we were getting to this. Or we may not have gone in as deep because I might have felt... Because I might not have known there was going to be a satisfying payoff. I didn't know there was going to be a satisfying payoff. So I chose to do it myself.
Right.
So maybe that's why our reviews have been so fucking deep and, like, thoughtful.
Because there's still been an air of mystery and, just...
I didn't know we'd ever get this moment,
There
so
it is.
That's great. I mean, on the one hand, I regret, like, not watching it earlier and then, like, showing it to my dad while he was still alive, for example. On the other hand, this is kind of the perfect moment for me to have seen it for the first time. And it's preserved on the internet, so... Pretty cool. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of this show. Like, this is like top, maybe my favorite show ever. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like me trying to choose between Zelda and Final Fantasy VII. Whichever one I'm playing at the moment is my favorite,
Right.
So there we go. Anyway, that line, though, the only reason I was ever brought back was because I was diametrically opposite to you. And that's a little self-referential on the writer's part. It's a little metatextual, but not in a cringe or condescending or patronizing way. In a beautiful way, kind of. He says, I don't fit in. Nobody likes me. and Lister. And you see Lister here as well go from just empty platitudes and bullshit to realizing he doesn't actually have the answer quite yet. Which is not something Lister usually deals with when talking to Rimmer, So he's like, people like you. Of course they like you. He says, name one person on Red Dwarf who likes me. That's, oh, come on. I'm not getting into a naming contest, Rimmer, but there's people on board that like you. And the way he's saying it, you're kind of thinking, yeah, you dick. You like him. It's actually true. Like, there's no question that Lister actually likes Rimmer at this point. Even though he hates him too. He can't stand him, but he also really loves him, They've been through so much together. It's like brothers of war, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kat puts it best, but I'm not going to spoil the scene.
No, we'll get to that. So I'm not getting into a naming contest, Rimmer, but there's people on board that like you. Name one. Oh, come on. He goes, okay, what about that Scotter on D-Deck? He likes you. The one who's mental, the one who eats shoes, he still likes you. That dispenser on C-Deck, the one that leaks, that likes you. It likes everyone. It's leaky. Who else? Crichton? Crichton does not like me. He thinks I'm petty-minded, bureaucratic, power-hungry control freak. But he still likes you. Admires you even. He told me he liked you and admired you just the other day. Yeah, what did he say? He liked and admired you just the other day. Really? Really? And at this exact moment, of course, the door opens and Crichton walks in with a warm drink. It says, a warm drink, sir. Don't ask where from. It'll taste better that way. He says, not now, Crichton. We're in the middle of something. He goes, Lister was saying you like and admire me, Crichton. Is that true? And he's just frozen. Paralyzed with fucking terror. And he goes, and he sort of, his head bobs like that. He goes, look, he nodded. He didn't move. That was a proper nod. A definite 7-degree vertical tilt. How could you miss that? He says, look, he's just sitting there like that. And his head sort of wobbling a little bit. No, he's frozen stiff. He goes, look, he did it again. And again. Says, Crichton, do you like me? Well, do you? And Crichton does this. And like Lister's like, come on, yes, yes, yes. And Crichton does this.
And it's far better when you're watching it with the sound because you can actually hear the gears grinding and breaking and
snapping, clunking, breaking as he forces his head to nod. He goes, "There you go. What did I tell you? If that'll be all, sirs, I think I'll go and change heads. I think I may have just ruined this one." You must think I'm stupid. Give me one. Wait.
Well, I mean that that display by Crichton right there, in and of itself, he quite literally damaged his equipment in service to doing something kind and charitable towards Rimmer.
Despite the fact that he doesn't actually think it.
Right. So he wouldn't be doing all of that if he didn't actually have some level of actual positive affection. So.
Yeah.
Even in his denial, it is an admission. Yes.
Oh God, are we going to get into robo psychology now?
No, I'll leave
last minute, we drag this out for a further 3 hours to have a
no. I'm just going to leave it right there. I'm just saying the fact that he's willing to put himself through that much damage.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, he says, "You must think I'm stupid. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't unplug right now." He goes, hey, whoa. He goes, "Look, we need you. I need you." He goes, "Why?" And Lister sort of almost, you see, now he's having to get serious. He's not just able to use platitudes anymore. He goes, "To bounce off." And that is actually it in a nutshell. That's what the characters are supposed to do. To bounce off each other and keep each other sane. Yeah? But he says to bounce off, ideas and stuff. He says, "You don't need me. I'm not sure you ever did. I don't exist. What's the point of me?" He goes, "Rimmer, we're the posse." He goes, "The boys from the dwarf." Where is that? Where's it? He does the gesture, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. Boys of the dwarf. The posse, the boys from the dwarf.
I got a little visit of Consuelo.
Oh, hello.
That's why I had to go away for a minute.
That's all right.
Hello, Tan.
He says, "We're the boys of the dwarf. We're the 4 musketeers. D'Artagnan, Porthos, Athos, and the other one." Rimmer, you're the other one. He means Aramis, by the way. But anyway, he goes, "I'm the other one?" He goes, "You do all this stuff that the other one does." And he goes, "And what's that then?" "Other one stuff." He goes, "Other one stuff. What's other one stuff?" He goes, "All the stuff that the others haven't done that the others does." He goes, "I'm pointless." He goes, "No, you're not." He goes, "I'll tell you the point of view." And Lister is a genius here. He says, "A moon cannot make light, right?"
Yeah,
and yet there's
brilliant.
Yeah. He says, "And yet there's such a thing as moonlight." He says, "It's a light reflected off a moon from a sun." He goes, "It's light reflected off a moon from a sun." He says, "Yeah, but the sun can't make moonlight without the moon. And the moon can't make moonlight without the sun. So who's making the moonlight? They both are. Which means, even though a moon cannot make light, moonlight exists. Like you, Smeg Head." And smiles and walks out. And it's fucking genius. This is a little bit touching, moving.
Yeah, I did actually kind of tear off a bit when
I was feeling it.
Not this afternoon, but when I watched it last night, I did.
Right. I mean, I was just sort of like mouth open, kind of couldn't believe this had happened, and I waited so long to watch it, and then he sits down.
It's almost like Craig Charles got so sick of being on Coronation Street, he decided to learn how to act.
Yeah. And so there you go. So he plugs himself back in and sits and thinks. And Lister walks off smiling. Best pals, buddies. Is the payoff right there for all of them. All of it. The two of them. The two of them.
This
Well, it's also reminiscent of the conversation in the corridor, or actually, I guess in the stairwell, when he's talking about becoming Ace.
Yeah,
You know.
it is very similar. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a nice callback,
But
also
say
at the
it's
same
more.
time, it's
I'd say
even
it's much more. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean that was Lister basically saying, hey, like this is something that's going to benefit you, whereas
everyone.
right. Whereas in this is just a level of kind of acceptance. Like this is it's the whole thing where if there were to be another episode to come out, it would be all well and good. However, with what they actually end up accomplishing with this
If you had to go back to them
episode,
bickering, it would be.
yeah, there's really not much like in terms of character growth, completion kind of arcs and everything
That's
like
it,
that.
isn't it?
This has succeeded, and they're still now they just gotta finish the episode basically. Like they've gotten to the heart of everything.
I mean, that is it though, isn't it? Like I thought that earlier on. I was like driving around somewhere. I was going shopping or something, and I thought to myself, if there's never another episode, okay, we don't get the Fiji ending, we don't get the Kachansky ending. I guess we can headcanon that shit ourselves, whatever. At least we got like a perfect moment. This is enough for closure on the Lister and Rimmer
And there's
dynamic,
even
which
other
is the
things that
heartbeat
build
of the
into
fucking
it.
show anyway. So
Right.
there you go.
Yeah, and there's even a few more details that get packed in the final 20 minutes. So it's about as complete as it can get. And if there's never anything else to come from it, to add on, this is beyond satisfying.
Yeah, glorious. Really, really good fucking finality to the character arc there. Like you kind of can't imagine. I mean, you can imagine them bickering again, but you can't imagine another moment like this happening.
Mm-hmm. Especially because I don't want to. I'll save it for when we actually get to the end in, because there's like few little bits that are left to play out that.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty left. We've still got to deal with the cats, Holly, and everything else. So let's go.
Yeah, sorry, the cat who decided to invade my studio just decided to leave. So I had to go out.
So anyway, they're all asleep, and you see a cat with his fucking tiger mask or cheetah mask on. Lister and Rim are both asleep, and Lister wakes up, gargles his beer. Of course, it's got to be Lister. So, okay, a new day, a new dawn. Let's crack on, see if we can find this teleporter, sir. Hey. Sir, that doesn't seem to be possible. What do you mean? Well, the sandstorm has buried us alive. Are you sure? Has anyone been outside to check? If we could get outside to check, we wouldn't be buried alive. We'd just be parked in a large hole. How buried are we, Kreitz? It's only a couple of feet. We could maybe use the emergency escape hatch in the roof. Well, permission to go on a recce, sir. He goes, and how are you planning on doing that? And then you get this nice bit of music as Crichton reveals a screwdriver in his finger attachment, screws a hole in the ceiling, and then takes out one of his spare eyes. And we get a callback to Terrorform when Crichton's crashed and pulls off his arm and puts his finger on it, and it walks into, the spider, the tarantula scene. And but this time he mounts his eyeball on a little periscope, and the eye pops up out of the sand and has a little look around.
Not dissimilar to Return of the Jedi.
Very Return of the Jedi too, yeah. Also, there's another one. There's a few moments like that in Star Wars that I'm blurring together. So there you go. He's had a little look, and we get this sort of uplifting bit of music, by the way, while it does it. Like it's like the soundtrack is very self-aware in this movie. It knows like the bits that you as the audience are gonna go, oh, that's like that. Oh, how cute, and then it knows, So says, well, what did you discover? Crichton says, we're in the desert, sir. No question. We know that bleached. Well, it says, we know that botched Botox injection head. What else? It says, well, there's no sign of the Iron Star debris, sirs. which means it's over the horizon at least 3 miles away. Says, how far down are we? And the cat says, oh, we're buried alive. I'm about as down as it's possible to be. About 7 foot below ground level, sir. Meaning the weight of the sand makes it impossible for us to dislodge it. Yeah, they are buried alive. Lower than even if you're in a fucking coffin, you know? Sorry to disturb you. We were just wondering when you're going to perform your next miracle. It's just some of us are a bit tired, but we don't want to miss it. Go back to sleep, soul. No miracles are planned for the next little while. Okay, can't wait to see the next one. See you later, Holy Papadom. And then we get yet another glorious scene addressing the origin of all of this, you know? And once again, a bit of self-reflection on all the parts of the characters. And I really like this scene. He says, how could they think I'm their god? Look at the state of me. How could this have happened? And Crichton says, well, it happened because of a random act of kindness when you refused to allow your pet cat to be put down. An act that not only saved your own life, but created an entirely new species. And Lister's like, well, who wouldn't have done that, though? And the cat says, me. And Rimmer says, and me. And Crichton says, and as at the time I was programmed to obey all orders, me. And then
technically, at the time, he wasn't even created yet.
Exactly.
He's from the following century.
He's not alive for another 100 years, yeah. So there we go. And then it says, but then everything gets twisted, and 3 million years later, people are having religious wars in your name. He says, don't blame yourself, sir. That happens to gods a lot. He says, what a total mess. We'd have been better off staying on Red Dwarf and taking our chances with Holly. What? We wouldn't even be here if it weren't for this crazy damn spare disc. And Rimmer, thank God Rimmer's not, like, back online. He says, wait a minute. Crichton, stand here and stick your antenna through the drill hole. He says, you want to listen to Hammond organ FM at a time like this? He says, just do it. And he goes, and you hear radio static tuning in. And it says, now see if you can contact Red Dwarf and get Holly on the screen. 1 second, sir. Logging on.
This is absolutely brilliant.
This is actually genius, yeah. I genuinely didn't know how the fuck they were going to get out of this. And Holly appears on the screen. Still pissed off with them, of course. And still rebooted V1 Holly, high IQ, following protocols, tried to kill them. You know? Says, now listen carefully, Holly. Transfer original Holly's last saved backup file into your CPU. This is probably a plot they wouldn't have even thought about writing in the original. And he goes, and why would I want to do that, hologram Rimmer? He says, because you'll inherit everything the old Holly acquired over the 3 million years he was alone in deep space. And of course, we as the audience are well aware of the fact that that means he will become completely senile, abandon all of his responsibilities, and become the deranged mate that they used to have, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, but he doesn't know that, and that's why this is genius. Because he tricks the fucking IQ 6000 computer.
Yeah, I completely agree. This scene is genius.
It's genius, yeah. It's Rimmer's, like, one of Rimmer's... He has a few.
This is one of Bergnader's finest moments.
Yeah, it's one of Rimmer's. He says, I'll become as brilliant as he must have been. and they all go, you know, they all sort of look around at each other a little bit and just look and say nothing. He goes,
well, this is an interesting
go on.
Oh, finish what you're gonna say.
I was just gonna say, he goes, an intellectual colossus.
Yeah. But you know, there's an interesting thing that's happening here, in that in the most diminished form that we've ever seen Rimmer, you know, in terms of capacity physically.
It's funny, isn't it? When Rimmer is freed of all his neuroses, he's actually very capable.
Right. And so the more that you
explains Ace Rimmer.
Well, it's all these trappings, right? Mm-hmm. That Rimmer has self-imposed. And so, like, the more that you kind of cut away at the fat, and get down to like just the lean muscle that's in there. Like when you
Yeah.
when he's stripped of all this stuff technically the least of him is when we actually see the most effective.
When he's at his best. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
we've seen it before. We've seen it with Ace Rimmer. We've seen it with we saw it in the end of series 11. With the one where they were trapped by the fucking not exponoids, the simulants.
Right. And so it's kind of interesting because, for all this want and desire that Rimmer has for position and power and, status.
Yeah, he's better off when he's not thinking about those things.
Right. Because when he's just in a flow state of just kind of just dealing with who he is as he is, he actually accomplishes those things without
he
it
has
because
great
he's not
ideas. His mind is free, and he's just accepted his own station in life. He's accepted that he's actually a part of something together with Lister.
Yeah, when he's in dilly gaff mode, he's actually smart.
Yeah. Basically, whenever he lets go of all that fucking bullshit,
because he thinks too much about the destination and the glory of things rather than just the experience of getting there.
Exactly, and when it comes down to it, like he actually is very capable as Lister, if not more. Right. When he is not mired in himself. Yeah. Funny. There's a lesson in there for a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, like I just said, I think I got buried, but that's actually really, really similar to myself and my lived experience. Like when I stop giving a shit, I suddenly start doing really amazing stuff.
Me too, 100%. I've been an overthinker my entire life.
Yeah.
I sit and obsess and worry about things, and when I stop worrying and actually just engage, I end up getting better results. It's like the other day, I've been having a real down slump on the channel lately with no views. And then I got pissed off about the quartering and made a video where I just said, you know what? A lot of people are asking a lot of stupid questions about this. I've had enough. I'm going to set the fucking record straight in 30 minutes or less. Put it out, 10,000 views. 11,000.
Yeah, that smashed
100
it.
subs, just
that smashed it.
So I made a sequel. I was like, oh, I'll keep going then. Fuck it. People like this. All right, I'll keep going. Bang, another few thousand views. So, again, even that, not that I care, not that it matters that much, that's just me and my work, which it matters to me, but not to everybody. But it's true, when shit hits the fan and you don't have time to be worrying about your neuroses or your pride or any of that shit, you get real results. You do. Yeah, I think that's true of most people, though most people probably don't throw up the amount of roadblocks that people like you and I do. And probably you too, John, in some ways.
Yeah.
We're all a bit like that.
Yeah, although I will say, kind of coincide with what was said here. Yeah, my stint in county jail, it kind of took all that kind of whatever.
Yeah.
And
that'll get rid of it, won't it?
Yeah, because it's like, oh, well, now it literally is just kind of like all that stuff that I did is fucking meaningless. So I guess I'm just going to set off here and just kind of like...
I feel like that as well. That's one of the things I say about having had kids in the last couple of years. There's nothing that I would do to change the circumstances that led to their creation if I had a choice. Not in a fucking heartbeat. I wouldn't go back and tell myself anything anymore. I used to think about that a lot. Would I go back in time and, if I could, and say, hey, young Will, do this, don't do this, And then, but then this might change this and this might change that. I wouldn't change a damn thing that I've done in my life at this point that resulted in me having these beautiful little kids.
Right.
For better or worse. And there's been some fuck-ups, But and I mean fuck-ups. But they all led me to this, and I wouldn't threaten that or endanger that for all the money, wealth, fame, power, and immortality in the world. So fuck that, And that's it. I love how this fucking silly little sci-fi comedy show gets us to wax poetic so very, very often. It's glorious,
That's because somebody actually bothered to write it.
Yeah, and write it in a thought-provoking manner. If you actually dig just below the surface and the Smeg and the curry jokes, there's something here with some real passion and beauty to it. And that always will shine through. So there you go. That's why I recommend it to anybody. No matter what country they're from or what age they are, this is fucking brilliant. So there we go. Even the older ones. So there we go. Anyway, so Holly says, I accept your proposition, and disappears for a minute. And then, of course, they're free to talk amongst themselves for a second. So, but if he does that, won't he wind up crazier than a dog that just got bathed? He goes, if he's back to his original self, he'll know who we are and help us. Yes, exactly. Rimmer.
Boom.
So now we get this glorious little montage.
If you're in trouble, he will save the day.
It turns out, yeah. So there we go. And if you're having fun here and you want to help us,
Hit the limit. What, do you hate boobs or something?
help us hit the limit. We'll play you some bouncing boobies. Oh, yeah. All right. So there we go. Right. He engages it. And by the way, just a beautiful touch that it's the Windows 98 fucking loading screen where it's got the slight gradient to the lighter blue on the top right. Or is that XP? I think that's XP.
Well, I recognize it and I had XP, so it must be that.
XP in 98.
I had 95 and then I had XP.
No, Windows 98 had the gradient too.
Yeah.
But it had the grey window.
Right. Well, XP.
XP had a totally different look, actually.
Right. Yeah. But it is from that era. You know.
Yeah, this is 98. This is definitely 98. I remember it. Because I remember I used to fuck around and change the colours.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, actually, I just realised I used to have it go red to blue, like Will of the Fans. So that's interesting. Anyway, there we go. So, download progress. And we get this. We get... What's going on? He goes, I feel a bit funny. And then he goes, what's going on? What's happening? That's right. He goes, what's happening? And then as it completes, what's happening? What's happening, dudes? And a smile.
That was
I was literally, I was going to say, he's going to say, what's happening, dudes? I bet. I was just sitting there to myself, like, he's going to say, what's happening, dudes? Come on, say it. Yes! You know? What's happening, dudes? And they're all really happy, yeah. Yes, we're stranded on this
moon. It might have
moon.
been funny, like while he's going through the upgrades, if there was just like one image of Hattie Herridge.
It would have been funny if just in there somewhere for a second, for like half a second, he turns into a woman. That would have been cool. But whatever, it doesn't matter anyway. The memory files are there. So what's happening, dudes? And says we're stranded on this moon in Starbog Hole. No water, no food, no supplies. Is there any way to get out? Says, have you considered opening the door? He goes, we're buried alive under a sandstorm, Holly. He goes, gotcha. Let me run some deep analysis, probability-based event scenarios. I'll be right back when I've done it. Right, I've done it. Yes. So soon? That's amazing. I'm not going to pretend this is going to be easy. And I have to get all the calculations just right. It says, okay, what's the plan? I take one of Red Dwarf's thermonuclear mining torpedoes and I blow up the moon. He goes, and you'll be thrown clear of the blast. And he goes, is that safe? He goes, I'm miles away. I'll be fine. He goes, no, is it safe for us? He goes, well, I'm no expert, but I wouldn't have thought so. No. Yes,
it is
one way to know.
Glorious, isn't it?
Yeah. Says, look, Holly, I know we're in a bit of a tight spot here, but I don't want you to do anything crazy. He says, it's a bit late saying that now. He says, what do you mean? Well, I've already fired off the torpedo. Impact in less than 60 seconds. Are you sure that was wise, Holly? I've done all the computation analysis, taken into consideration exact point of impact, the depth of the explosion, the weight of the ship, texture of the desert, the moon's gravity, and I think I've got it absolutely spot on. Oh no, I've missed. I go, you missed the moon? He goes, maybe my calculations weren't as spot on as I thought. How's that happened? I think it's to do with the 9 times table. It's never been my favourite, that one. It's so Holly. It's so Series 1, Series 2, Holly.
Yeah, Holly Hop Drive.
And it's
I've
just
always
glorious
had a
again.
blind spot with 9s.
Yeah, it's true, yeah. It's glorious remembering all that lore. But then at the same time, there was the big complaint, right? The big self-complaint that Rob Grant and Doug Naylor had that led to them eventually getting rid of Holly by Series 6 was, we've received a super chat. Hello, and thank you very much.
Hey, buddy.
St. Hugo for €2. I need to turn that sound back on. I can't see right now. I've got too many windows open. Says a little clip in DMs for the end of the review. All right, mate. Thank you very much. Don't let us forget. Somebody make sure we don't forget that.
Yep.
I'll probably remember, but in case I forget. Thank you very much, man. €2. We're at 33%. We are 1/3 the way. If anybody wants to Hail Mary us about a 50 at this point. Anyway. That's right. So they're like, God help us all. Says, there, that should fix it. I'll have another go. Here we go. How do you know this will be any better? Well, this one's definitely going to hit the moon. So at least it won't be as embarrassing as the last one. Yeah, but will it be better for us? Depends on whether you get blown up or not. And by the way, that is the exact look on Holly's face where he doesn't look so old for a sec. Kind of looks like the old Norman Lovett. Depends on whether you get blown up or not. And if you do, how you take it. A lot of people get quite shirty, he says. Here it comes. So there you go. The moon is blown up and they are flung from its fucking orbit. And they're all, crash, boom, boom, boom. And, there we go. And they, now they're floating through space, at least, in a freshly made asteroid shower. But, they're all right. And then, of course, in comes Sol, says, ooh, the best miracle yet, Holy Papadom. What a truly wondrous day. And buggers off. Holly comes back. Just thought I'd check in. Did anyone survive? He goes, we all did, Hol. No way. He goes, how did you survive? You saved us. He goes, that actually worked then. Wait. Literally, that actually worked then. He goes, and then he goes, that's a miracle, that is. Brilliant writing. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Says, yeah, get us back to Red Dwarf, will you all? Says, I'll come and get you. And boom, they're brought back to Red Dwarf. It's fucking great, this episode. It's fucking amazing. Now, one of the big complaints, of course, of the original show, and why they got rid of Holly by Series 6, was because once Crichton came in, there was nothing for Holly to do. Norman Lovett had left. They got Hayridge to replace him. So we had Girl Holly. But she became just a punchline generator. Because, of course, Crichton could do all of the exposition dumping and actually go on to the sets with them. Not just a head on a TV screen.
Right.
So, that's... The thing is, then, when they brought him back in Series 8, there still was fuck all for Holly to do. Right? Nothing. Bugger all. We got more laughs as well out of the super duper Holly that had the egg head.
Well,
know.
we got more laughs out of Crichton's escape penis.
Yeah. So they still hadn't figured out what the fuck to do with Holly. So of course Holly wasn't back for series 10. Or indeed back to Earth. So then of course we had the story where they got the new computer and then it went fucking crazy and tried to shut down the ship. And then finally they got Holly back from the backup disc and he tried to. So but now they've got Holly back. It's at the exact time when there was nothing and no one who could help them except Holly. Which is just glorious because it gave Holly, the original Holly too, something to fucking do. So there you go.
Meaningful.
For the first time since Queeg.
Fantastic writing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant.
For the first time since White Hole, but for Norman Lovett, for the first time since Queeg in Series 2. Here we are in post-Series 12. Holly actually gets to be the hero for a bit. Brilliant, isn't it? Anyway.
Yeah.
So they make their way back into Red Dwarf and the music's all triumphant and oh shit, it's the cats. Come my followers, let our hearts... Oh, is it? Oh, well. Yeah, sing on this joyous day. And they're... No, wait, no, they're all singing, come my followers, let our hearts sing on this joyous day. Yeah, Lister, David, Lister, Listy. And then I think we established that Crichton, that Rimmer is plugged into Crichton now, temporarily.
Yes.
Suggest you plug into me, sir, until we can get you powered up again. And so they run into the Ferals, and Lister says, Holly, why didn't you tell us the Ferals were on board? Were they holding you hostage? He goes, no, I just forgot. Says, you cannot defeat us, Rodon. Our holy Poppadom will always repel our enemies. At least that's what the scriptures say. He's got there's where you can see the thing he's holding in his hand, by the way, the floor. Maybe I just missed the small print. Let's test these scriptures now, shall we, sister? Tell me where the real Anubis stone is, or watch her die. We don't know where it is. You're Cloister. You know everything. I'm not Cloister. I mean, you guys think I'm your god because I want to save the cat from being put down. As the kittens eventually evolved, and its kittens eventually evolved into you guys, Cloister's just a mushed up version of Lister. In the same way everything I did got mushed up and wound up as sacred writing. Well, if you're not Cloister, then who the hell are you? I'm a chicken soup vending machine repairman. And then look at Sol. He's pretty disappointed here. He's like, you're in charge of repairing soup machines. I wasn't actually in charge. I was... And Rimmer says... And Rimmer comes in with, like, the save for Lister here. Like, to back him, to defend him, like, as a friend. He says, I wasn't actually in charge. I was... And Rimmer says, second in charge. Instead of, like, the old Rimmer would have said, or Rimmer on a worse day, would have said, a lowly peon under my control, or something like that, under my authority. But he gets said second in charge. He says, technically, Rimmer was in charge.
Yeah, this whole back half, that we're seeing, this is, like, there's not a moment in here where Rimmer's, backsliding.
A bastard at all. No, he's actually being really, 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 like, genuine and nice and backs Lister up.
Yeah.
And there's no jealousy about the false god shit either, But he goes, so what did you do then? And then Rimmer says he pushed the trolley and recommended what pipe cleaner he should use. Like a golfer has a caddy, I was the caddy for the chicken soup machine repairman. So Rimmer would be like, pass me a 14B, and I'd be like, hold on, Rimmer, the aircon's on cold and we're getting a breeze coming from the lifts. That clogged up nozzle could be iced up.
14B is...
Forget the 14B, mate. I think you need a 14D. Yeah. But in the first scene of Red Dwarf, there is, of course, the scene where he asks Lister for a 14B. Lister gives him a 14B, and then he says, that's not a 14B, that's a 14F. And then he looks at both of them and puts the one that he picked up himself down because Lister was right. Yeah. It was a 14B. So, yeah. It's the first scene of the show, yeah. So, yeah. But the miracles, the shipquake swallowing up the feral guards, the debris landing in the desert, being trapped underground in the sandstorm and then being thrown clear. Just flukes or coincidence? or good fortune or science? So you're not the God of our people? No. And they're not your disciples? Hell no, they all say. Hell no. He goes, no. You're all just a ship of fools. And they all go, yes. And then these two go, no, you're not just a ship of fools. The only fools here are us. No, but what about me? You gave me the gift of speech. He goes, I think with you it's just psychosomatic. You believed in me so you could speak. Now I don't... and she can't speak anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that made me kind of tear up a bit. I felt sorry for her.
I didn't. I laughed. I did. Sorry, I did. I laughed at it. He goes, I've wasted my entire life, she says, chasing a false prophet and a stone made of beetle dung. Says, our time is here. Our time is done. Our time here is done. What of you, brother? And then the cat, he says, what, the little pink furry shag bandit? Oh, that's it. What of your brother? The advisor says. And it turns out that that Rodon's fucking brother is the cat. He goes, what? The little pink furry shag bandit is my brother? He says, we have checked the records. It is truly him. He says, my brother was younger than me. He says, I've had a hard life. I ain't no king like you. One time, I nearly had to work. The worry, it ages you. He said, why did you leave him behind? He said, we left all the uncool ones behind. He was once uncool. He said, crazy teeth, mad hair. There was no place for him. So we left him. He goes, yeah, because his hair's straight, not fucked up like all of theirs, you know?
Yeah.
So there we go.
I do like the revelation about him being related and them being brothers, because when this episode began, I was like, that cat, he looks a lot like Cat.
Yeah. Well, that's
like
why I thought that was his nephew. I heard a rumor that was his nephew playing it.
Yeah.
Playing Rodon,
But-
the one who played Lister, but no, it's not. It's another guy.
But it is
They do
good
look very
casting,
similar.
though, considering that
casting.
they are, in fact,
Brothers, yeah.
brothers. Yeah.
He says, so we left him. He says, and on the day you left, I vowed I'd never be cool uncool again. And I've been cool ever since. Well, except the one time we landed on Backwards World and I needed... Oh, it's a long story. It's a reference to in reverse shitting. That's classic.
Yeah. I laughed so hard I nearly unshat myself.
There you go. Well, how do you feel now, brother? You want to return to our people, huh? You want to come home? He says, I am home. This is my home right here. The jealous, angry brother says, blow the Red Dwarf and everything on it to hell and back. And that's it. Couldn't have told me that before I made my choice, says the cat. My feral king, leaving an enemy to be killed later by a deadly device, often leads to an ingenious escape. However, if we kill them now... Do you see where I'm coming from with this? It's the old classic, like, Dr. Evil bit, you know?
Right.
Ain't you gonna watch him die? Like, no, I'm just gonna place him in an easily escapable situation involving an overly elaborate and exotic death, you know? What? Says...
Zip it, Scott.
Zip it, Scott, yeah. Shh. How about a man? Let me tell you a story about a man named Shh. Yeah.
That's right.
www.sh.com.
.org. That's right. It says .com.org for some reason. The Clouder must witness their death. Only then will they realize there is no cloister and no hope for ever finding a promised land. My king. So they put a bomb on Red Dwarf. And then
and they teleport out again.
Yeah. And then it's and then they're all in the science lab here, and they say, tell me that's not your battery about to go, Crichton. Sir, I have been stand-in science officer for many years. I'd hardly endanger your lives by not having enough charge to see us safely through any possible...
And this
Thank
right here,
you,
also,
science
to further what I was saying earlier, despite what he may say, his actions prove that he actually cares about,
Oh, he does, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Says, Thank you, science officer. That means you've only got a couple of minutes left yourself. Detonation 1 minute 50 seconds and counting. Are you sure you don't have one last miracle up your sleeve, Holy Poppadom? Like even a sciencey one would be acceptable now. Oh, sorry. I tried to hit mute before I did that, but I couldn't. I sneezed 1 millisecond too early before I could click it, so I missed it.
No worries.
Anyway, so faint beeping. There's Rimmer's battery. It's going to die too. 1 minute 30 seconds and counting. Says there's a moon here, Listy, that wouldn't mind some sunlight. That's fucking sweet. You know? That's nice.
Yeah.
And there you go. Lister suddenly has to think, and then he flashes back to the Anubis thing, embalming the dead. Why would you embalm something? Because something inside is precious. And then he suddenly realizes that he can just smash the stone because it's just fucking... It's
Lacquered.
just varnished dung. It's lacquered dung, yeah. Thank you for the bless you. And inside is the actual fucking Anubis stone, which is this like gold semi-conducting something. Don't know. Anyway, maybe there is a bit of fate at play. And just like that, suddenly, Lister grabs Rimmer's wire, connects it to a wire from the computer, and connect it to the Anubis stone, and gives Rimmer a massive surge of battery life, restoring and repairing his light bee, and turning him into diamond light. Yeah,
Rimmer.
So there we go.
Now, here's an interesting thing about it, though, too, just as a point of consideration. So Anubis, the god of the underworld, is, what is Rimmer? But right now, he's right, because he's because he's undead, right, and he has all these power. So the Anubis stone relating to like
technically he has wrapped him in a shiny case of diamond light, so he has embalmed the dead, kind of. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, and you get this really nice smile from Lister, like he's really happy. Like everyone, they like each other finally, And he goes, go on then, mighty light. Go get the bomb. Detonation 10 seconds and counting. So Rimmer zaps off down the ship, obviously very quickly. And
I do like how they managed to, because of visual storytelling again. Well, visual storytelling, like we're approaching the end. These are final shots you're ever going to get to see. So they make it a point to go through the hallways and do all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Like the only thing that could have made it better is if there would have been like, a few, like some scutters along the way, or, some of the dispensers, just kind of like cheering them on or something. Like, but that might have taken it just a little too much on the schmaltzy kind of whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
But it's still just like this nice thing that, they're just doing
Too
these
bad
things.
they didn't get Tony Slattery's vending machine back.
Right.
Alert. With the Mortal Enemy one, he could have been like...
Right.
He could have been like, what the hell was that? Anyway, Rimmer grabs the bomb. Teleports... Don't know what that... 4, 3, 2, 1, basically. He looks at him, gives her a cocky smile, and zaps out of the fucking... through the porthole.
Gives him his
space.
best ace Rimmer,
Yeah.
But he's not ace.
Okay. And Holly goes,
Rimmer.
1, and then ducks. And the bomb explodes.
Yeah, I love the way Holly ducks when he's a fucking screen image.
And then, as it turns out, Cat most affected. Cat goes, the asshole sacrificed his life to save us. I can't believe he's gone. Okay, I didn't like him, but I like not liking him. Who am I going to not like now?
Yeah, that's
He's
what
left
I was
such a
referring
hole.
to. When I said I wasn't gonna fucking spoil it, that This is the scene that I was referring to.
Yeah, even the cat is gutted that Rimmer would be dead. Yeah. Anyway, he isn't though, because of course he's made of light. There was never
He's
a doubt.
divine being of energy and light. You could say.
And Lister's like, Rimmer, and the cat's like, oh, we all thought you were dead. And he's actually relieved. He goes, I'm already dead. And proud of it. And Lister says, a Smeg Head by day, a superhero by night. Let's grab a new bug, hit the ferals before they hit us. I've got a plan. What about Crichton? We'll charge him up on the way. Meow! All right. So, they're heading straight for the one of the front ships of the Cat Armada. And they're like, it's coming for us. Well, isn't this interesting? Battle to the death.
Chicken in space.
Look at Rimmer.
Oh yeah, it's like he's riding the surfboard. Like this is actualized. Remember, this is because he's he doesn't have to put on the wig. Ace has been inside him the whole time.
Actual like real Arnold Rimmer.
Yeah,
like as a hero. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Gotta love it. Good ending. It's I'd still like to see a bit more, but if this is it, this is fine. So there we go. Says, well, isn't this interesting? Battle to the death. You with an out-of-commission transport ship and me with a battle cruiser put together using the finest technology salvaged from derelicts the length and breadth of space. Pow! Meow! You go, accelerate, Mark 6. Why are you flying towards us? Are we playing a game of chicken? He goes, hold our course, 4 clicks and counting if we collide together. If we collide together, my ship will rip yours apart. Yeah, but before that happens, your goons will rip you apart. It's all yours, mighty. And this is I was like, what's he going to do? Teleport inside and blow it all up, Captain Marvel style? But no, of course not, because it's Doug Naylor. So we have to get a callback to the start of the fucking episode. Genius. He literally beams a red dot onto the fucking Cat King, onto Rodon. And that's all he does with the power that he has. He just beams a red dot sight onto him, and all the guards turn. He's like, what's the goddamn delay? I said fire everything. What? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? And they all descend on him. And start eating him, basically. They start scratching him to shit and killing him. And none of which matters anyway, because the ship crashes and boom! Bye-bye, feral cats. So there we go. And Lester says, Holly, plot a course for the cat fleet, will you? Will do, Dave. I think some people need taking home. Bless you, Lister. It's a pleasure, my son. Says, okay, guys, give me a hand booting up Crichton, yeah? And then we realise that Crichton is a mechanoid, and mechanoids are not supposed to run flat. If they run flat, there's no bringing them back. So Crichton is dead.
Oh, no.
But surely Crichton would have known that, Holly. Perhaps he needed a service. He did need a service. The Anubis Stone is the only option. And Rimmer, in the last moment of Rimmerness, says, you can't use that on him.
This is the scene I was talking about.
Yeah. It says, if I don't recharge, I'll lose all my superpowers. It says, mighty, we have to. It says, all great superheroes put the deeds of the people before themselves. It says, not all superheroes. What about the fickle 4 who save only those wearing designer clothes? Or Dr. Dodgy, who saves people but asks them first to step behind a curtain and remove their underwear?
Oh, that was played by Shooty Gatwell, wasn't it?
Huh?
That was played by Shooty Gatwell, wasn't it?
Right, yeah. He goes, ugh. Because I knew this was too good to last. He goes, what do I do? Okay, just put it inside him and boot him up. So, long story short... Oh, right, that's it, yeah. So, of course, Rimmer sacrifices his superpowers to save Crichton. And it works. And Crichton comes back to life. He goes, what happened? And then we get a bit of reminiscence as well. He goes, long story short, I sacrificed myself and saved the day while you were lying about here without any charge doing absolutely nothing. How do you feel about that, Mr. Smart Alec? That's Alec, by the way, rhyming with phallic. He's such a dick. Yeah. He goes, ALEC. And Crichton says, in actual fact, it's Alec with a K, sir. After Alec Hogue. Yes, whatever. Everyone's cheering. Ah, brothers and sisters. And they're all cheering. The cats are saved. And they're free to go. And he says, hey, so where will you go now? And they're like, go? Now that you know Fushal, the promised land does not exist. And they say, the promised land is not a planet, brother. It's a place in your heart. It's a way of thinking. The promised land is right here. And as the scriptures predicted, we've been brought here by the God of our people. Thank you. And he goes, oh, thanks, guys. And they go, for introducing him to us.
As
they all remove their hoods to reveal that they are now all wearing H's on their heads and singing Rimmer, Arnold Rimmer, Rimmer, Rimmy, Rimmer, Rimmy, Rimmer, Rimmer.
And
then she
right
suddenly
here,
goes, oh God, I can speak again.
yeah. But you see, and this right here probably is the reason why if they never get around to making another episode, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah.
Because
Rimmer says, yeah.
Rimmer is so actualized right here.
Yeah, he goes, it's what he always wanted, isn't it? He goes, I'm a god. He goes, this is going to look so good on the old CV.
Right. And so if they would regress him to get him back to starting point again, just to go through another thing, that's where I'm just like, I don't know that you could
I don't think they could regress him at this point.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it would be interesting because, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that Doug Naylor's incapable of managing this.
Mm-hmm.
But it just kind of does seem like one of those things where it'd be like, well, you'd have to reset him back to, and that would be very unfulfilling again, because then it would kind of undo like all, so this, I think in some ways this is probably about as good as it gets in terms of having things kind of, complete the arcs and they've all effectively said how much they care about each other without saying it in such a direct method. Because even Rimmer ripping on Crichton there, oh, look at what I did while you were just lazying about, was just some good-natured ribbing of, because he doesn't want to say, hey, I brought you back to life because I don't, I would miss you and, you're willing to sacrifice yourself for me, so how could I not? Rather than saying all that, just emotional gay shit, they're just dudes, They're just like, they give each other shit, but that's the way that they actually communicate how much they legitimately care about each other. So I don't know that you could really, step away from this unless you, built upon this, but then what's it, it's... As much as I would appreciate it, there's also part of me that just says, after now having seen this, I don't know that it would be necessary.
Well, I know that Doug Naylor has written another episode, and I would really love to see it. But at the same time, this like TV movie is so perfect. It's perfect. It's so well done, and it so encapsulates the entirety of what Red Dwarf was always meant to be. And like I want to see the sequel, but only if it's going to be better, and I'm not quite sure if you can make it better than this.
Well, right, and that's why I say I think that's kind of, I think you could continue on if you wanted to be self-indulgent, but if you actually just talk about in terms of narrative and everything that one can accomplish and all this, I think...
Yeah, I'm with what Will said earlier, that I would like to see Lister and Kachansky end up on Fiji, but...
I'd like to see them all just end up on Fiji. All of them. Together. They don't need to like leave. Just they can all just live there happily ever after. Why would any one of them leave the rest? You know, at this point, except maybe the cat.
Well, I think the cat's the least likely to leave because he just rejected his own race to stay with his mates.
The only thing they could have done here would have been like, do you mind one of you staying? Be like if he proposed to one of the priestesses or something, you know, that would have been funny.
Right.
And then that's
it would have been nice if Cat could have got himself some action effectively in all this mix. But
he did, but he did it with a polymorph.
Right.
And he didn't get penetrated. He's the one who got penetrated. So it's
funny to think that what we actually want to see is old Lister and old Kachansky walking around a fucking farm.
That's basically it.
Sticks. But that basically is what we want to see. That is what we want to see.
Yep. They need to do what they did with the end of Spaced. I'm not going to obviously tell you because we're going to watch it one day. But basically with Spaced, there was this will they, won't they kind of thing throughout the whole show that was never quite resolved.
Yeah.
And then on the DVD documentary special, at the end, they had like a 30-second scene that gave you some closure.
Right. Well, you know, and there's a certain kind of quality, though, too, of if they ever did that, though, then you know, the idea of always wanting more, it gives you something to go back to. It's kind of the thing that David Lynch was trying to get across when he was doing Twin Peaks, and they insisted that he solve the mystery, and they did that at the beginning of season 2, and it kind of made the whole thing go off the rails. All the enchantment that people had towards it, and the captivating kind of mystery that draws you back, was now solved. And so when it kind of went off the rails and they brought him back, he went out of his way to set up a series finale that was going to get picked up for its 3rd season, and he put the mystery back into the show so that people would always, there would still always be this longing and a wanting for more.
It's the same as how Toriyama ended Dragon Ball.
Right. And then it got reinforced through his other movies where he kind of like made these references to the Lodge and just concepts, and then in the Return series, when it gets all the way to the final scene, it sets up the whole idea that, you know, like this mystery is actually only even progressed to another level, and so now it's left, and it's always going to be left open, and because now, you know, unfortunately David Lynch passed away last year, so you know it's not continuing forward, but you're still left with that thing. And so in some ways it's almost better to have a thread like Kachansky and Lister never actually kind of getting there, because it's the whole thing with like this new Scrubs. And they did JD and Elliot, so you know it's like some things you just kind of have to find a certain point to where you're like, it's like artwork is never never finished.
Had a satisfying ending. I don't know why they ever went after Series 8.
Right,
it's stupid.
Right. And that's the thing.
But what you're better off doing, it depends on the kind of story it is. And I guess you could go with the we want happily ever after kind of vibe. What I'd want is basically a 1-minute scene or something of like old Lister and old Kachansky on the farm on Fiji with the donut thing.
I mean, the technology exists enough for ourselves to do it, though.
Sure, I know. But then maybe at the end you just have like... somewhere in the background you can see like the cat and Rimmer and Crichton are there too. Right. And that would be it. That's it.
Right. But
I mean, it would have to be made by them to be canon.
Right.
Otherwise, you have to continue it as an adventure story like Dragon Ball. And at the end of Dragon Ball Z, it ends with Goku just literally picking up Oob and flying away to go on the next adventure.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, though, is like if, you know, and that's what I mean by there's a certain level to where, you know, like I say with artwork, you can always do more. You can always do more art. You can always do more art. And that's why they say artwork isn't ever finished. It's abandoned. And you find a point to where you can actually just let it stand on its own merits, and it is what it is with all of its flaws and this and that. But it is what it is because that's what you had to say. And if you said anything more, as beautiful as it could be, it might be too much.
The first page of the last book of Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, if you're in the West, literally Toriyama wrote, I tried to keep the end low key, almost as if the story might keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
And you don't. It doesn't need to be like these big, huge. Yeah, it doesn't have to be these big, huge kind of questions. It can just be just that, like you're saying. Yeah. You just want to see that one scene.
That's all I want. I don't need to know how they got there. I mean, it would be fun to see how they got there. It would be funny if you saw like Starbug parked by the farm.
Yeah.
and then pan up to the tilt up to the sky, and Red Dwarf is in orbit around Earth or something.
Well, I mean, bearing in mind Kachansky's last appearance, it would actually be funnier to see Blue Midget rather than Starbug.
A Blue Midget too, yeah. That would be funny, yeah. Anyway, doesn't even have to be Earth. It could be any S3 planet, you know? Could have a purple sky for all I give a fuck. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's just let's just be satisfied with this for now, because this has been excellent.
Well,
excellent.
I mean,
we get the last line,
like 10 out of 10 episode,
right? So we get the last line from Rimmer about the CV.
3 times as long as a normal episode, so I guess it's 30 out of 30.
Maybe. So anyway, yeah. So he says, "I'm a god. This is going to look so good on the old CV," and we get this reaction shot of Lister, just in case anyone was worried that Lister might be annoyed. Of course not. It's Lister. He doesn't give a fuck about this. He doesn't want any of this. he just drinks his beer while they're all singing about Rimmer, and that's it. And then the ship sort
Instead
of connects together
into
an H and zips off into space as Starbug buggers off as well. And that is it.
And they now believe in somebody who is quite literally. They actually do have a techno god now, though, because as was explained, Rimmer is quite literally a divine being of energy and light. So he is as close as someone can get to a god.
For them, by their reckoning, yeah, he's a hologram. So, yeah. And he did actually save them. So there we go. Anyway, so that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is game. That is the whole of Red Dwarf reviewed by us.
Boom.
Indeed. And yeah. And Rimmer's...
I'm glad it ends on such a high.
And you have the most exalted form of Rimmer when it's all said and done with at the end, you know? Like,
Yeah. Crazy.
It's good. Yeah.
Crazy. It's been a long, strange trip.
Yes.
Good
3 million miles. We have traveled
really
3 million years. 3 million years and many miles, light years
too.
that we've traveled.
And there we go. You know? I think there's not really anything else to say about it. We've just said it all in that discussion there. Mm-hmm. So there we are. That's your Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out with us today.
Thank you for sticking with us since
to finalize the capstone of our pyramid.
Yeah. We genuinely have just like literally reviewed an entire fucking show from start to finish over the course of a year. So there you go. It's weird. It's a weird feeling. It actually feels like an accomplishment, you know? But there you go. There you go.
That's right. As we look out from the summit of the mountain that we have now climbed and have to look down and go, I guess we have to go down now.
There we go.
But yes, we made it all the way to the top.
So what are we doing next week, Will?
Hang on a minute. So the first review, Red Dwarf, was when? When the hell did we upload that? When did we stream that? Doesn't fucking say. Of course, it has a copyright claim.
By the way, we want to have a look at St. Hugo's Slip.
Oh yeah. Of course, thank you. Yeah. God damn, it's a long one. It was 140 episodes ago. Jesus Christ. Oh,
that was a while back.
Yeah, it was. Jesus. I was wearing my Smash
I don't want to
hat.
brag, but who am I kidding? I love to brag. It was my idea.
It was the 29th of June. So 10 months.
Yeah.
It took us to do that. 1 week at a time. 2 episodes-ish at a time. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3. Quick break for Doctor Who in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go. Anyway, no, actually it wasn't. It was right after Doctor Who finished. So we didn't take a break for Doctor Who. Yeah, there we go. Right, St. Hugo's clip then. Where's he sent me that? On X, probably.
I would imagine.
Alright, hold on.
What is it?
Hold on a moment. I'm just getting my shit together. And
we have just watched every episode of probably my favorite TV show ever.
yeah.
Like
I'm
I mean,
a little
like
mentally fried.
Buffy and X-Files are up there, but Red Dwarf probably takes it.
Probably. Hang on. Let me. Pardon me.
Oh, I've got hiccups as well.
Let me share this. Hold on.
Do you know to spell it correctly? It's actually high coughs.
Oh, really? Yeah, I do know that actually. Oh, we don't know sound.
Hey, boys of the fans. Oh, nice going there with the reviews and stuff. Anyway, that's all I've got. Smeg away now. Hey.
It's the critical whisper. It is the critical whisper.
Boys of the fans.
Thank Hugo is an absolute fucking legend.
Man, I would really love to sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but fortunately there's nothing there. Yeah, look at this. Stuttering Craig says, I didn't watch WrestleMania yesterday. Sum it up for me in one word. We'll do that in a second. But yeah, this does feel like quite the fucking achievement. And there we go. The only thing that could make it better now would be if we could hit the limit. But oh well. Oh well. Thank you very much, St. Hugo. That was cool. That was fucking surreal, actually, because even though I know full well it's AI, for a second my brain treated it as though it wasn't. It's like, thanks. You know? Oh wait, yeah, wait. Dear, oh dear, what is my brain? Anyway, Stuttering Craig asked, I didn't watch WrestleMania yesterday. Sum it up for me in one word. And I said commercials. We got someone here says ads, pathetic, ads from Clinic. Hey, shout out to Clinic. He's good. Then we got this. This is one of the reasons I wanted to share it. 57 minutes of commercial breaks in a 3-hour and 55-minute show. 61 minutes of entrances, 98 minutes of matches. That's fucking appalling. Eesh. 98 minutes of matches in a 4-hour show.
I mean, I don't give a flying about wrestling, but that's awful.
Describe it in one word. Ass. Thank you, Cena. There's, of course, Cody as Stardust. When Cody did his entrance, they had these mannequins dressed up to look like all the other previous versions of him. So that was pretty cool. Then he came down with his fucking skull mask on. It was awesome. Then Commercial Mania. That was pretty good. And then this, which is really interesting. I haven't listened to this, but I saw it and I want to watch it.
It's the culmination of a bitter rivalry. La Primera and Liv Morgan finally going head to head, and it's over. The match is done. What a WrestleMania moment, brought to you by Snickers. Here's an exclusive look at the Hulk Hogan documentary.
Let me tell you something, brother. I was actually Andre the Giant's biological father, brother.
Here's an exclusive look at the Street Fighter movie. What's up, guys? Who's ready to fight M. Bison? Here's an exclusive look at Mortal Kombat 2. Homelander. Here's an exclusive look at the WrestleMania 43 main event in Saudi Arabia.
So give me the green light.
It's the culmination.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that was it.
Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. Fucking shite. Absolutely terrible. Anyway, there you go. That is it. We are done.
Yeah.
I guess that is it for us today. And there we go.
And in a mere 90 minutes, it begins again.
Oh my god, is it? Oh shit, I'm going to be awake for that. Does that mean I'm going to fall asleep watching fucking WrestleMania? Probably. Fuck. That means the fucking pre-show's on already, doesn't it?
Probably.
Hang on.
I bet if you, yeah.
Let's have a look.
Given that, yeah, they usually go do extended ones. It's usually a 2-hour affair, so I would imagine, yeah, they probably are doing pre-show stuff. It's 6 p.m. Eastern start time, so.
Yeah, it's live. It's live. Can't really hear anything. Oh, yeah. Fuck it, let's get copyright claimed by WWE. Yay!
Right at the end.
Right at the end, so I can cut it out. Hello. Hey, WWE, how you doing? Fuck you. You suck now. Been a fan for like 20 years. 25, 30, 27-ish years.
Well, tell me about it, man. Like you know, I'm a massive Formula One fan. The new regulations for the season have made it absolutely shit. Like, I'm not even going to fucking Silverstone this year because there's just no point.
This is WrestleMania 41.
It's Gay Electrics.
This is WrestleMania 41, Netflix. You fucked me up. All right. I don't want to watch WrestleMania 41. I wanted to watch the pre-show. Oh well, fuck you.
That might only be available on ESPN. Who knows? Like, the way they do their stupid bullshit these days.
It might be on YouTube.
Yeah, very likely. I would imagine.
I think that's what it probably is.
Yeah.
Fuck. By the time I get to sleep, WrestleMania will have started. I'm not going to be able to resist watching it to get annoyed. Shit.
I have to do a show while it's on, so it's going to be interesting for me.
You know what's really interesting? They haven't uploaded the VOD of part 1 yet, of night 1. I wonder why.
Yeah.
They normally get that up during the day, like a few hours after it goes up. I remember because to watch 40, I actually had to fucking get Disney Plus.
Right. I wonder, because it's really weird because internationally they leave it to Netflix, but here domestically it's now ESPN's kind of thing, and they just had their whole thing about their app starting, so who knows, maybe that's going to have some
there was already a WWE
lagging
app,
effect.
Wasn't there? Years ago.
There used to be, yeah. The network was like the thing for the longest time, but they have shitified to the point to where they completely just outsourced it to everyone.
It's fucking trash now. For example, if you back in like 2015, watching the WWE Network, I watched the entire Attitude Era again, right? And so I started about sometime late '96. And watched The Rise of Stone Cold. And then obviously went all the way through to about 2002-ish. I think I stopped at the Invasion. But I watched every Raw, every SmackDown, and every fucking every main event of every pay-per-view. And did it all in a couple of months. And they had everything. Every single thing. They even had, of course, like the matches that they've like delisted now. So you can't look for them. Like Chris Benoit matches and stuff like that. But the thing was, I went to Raw earlier on Netflix, and they've got Raw Vault.
Yep.
And I looked at it, and I went straight to 1997, and they've got like 16 episodes from 1997.
Yeah, everything's fragmented now.
Why aren't there 52? Like, it's a weekly show.
Right.
They've only got like a few episodes, and that's them curating what the most important parts are, and that's bullshit. Like, if I want to watch a particular match from that era, I should have the fucking right to do it if they want to make their shit available. If you're going to call it the Vault, then you should make it all available. And it's going to be in fucking Saudi Arabia next year. Yeah. Can you believe we live in a world where WrestleMania went to Saudi Arabia before it went to the UK? It's insane. And everyone's rooting now for AEW because they've got a Wembley show. I can't think what it's called. Dynasty or something like that. And I hope they fucking.
Well, I don't know.
That would be.
London's not very different.
it would be the All In, I believe.
Oh yeah, but didn't they do that before? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's it's either All In or Dynasty. It was All In was the one that they had done.
Oh, you're right. It
previously.
is. It's all in 2026.
Yeah.
Taking place at Wembley Stadium in London. Of course, on August 30th this year.
Yeah.
So people are now really. It's fucking weird because AEW has done no favors for itself with bad booking and shoddy management and all the infighting and shit. But the ball is theirs to pick up. Unless today's WrestleMania is an absolute work of genius, which we know it won't be, can't be, then literally you're fucking hell. It's amazing. You're gonna have to sit and wait, but there's a good chance that people will mass book AEW now.
Possibly. I mean, I don't know. It seems like we've just kind of entered this new phase where it's I don't know, because AEW it's corporatized, but also at the same time, AEW kind of exists as Tony Khan's just personal playground of the things that he likes in wrestling, and so it's kind of like got this ECW kind of throwback element.
It's
but
way
also,
too leaning on the IWC and the Dave Meltzers of the world, and
right.
not
Well, see, that's the thing is like both of these companies are completely just they're not quite centered on the audience that they're intended for, because like you got AEW that
on wrestling and the others focused way too hard on commercialism,
right,
and none of them are focused on the most important part, which is a balance of storytelling and wrestling.
Right.
We had that up until about 2015. We had that,
right, which is crazy too, because AEW is priced comparable for family entertainment.
Yeah.
But it's
extremely violent.
It is CZW, ECW, backyard extreme
gore.
style wrestling, especially at their pay-per-views and their larger shows.
Man. I mean, if you're gonna have John Moxley on your card, you're gonna get blood. Right.
Whereas WWE under the TKO regime has priced itself out of most people's capacity to even deal with, let alone keep up with,
Exactly.
And it's just, I don't know, but it's also this overly corporatized, synergistic bullshit that has completely just squoze any actual organic kind of interest out of it. It's nothing seems real. It's all just, they've gone too far in kind of undermining the kayfabe of it all.
Exactly. The kayfabe's been destroyed completely.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. And the thing about kayfabe is, even though we all knew it was kayfabe and not reality, they should never have acknowledged it themselves.
Right.
Apart from a very occasional.
I will say, I feel kind of guilty here because I know absolutely fuck all about wrestling, so I feel guilty.
It's all on Netflix.
Screen space here, so,
well, just bear in mind that wrestling.
Maybe I should say goodnight.
Well, wrestling is much like streaming. No, we're rounding out. We're wrapping up. Yeah. But wrestling is not unlike streaming. What you see here in the context of a
the
stream,
shit that's going on
an
with the quartering
episode
right now. That's wrestling without the fighting.
Yeah. So and not to say that we aren't being authentic to who we are, and genuine and sincere, but there is a level of showmanship that is actually taking place here. Obviously,
I guess if I was going to be compared, if my persona were going to be compared to like a wrestler, it would probably be like fucking CM Punk or someone like that. Not that I'm like that in personality, but I'm not really doing any kayfabe on the internet. I am just me, pretty much. Right. I'm a slightly exaggerated version of myself. Whereas PPP and Woski are in full fucking character kayfabing and creating lore about, they know what they're doing is hyper hyper real. They're sort of blending fiction with reality to make insane stories and crazy speculations and stuff like that. Most of which is grounded in reality, but which is twisting reality just enough to make it kind of funny. Which is more or less the same thing kayfabe does. Kayfabe just means, by the way, Rhoda, kayfabe is Pig Latin, or it descends from Pig Latin, meaning fake, but not. Kayfabe means the reality in which the wrestling storyline takes place, which is parallel to our reality. It's the reality. It's the only bit, the bit where you actually temporarily believe that two guys fucking hate each other that fucking much, even though they're probably going out for beers after the match, you know. And there you go. But there's an element to being a wrestling fan ever since the 2000s, really, where you're really cheering for the booking, cheering for when they get it right and when they get it terribly wrong, in the same way that you would cheer for a soap opera getting a great storyline and nailing it perfectly, but with violence. Yeah. And if like, for example, you're watching a soap and then your favorite character's getting like no good storylines or something like that, you might bitch about the people who are making
the only soap I actually watch is Emmerdale, and there is a lot of violence in that.
Yeah, but I mean that's fair enough too. Yeah, although that's staged. This is semi-real violence. You know, there's people can get very badly injured if they don't learn to perfect their craft. But the point I'm making is the number one thing that people bitch about in wrestling is the storylines. The number one thing that the internet wrestling fans have spent 20 years fucking bitching about is the storylines and John Cena. But mostly because John Cena was the storyline killer. As soon as a character got into a match with John Cena, Cena wins and that character's story ends. Which is why we got so annoyed with Cena for 20 years. Because you get this monster heel bad guy character built up like Umaga in 2008. Unstoppable, tearing through everybody. And you're like, okay, this is a dumb character, but I'm kind of enjoying the momentum. I'd like to see where this goes. Maybe they can create themselves a fucking super monster again. And then it's like, lol, Cena wins. And Umaga became a joke. Went back down the card, became a comedy act in the mid-card. And then died in real life.
Yeah.
Ooh. Same thing happened to Bray Wyatt. Exact same thing. With two different characters of his. The same character, but two different versions of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was this sort of woodsman cult leader type who was creepy as fuck and spoke in riddles, and it got really over, and he got buried by Cena at WrestleMania. And then he went down the card and he never got back up. Disappeared for several months, came back again as the same character, having had some kind of weird episode as a result of his match with Cena, burying his character and destroying his career. So instead, now he's a TV show host for kids in a fun little playhouse thing with puppets, but each of the puppets represents a part of his career that was Cena destroyed or McMahon fucked up or something else. And then when he actually went down to the ring to fight, he put on a mask and came down as the most monstrous, fucking horrifying looking thing that's ever been in a fucking wrestling match, called The Fiend. That was his alternate personality. So, hang on, I'll show you. So on the one side, he's hang on. On the one side, he's Bray Wyatt, who's a deeply
Mr.
disturbed
Rogers.
man posing as a children's entertainer. And then when he's actually in fight mode, that's the real him coming out when he puts the mask on. So all of the evil that the cult leader was alluding to became manifested in The Fiend. And this thing was so fucking over because it was actually horrifying for everyone. Adults and kids alike. We were all like, this thing's amazing. Oh my God, it's amazing. And then they did the dumbest thing they could possibly have done with him. They put the belt on him. You don't put the championship on a character like that.
It's really clever how the mask makes his mouth look smaller.
I know. It's actually genius. The Bray Wyatt thing was absolutely tragic because every time this guy created a new character and came back to wrestling and like just gave them the most sublime, well thought out storylines and had deep lore for his character in his head, this guy, they would just book it to shit and ruin it within like a year. And then he died. Just like the other guy.
Yeah.
Just like Umaga.
complications,
I'm not
which
gonna
make it all the worse because
The only good thing, the only
he's killed by a
thing,
bioweapon.
the only good thing, oh yeah, it was COVID related, of course. The only thing I will say is before he died, the Fiend got a revenge match with Cena, and it was during COVID when they couldn't do live audiences, and people.
We got away from Smash, by the way.
Oh, sweet. We'll better
Thank you.
stick around for a little while then. Maybe someone will fill up the bar. Anyway, shout out to the Raiders. And yeah, so he would literally, he built this character. And then basically they had this what happened during COVID was it happened at the same time as another guy was doing a similar kind of gimmick in another company, doing cinematic matches. So they'd pre-shoot a match from different camera angles, and it was like a mini movie. And they did that, but the way they did it, it was the greatest one of all of them, was the Fiend versus Cena, where the Fiend took Cena through his own history of his career and changed every outcome so that Cena always lost or turned evil or was outed as this selfish motherfucker who ruins other people's careers. It was very metatextual, and at the end, the Fiend just fucking smashed him into the mat and won. But not before torturing Cena for like 15 minutes with scenes from his own past that they shot.
I made him literally disappear and removed him from him from
they reshot the bit where Cena walked up to Kurt Angle in his debut and shouted ruthless aggression and then hit Kurt Angle in the face, except that it was the Fiend instead of Kurt Angle and Cena missed. Then they put Cena in the NWO, which was the most bad guy faction that's ever been a bad guy faction and stuff like that. It was great. It was awesome. And they completely ruined it. Totally destroyed it. All right. Shout out to Smash JT and the Raiders. Hello. Nobody has spoken is here. Nobody. Nice to see you, buddy. And also shout out to Smash JT. Dropping 5 for the Griff Force and the Princesses. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you for that. Fucking hell, yeah.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean some serious hunkers. A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanahangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger bunk hanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga no logangas.
Just playing that to play something else because we haven't played it for a while. Shout out to you guys. It's nice that you're here. We're actually wrapping up at the moment, but maybe we can talk a little bit longer. I don't know. Depends. If Rody, if you don't want to, you can go. But I think it's interesting. You should. It seems like you are the kind of guy who would love wrestling because it is basically soap opera but with violence for men. You know.
No, it sounds cool. It's just I don't know anything.
Yeah,
so I feel like I'm taking up space. I feel like I'm a potato.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're giving me someone to talk to about it. So John knows all this, you know. But it was extremely frustrating with the current situation with WWE because they've. Like, as bad as Vince McMahon was, and he was a disgusting old man who had lost all touch with reality by the time he was gone. Like, the reality is that TKO, the current company that owns it, forged with them and Endeavor and UFC, and owned by a fucking talent agent who just uses it for marketing his fucking pet projects. It's being destroyed because it's got fuck all to do with wrestling anymore. And it's funny that it wasn't Vince McMahon who did that.
Companies.
Well, it's like, for example, like the main event that was ruined from the one yesterday was Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. And Cody Rhodes, hang on. Cody Rhodes versus Orton is a whole thing because the two of them were like together when they were young men in a stable together that was led by hang on. In 2007, 2008, 9, Orton was the leader of this stable, and there's young Cody on the left. right? And then there's Ted DiBiase Jr., who never stuck around. But these two on the right and the middle have got just literally colossal history with each other over 20 years. This is 20 years ago, this photo, right? And now they're putting like, they were going to have the two of them and have them in a main event feud over the title, which it has so many layers of storytelling to it inherently, because they have been friends, they've been rivals, they've been, brothers in many ways. In real life, like Cody is always telling like stories about Randy Orton, what he's like in real life and stuff like that in interviews. And Randy Orton was like my favorite when I was in the 2000s by like miles. Him and Edge, loved them both. They were in Legacy, exactly as Zalosi, yeah. And so all you have to do is put this guy versus this guy and have the belt in the middle, and then make the story about how this guy, the guy on the right, Randy Orton, betrayed Rhodes. It was supposed to be like a friendly rivalry, but then Orton tapped into the voices in his head. That's his character. It's a whole thing. And just beat the shit out of Rhodes and like bloodied him up and hit him in the fucking head with a chair and the stairs and the steel steps and stuff like that. And that he's turned on his friend, that Orton's getting old, he's close to retirement. Cody's now the guy like Orton used to be, you know? And maybe he's not too happy with that. You could have so much story, just layers and layers of stuff. I guarantee you I could write 10 weeks of TV easy for these two, culminating in a WrestleMania match that would probably be about 40 minutes long and be an utter fucking theatrical masterpiece. They could do that part, of course. I'm no booker of matches, but the storyline, I could do that. And because I'm steeped in these two guys for watched both their careers for the last 20 years. But they inserted this motherfucker right, on the far right.
I'm not disrespecting it. I'm just saying I'm not versed in it.
No, but I'm just trying to explain to you why people are so pissed off. Is because they shoved this guy on the far right in it. This guy with the sunglasses, Pat McAfee, who's a former fucking NFL guy who became a commentator for WWE, and he's come back and he's left, and he's come back and he's left, and he's not sticking around because he's gonna go act in movies and be his fucking football commentator self. But because his talent agent is the guy who owns the fucking company, now he's crowbarred into the main event to back up Orton and somehow try and make Orton get more heat with the audience, as heat is when you're the bad guy, they hate you.
Oh, I get it, yeah.
But it doesn't work because this guy's got no one's got any stake in him as a presence in this story, and you actually take heat away from Orton by making it look stupid, and everybody knows that this is just because the CEO of TKO, the parent company, is trying to promote this motherfucker as a Hollywood actor.
Yeah, so they didn't even try to base it in anything. That there's one thread that they could have at least pulled on, that while stilted and convoluted, at least has some bearing of some kind of common sense grounding that you could make the association. So Randy Orton used to punt people in the head. Right? He did this punt kick.
That's true. And actually,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what McAfee did, yeah.
And McAfee's a fucking place kicker. Right, he's a punter. So that would, and they didn't even explore any of that in the course of all these many weeks.
And even funnier, at the end of the match, Orton, for the first time in 20 years, punted someone in the head because they banned the move for years. And he punted Cody in the head at the end of the match after losing the match to Cody and the title.
And after having done an RKO to this clown, because they have evidently
because he
decided...
did a slow count when he counted it in.
It's
so dumb. It was so bent. It was so strange.
So they went and they forced something in that didn't need to be there. Everybody reacted to it, and now they're trying to undo the forcing to hopefully,
And the funniest thing was in that match yesterday, they had in the first 10 minutes, not the first 10 minutes, the first 5 minutes of that match, Pat McAfee came down, and then that fucking musician bum Jelly Roll, who no one outside America has ever heard of, came out to support Cody, and ended up putting McAfee through the fucking Spanish announce table. Right. And that basically was the perfect way to go, okay, fine. Whenever I watch this match back, I will skip to the part where that's already done and the actual match can begin. Jelly Roll even shouts, "Give the people the main event they paid for!" Right? And that would have been a good plot. Would have been a bit rough, but it would have been better, especially if the match had gone 35 minutes and been a real fucking clinic of these two. But it got overblown too quickly. They're stealing each other's finishes and they're doing it too much. They needed to be more of a, we know each other's moves like the back of our hand. They're just countering each other constantly, that kind of thing. Instead of what it turned into, which was just a spectacle and a slow one at that, because the audience had all the wind sucked out of their sails by the build up to it.
Well, that just the 40 fucking minutes of dead time in between the previous match and this. Like this.
Yeah. There was a bigger pop for the pregnant woman announcing her fucking pregnancy in the middle of the ring right before this. It was terrible. It's the worst. I've seen some stinking bad WrestleManias, but I have never seen one that bad. I mean, I'll tell you what, right? The match itself. I'm one of the few people who thinks the match actually exceeded my expectations. I thought they were going to just not give a fuck and phone it in. Orton and Rhodes at least tried to make something, right? Some kind of good storytelling match. But it was hampered by the intro, the fuckery at the beginning, then the ref getting knocked out, and then McAfee returning in a referee shirt to try and cheat for Orton, only to fuck it up and get RKO'd by Orton. And then it doesn't matter because then Rhodes just fucking finishes Orton and gets the win anyway. It was such a dusty finish. Like, why couldn't you just have a fucking squeaky clean finish? It really is baffling. It was so easy to write this match. Two guys who know each other better than almost anybody else, who have now come to this. They are competing for the biggest thing in the business, and one of them has turned on the other one out of jealousy, spite, the fact that he's over the hill now, any of that. And you could have run with that for years. Every single week could have been a promo about a different story between them. Hell, they could have just shoot promoed on each other and the shit that they used to get up to behind the scenes. Like, everyone knows Cody's told stories about Orton being a hellraiser when he was a younger man, like ripping urinals off walls and things like that in hotels, just for the fun of it, and harassing waiters and stuff like that. You could tell those fucking stories in promos. They're all public knowledge. What are you going to do? And then Orton just comes back and just beats the shit out of Cody every time he does that. And Cody keeps trying to bait Orton and make him angrier and angrier and angrier because Cody wants the best from him. That would be better, right? That's off the top of my head.
Right? Although that was kind of what they ended up doing with last year's failed main event. Because of the Cena? John Cena heel turn that didn't take to where they.
And this is the other thing. Last year's main event was Cody versus Cena, and Cena had turned heel. Except that they inserted a celebrity into that too. They fucked it. Totally fucked it.
Yeah.
All right, I think Rhodes has had enough. I think we should wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is fine because I got stuff I got to take care of as well.
I've got shit to do too.
I'm still here, don't worry.
That's cool. But it's your intro. It's your outro, mate.
Okay. Right. Okay. So Mondays and Thursdays, you can find me on Noises channel. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, you can find me right here with Will and John. And Wednesdays and Fridays, you can find me on my own show. I'm also putting out videos now at last, and squeezing in gaming streams with Sardoc Spamfish as much as I fucking can. So hopefully there will be some more raiding of tombs happening very soon. Apart from that, thanks everyone for coming, especially everyone who's donated and everyone who's chatted, but anyone who's watched at all, great to see us. And yeah, be good. If you can't be good, be careful.
Lovely. Thank you, mate. John.
Yeah, of course, you can always find us here throughout the week, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, starting around 11 a.m. Eastern. And we do the various things. Anybody who's here at this point in time probably knows all those things. But of course, we do reviews on Sundays, pop culture stuff Tuesdays, and we get a little bit petty for the wankers of the week on Thursdays. On the weekends, also at 11 a.m., I do a show called Weekend Culture over on Honey Badger Arcade. And then, of course, this evening, in a few hours, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have an episode of, a lazy Sunday stream over on Toasty's channel, provided that she doesn't get called in to do a Simpcast with Chrissy. But you can always find me there throughout the week on Toasties at 8 p.m. Eastern, Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Do have some technical work I gotta take care of because we have these weird tech issues right now involving our wheel rooms, and one of the studios, the Fallout studio, we keep having like these white screens on our panel rooms as well. So I got a good bit of work to sort out. Probably tomorrow, I'm imagining, since the day off, I have to basically rebuild an entire studio, which sounds terrible, but it's just like 5-6 hours of my life. But yeah, hopefully I get all that stuff all situated, so that we can get back to doing the review, this week, of Fallout episode, 5 from season 1, because we've been trying to do it for the last 3 weeks and keep hitting these technical issues. Every time I think I got it fixed, it evidently is not fixed. But anyway, I will try to get that sorted out, but I do want to thank everybody, of course, who spent good chunk of your day hanging out with us. Been doing this for 5 hours and 10 months overall for the entirety of this journey. And so anybody who joined in to spend some time with us, whether today or throughout the entirety of this series, we do greatly appreciate it. If you've been here since the beginning today, most especially thank you. But anybody who joined in along the way, we do appreciate all the support, whether it's through chats, donations, just hanging out here and lurking and keeping us moving forward. Greatly appreciated all around, and always a pleasure hanging out with you too. Of course, with that said, y'all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, safe travels ahead. Be awesome as always. And oh yeah, how was your weekend?
That prick. That prick. Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, Sardock is here for £2. Thank you. You just got us to 50% of the limit, which is nice. Thank you. YouTube will slice a bit off that, but that is appreciated. Says, do you want to raid a tomb? Yeah. Yes, indeed. Let's go raid a tomb. That would be the song that I am trying to put clips of Lara to at the moment. And I hopefully will find some more time for that this week, because I was supposed to do it, and then I had a terrible fucking thing that happened to a whole bunch of my family, and they ended up bombarding me with all of them in my house, and I never got a moment to work on it. So there we go.
Well, I hope everyone's alright.
Oh yeah, it's fine. It had nothing to do with me or my immediate family. It was just a whole bunch of fucking drama that happened in the extended family. So whatever. Anyway, doesn't matter. And yeah, go back to raiding tombs soon. Thank you, Sardo. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one, and thank you for being here. I managed to delete a fucking stream earlier because Evie Mux didn't change the output, and then I set it to turn off the connection to it, and it deleted it from YouTube. That is insane.
Yeah, Rhoda noticed at some point, and he mentioned it, and I was like, I don't know, I wouldn't. I'm like, probably some kind of weird technical glitch. I didn't think too much.
I was fucking furious. I was like really annoyed because the damn thing got absolutely fucking felted. Anyway, There we go. Why does it say none of my... I'm always trying to look for people to raid, and then it says no one from my subs is live.
Let me consult. Let me consult.
Don't worry about it. It's all right. We'll just go.
You're live.
I am live. That's right. True.
That's all my fucking YouTube saying. I think none of our lot are live. Oh, Epic Mike is live.
Is he?
Yeah.
Am I not subscribed to Epic Mike? No, apparently not. All right. Well then, Epic Mike it is. There we go. I've streamed with him before. All right, there we go. We'll raid Epic Mike. Shout out.
Okay.
Shout out the Griff Force raid. All right. In the meantime, thank you everybody for being here and thank you for watching. If you've been watching, this was the end of Red Dwarf. We have finished reviewing it. For now, YouTube screwed up the live feed the other day and still haven't fixed it. Oh, smash. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, that was the final Red Dwarf review. Next week, we will have one final epilogue for the reviews in which we will be discussing the entire show, our entire experience with it, the best bits, the worst bits, everything like that. We probably will talk about some other news and random stuff in there too.
Finalize those ranks.
That's it. We'll get the ranking finalized finally. Yeah. And and decide once and for all. But I don't think much will change, to be honest, because we've questioned ourselves constantly as we've done it. But that'll be it. And that will be the end of the Red Dwarf saga. The week after that, on Sunday, we will be reviewing Hot Fuzz, as is the popular choice for the first movie we should review. And following on from there, we will be taking recommendations, submissions, or whatever.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but by my other computer, I wrote down the one that was suggested last night.
Oh, okay, cool. That's good.
With the martial.
Oh, you mean the Jackie Chan one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that. We'll definitely get to that in time for sure. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna mix it up. We're gonna review some fucking movies that people recommend, that people love. We're going to try and go for like the real heavy hitters, the shit that people really love and really hate, so that we can pull audiences, you know, as well as get actually stream to some people would be nice. But of course, we'll take your suggestions in the topics of the fans channel on the Discord. Till then, though, meanwhile, shout out then to Sardoc, Smash JT, thank you so much. Rhoda as well for gifting 5. St. Hugo, Sardoc again. James OP, Zillosi, James again, and St. Hugo again. You guys are legends. Thank you very much. Shame we didn't get all the way, but oh well. In the meantime, then, I will be back tomorrow talking probably about the quartering, Wrestlemania, and any other pop culture news, games, and stuff. If you guys want to tag in, I'll put it on EVMux instead of Streamlabs so that we can have a bit more of a discussion. I assume, John, you want to talk about wrestling probably tomorrow.
Possibly.
And various other things. I like wrestling, so it's long been something I want to talk about, but I'm fed up with just chasing trends. I don't want to be like the quartering. I want to talk about the things I care about. So there we go. So yeah, look forward to that with Hyperdrive time tomorrow, and of course, don't forget to take care, spike your hair, fuck Disney, fuck Nintendo, fuck Microsoft, fuck Ubisoft, fuck WWE. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So question everything, respect the fans, check out the Discord, the link is below. The boys of the fans will be back tomorrow. But till then, have a good one and tatty bye.